Hello, hello.
Pirate bits.
Which are statistically better than regular bits. Puns, bacon, Lizzie, what ho, friends? Yeah. Leaning in, trying to get the light in, right? How you all doing? Tell me your tales, dear friends! The games industry's been kind enough to not throw any more curveballs at us for a day, so I'm pretty happy. Except for Sonic dying, that's a thing. Ah!
I got my car back bits.
Oh shit! Yeah, Pun, sorry, I saw in Human Maintenance. Sorry, and Legend given to Rant, Wraith, what ho, friends! Coming in, coming in. I'm just letting our guests know this is their 1 hour curtain call. We have a different cast tonight. We have different pirates. The GDC of Thieves comes this very evening. You know what, Wraith? It's been so long since is the Dark Souls of Seas, or the Dark Souls of X joke that, frankly, it's quaint. It's whimsical. It's a throwback. Wolfcrad, as a way to celebrate Trans Day of Visibility, screaming, I see trans people! Perhaps not. Oh, no, today is Trans Visibility Day, so to all our Longshipian friends, miscreants, and trans heroes throughout the games industry, cheers to you all. You are seen. Although you will all be having to take roll at disadvantage for all stealth checks. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Yeah, Lizzie, it's wrangling peoples. One of our pirates dropped out this morning, and I was trying to find another pirate, and then multiple pirates were like, and then I had to be like, all right, well, this pirate can hang out with us on this day, and this pirate's for today, so I had to. God. That's one of the things that I really enjoy about the series Black Sails, is it accurately shows how fucking difficult it is to wrangle a crew of pirates. Yeah. Yeah, +8 to visibility, they don't make the... However, friends, buy visibility day is not for a good while, so if you're planning a heist, hang out with your buy friends. They have superpowers right now. Wraith being like, can't even rely on pirates. What's the world coming to? Well, I mean, I'm sure most of you know this, but like, as a counter to like the ways in which, especially the British Navy, were running their ships, like pirates ended up becoming kind of like a democracy. Pirate ships ended up becoming a sort of democracy. You know, the concept of, you know, a full share. Oh, that wasn't good. Alright, that was very strange. Sorry, we just had a big old network hiccup there. Sorry, alright, I think we're okay, but that was a little bit nerve-wracking, so hopefully we don't have to bounce the whole rig. It's being a bit grumpy. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? As I said, the games industry hasn't thrown anything wild at us. I think yesterday was more than enough fucking excitement. Though the April Fool's joke from Sega has dropped already, and it is a full game. It is a visual novel detective game where you try and find out who killed Sonic the Hedgehog. It is a real game. You can play it on Steam. It's no money. Actually, I should probably add that. And yeah, rest in peace, E3. You were an event. I will also say that, like, going through the photos of E3s of past and things like that did make me very, very nostalgic. But I guess it continues to be the reason of why, like, why E3 keeled over. Because I'm not nostalgic for the actual event. It was everything around it. The event sucked, but the people who went, the stories I have from around E3, you know, I got to meet fucking Daigo, like the Street Fighter legend, in the same party where I met, you know, the fucking legend Montione, you know, God's keep him. Like, that was a fucking wild party, and that was a Mad Catz event at E3 in this strange, winding rabbit's warren of a venue. It kind of felt like 3 bars that were all interconnected via tunnels. Like, I got lost at that party several times. So yeah. I will say, and we talked about this yesterday, we'll probably end up talking about this later today, is like, I had friends who were working on the E3 revival, and they had some really good plans. And I think what's making the whole thing very kind of, I don't know, bitter, was like bringing on a team and paying them to revive something, and then not even letting them have the chance of running the event. Like, yeah, I feel for him. Anyway, sorry, who's not had a hello from me? Legend, did I say hi? Ah, yes, the red skull zombies, or redhead zombies. Those bastards. No, shit, I was trying to get you the link for the Sonic game. That's why I was staring off into the middle distance. But yeah, so friends, happy Friday. It's lovely to see you all. As I was saying, we have a different crew tonight. Now, did I bring together a crew of GDC survivors just so I could call tonight's stream the GDC of Thieves? Yes. Yes, I did. But also, I wanted an excuse, one, to hang out with some GDC friendos a little bit more, but also, I've been talking to you all a lot about GDC, but it's probably worth mentioning that I'm now kind of moving into like a very specialized space. My GDC kind of takes like 3 phases. 1, reporting to you all on what's going on, and finding out kind of like how the industry is moving so we can have these chats. 2, running around like a lunatic and seeing all my friends because I fucking miss them. I described myself as a toddler on sugar on day 1, and I do think those that saw me will be able to confirm. I was very excited to see everybody. And the 3rd one is, you know, trying to find things to help, like, bolster the longship. Though the comments of an individual kind of, like, resonated in my head earlier today that I might have failed to do a game justice in the past during a sponsored stream. And I don't really know how to talk to that person and say, like, hey, I hear your comments. I'm sorry you felt like this was shite. How can I help in the future? Oh, and Wraith, sorry, jumping back. I absolutely agree that the original Resident Evil remake doesn't get the praise it deserves. And at some point, when we talk about, like, remakes and video games, we need to talk about ones that articulate, not just update. The only example I'll give for the Resident Evil remake, which was a GameCube era title, is that it updated the visuals and gameplay a lot, but it also took specific beats that anyone who was obsessed with Resident Evil would know and flipped them on their head. The dogs through the window, not happening at the same point it happened in the first game, but waiting until later on when you'd gone past it a few times and then scaring the piss out of you is inspired. Hell, I just found out this morning, I haven't had the chance to play it yet because it's $60, but Resident Evil 4, the remake that's just dropped, you can skip the opening fight if you snipe the bell tower and start the bell ringing to summon all of the villagers. You could just completely skip it. Like, that's inspired! And yes, the crocodile monster does work, and yes, people have been trolling content creators and streamers in the ilk, getting them to shoot the fish before the crocodile boss. And I'm so happy about that. But yeah, it's just... we have beat-for-beat remakes, but then we have games that take the ideas and feelings and thematics and evolve them. And that's where I start getting real obsessed. I believe it was Numbers that very kindly gifted me the Final Fantasy VII remake. And at some point we will go through that because, I mean, okay, yes, it's a AAA game, it is made by Square Enix, and it was always guaranteed to sell, so they didn't have time constraints like other teams might. But they took one of the most known titles in video games and managed to articulate it forward. And I still don't... yeah, I'm looking forward to deconstructing that. But yeah, so Square Peg, Sturdy Kiwi, Watto and welcome! It is Pirate Day. So, I'm going to be joined by 3 GDC survivors this evening. So we'll be joined by Star St.Germain, who has been a frequent miscreant of chat, and is frighteningly clever. They made a game called Hollow Vista, and were the main... God, I can't even speak today. For those of you that played the Bureau of Multiversal Arbitration, they were the person of that as well. And they played Maud. We have Nick, who's joining us. Nick works at a little game studio called Question, who may or may not have worked on a video game that we know about. And we're also going to be joined by Will. Yeah, there's going to be 2 Wills this evening. It's going to be very, very complicated. But Will was part of the team, or believes. I'll get him to introduce himself proper, but Will absolutely worked on Before Your Eyes. Now, one of the reasons why I brought these peeps together is, as I was saying about like my perspective of GDC, all of these peeps did GDC for different reasons. I know Nick actually got to see some talks and got involved with that side of things. Star was doing some B2B stuff, and Will's the wild card, but he gave me the 9 of Cups at a gay rave, so I feel like he's gonna be a good fit. So that is our lineup this evening. Yeah, Nessa, the 9 of Cups is a good... well, okay. You were one of the people that told me that. Though I did make the joke about how the tower had been nerfed in the current meta, and that joke did not go down well. Oh. But yeah, Nessa, how are you doing, friend? Sorry your voice is sharp. Yeah, Nick, I had a feeling your B2B stuff would be like, can he say nothing? I mean, hell, Stars might also be the same, but at very least, like, we have a lot of different perspectives on GDC in one boat, and that's what I kind of want to focus on tonight. And if we get to wreck face during, then fucking great. But get to invite you all above the HMS Alone in the Shark. Although I do need to find a new queen with which to pledge that ship. Because I often joked about how, the only queen whose authority I respect is Gwen Stefani. And the more I find out about Gwen Stefani, the more I feel bad about that as a statement I have made. But it's fine. I'm just... in my mind, the Gwen Stefani of No Doubt... actually, no, No Doubt did a bunch of questionable shit as well. Yeah. Bad times bad. Well, No, a little bit bad times bears. Kate Blanchett? Kate Blanchett, anything wrong? Eva Green. This is the point where I find out that, like, Eva Green once tied two cats together and used them as nunchucks or something. Oh, yeah. Kate Blanchett, an unquestionable legend. Definite Queen material. You can tell I've opened up fucking Wikipedia. My pale ass. It's fine, yours can tell if I'm tabbing between things. Oh yeah, Ness, piles of business cards are intimidating. I am trying to send a very serious email, and I've... You know those days? Those days where just tiny little things keep interrupting you while you're doing a thing, and you just end up wanting to throw everything in the air. For all the times I've been mocking poor Pebs, I feel him right now. Oh yeah, Dolly Parton's solid. To quote TikTok, if you think Dolly Parton wouldn't throw a Molotov, then you haven't been paying attention. Actually, Neo Shadow, I'm not implying that they could be. I actually know very little about Queen Latifah, other than their power and stature. Yeah. There we go. That the H in HMS stands for Dolly Parton. There we go. But yeah, so I got one email I'm trying to write because it's a big deal, and if I can get through that one, then the rest is a lot of like catching up. Although I realised there are people I've known in the industry from my whole career who I'm not friends with on LinkedIn, so I'm changing that. I'm not usually in the boat of just mass adding people on social media, but considering that Twitter might not survive the year, and that was my main space, I'm just making sure I'm like adding and friending people everywhere. Oh. Anyway, how are you lot doing? As I said, aside from the death of Sonic the Hedgehog, the games industry has been nice and quiet today, and I would be very happy if it fucking stays that way. Well, Daramaniac, the Dark and Darker news actually dropped earlier in the week, and we haven't seen any more from that. Bismarck's like, what? What do you mean Sonic's dead? Oh, did you not see? Sonic's dead. Sonic died. There you go. The Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog, released today. It's partially an April Fool's, partially a real ass fucking game where Amy tries to work out who murdered Sonic the Hedgehog. It's got a real kind of like, you know, Murder on the Orient Express type thing. And yeah, EXO, I think after the death of E3, we all deserve a quiet day in the games industry. Oh shit, I guess I do have some weird news. So here's the difference between the social media platforms that we interact with, friends. So on Twitter, a bunch of weirdo white guys are mad at me because I implied, I know, shocking, I implied that the US legal system favors people with lots of money who are usually predominantly pasty pale individuals. So I've had people yelling at me over there being like, nuh-uh, or tell me you don't know how the legal system works without telling me. Like, whatever, mate, I don't care. On TikTok, I accidentally put a disco bulb in the oven, and that's done like 160,000 views in like a day and a half. Yeah, a cult. Like, what's that? That the US legal system favors the rich and privileged? Le gasp! Now, obviously, I am not referring to anything specific. I am talking in broad strokes. I am not referring to any legal cases that may or may not have ever happened. However, the discussion of US libel laws came up, and I put forward that it is possible to outspend the other team in a libel suit and just win. That being that as legal fees increase over time, and that it is quite common that the loser pays the winner's legal fees, essentially whoever has a bigger war chest has longer to go, meaning that if you're able to stall and drag things out and not circumvent, but elongate the process, you can essentially force the other person to settle or admit defeat. I thought that was very commonly known, but apparently I'm the bastard. But yeah, and then over on TikTok, my fucking feed has exploded because I put a disco light in the fucking oven. Like... yeah. Knowing my luck, of course, that, you know, TikTok will get shut down because it's a place that I enjoy and have fun on. I have hundreds of people telling me it's not a mistake, Will. You made a disco oven. You're winning. So Wraith, we've kept the disco light, but we haven't kept it in the oven, mainly because we're worried about the heat breaking it. And Kitish, I'm really glad you're enjoying Dredge. One thing I will say that I didn't know, there are multiple endings to Dredge. There are multiple endings. And I got one of the branching endings of one of the kind of the paths. I had no idea there were more. So it's also, once you get one of the other endings, you can then jump back to the overworld and explore. I don't think there's too many that you can lock yourself out of, but I haven't looked into it. So, explore, discover, inquire. Oh yeah, no, Wraith. The disco light is safe. Yeah, that's really been it. Like, last night I just spent some time playing Dredge, just adding people on Facebook and LinkedIn and stuff. Yeah, that was it. It's fucking wild because it's the first video I've had that's gone really viral on TikTok. And I don't really know what to do. Like, I guess I could do a follow-up being like, here's the light bulb, if you want to get it for yourself. But it was just, yeah, it's just fucking wild. It has dwarfed the Wizard Game video by an order of magnitude. That didn't even hit 10k on TikTok. The Funky Disco Light is, at last count, yeah, 160k. Like, what do I do with this? What do I do? Yeah, and I don't want to dismiss the concerns that people have raised about using TikTok and stuff like that, because I know like Deus and a few people are against using it as an app because of concerns. It's just, I'm already chronically online. I'm very easy to find. And it's been a really good tool for me to stop me from being too much inside my own head. Because the thing is, friends, in my noggin, I have written so many videos, like long-form YouTube stuff that I'd love to share with you all. You know, things that we've talked about here, but I'd love to do in a more concise and edited way. But every time I sit down to start recording it and making it, the weight of how much work is coming completely washes over me. Wraith, you're fucking fine, mate. You're fucking fine. You put up with me doing terrible accents. So, like, hey, I'm sorry your Friday night's not happening, but I'm fucking happy to have you here. Also, I have made it through most of this week without drinking, so I'm doing good. I've got a little green tick on my my calendar up there for all the days I'm managing to dry out. If I manage to stay sober throughout long ship days, that's going to be an achievement. And I talked to you all about this already. I'm trying to cut back because it did become very evident to me, especially during GDC, that in terms of like sleep patterns and stuff, I've become very reliant on drinking. So I'm trying to sort that out. Legend, I'm saying that you'll have the capacity to drive me to drink. That is certain. And apparently Wolfcrad's getting a fucking... getting a few shots in early. Sorry, Wolfcrad said, oh, it's true, your accents are terrible. Especially your British accent. God, never met a US gamer with such an obviously fake accent. Oh, on the subject of GDC stories, what was fucking funny was like, you could hear anyone who was Longship or Longship adjacent by the fact they'd be like, oh shit, is that US gamer Will Overguard? I'm like, fuck off!
Only love.
I know, and thank you, alright? Wraith, you were fine, friend. You were fine. Like, I mean, that's the thing. We've all been hanging out here for, well, what will be going on 5 years. We know how to say, oi, don't be a knobend.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Gwar indeed. Gwar indeed. Jackie, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. Caffeine Watto and welcome! I mean, it was also that thing of... I haven't really come up with a better way of phrasing it. I used to say it a lot more, but I often describe the Longship as a safe space. And by that I meant that, like, we're all at a point now where we all come from drastically different walks of life and different experiences. And in the event that someone says something or is a bit too much, we're all close enough that we can be like, actually, that's not okay. And it not be like a... You know, we're not going to immolate people immediately because of grasping at the wrong spoon. But we educate each other. We look after each other. And here's the thing, like, you lot put up with me being drunk as a fucking skunk sometimes. And... Bacon, no! If US Gamer is my Denny's of GDC, then so be it. But the levels to which, like, the Zalavirian Denny's saga is now shaping swaths of the games industry continues to crack me up. So Sadlin, it's not that you're not supposed to, it's... I mean, it's... So long as you clean up after it, you know what? So long as you clean up after it. We can whoopsie doodle a few immolations away, you know what I mean? Yeah, only ignite people with purpose. There we go. Oh, Jackie, I didn't know that. Also, Watto and welcome. Anyway. Oh, yeah, sorry I don't have too much in the interesting stories. Like, going viral on TikTok's not really changing anything. Just people really like disco lights in their kitchens, which is great. And yeah, I did finish Dredge. It was fascinating. And then I was watching somebody else play the ending. I was watching DJ play the ending. And DJ got a drastically different ending to me. And I was like, oh. Okay. It does kind of make me wonder how many different endings there may be in total, but I'm not sure I want to read up on it just yet. One thing that was interesting, and friends, I'd love to know your thoughts and feels on this one, because one individual was. So Baker, I'm not sure what you mean, but I'm curious. Although at the moment, like, we are at, yeah, we do not have $30 a month in the war chest right now. But that's a story for another day. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh no, that was the thing I wanted to ask you all about. So I was just, lurking, and one person brought up this fascinating thing, which was there's a workshop in Dredge. It's on one of the story beat islands that you go to, and you can't open it. However, it is available as DLC. Let me see if I can find it. So it's called the Blackstone Key DLC. And it gives you 2 additional items. One of them being kind of like a twisted eldritch outboard motor. And the last one is a sign of ruin. Which I believe is some kind of specific... it's like a mystical lure that you can use a couple of times a day. And what I found fascinating was the reactions to finding out that there was DLC for the title were very varied. Some people were perturbed that a game that had just released had DLC available. Others were putting forward the idea that, no, like, this is essentially like tipping. You know? Steam still doesn't let you... Steam still doesn't let you... There's no method... wow, I can't even speak today. Sorry, friends. Let me have another sip of this. And no, I'm just going to add that Steam still doesn't have a way for users to either tip developers or... To my understanding, there's no facility for, like, repeat purchasing outside of, like, item stores inside the title, which is complicated. Again, so far as I understand it. And C222, there also isn't a payment. And Keldra, you're entirely correct, the words are hard. Also, Watto and welcome. Now, Lost Flowers and Legend, you are right, you can gift games directly to people. That system works very well. And... I mean, that is a good way to support a title, is like, if you like it, gifting it to more people. Especially for smaller indies and stuff like that. But it definitely doesn't have the pay what you want, which is the bread and butter of itch. But I wonder if a pay what you want added to Steam would create even more of a race to the bottom with indies. I mean, we've talked a lot about price point versus content. Oh, so Bacon was talking about, a Mastodon server. I don't have the bandwidth right now to moderate an additional server. So I think we've just got to fingers crossed, touch wood, hope that Discord doesn't shit the bed. But Bacon, that was a great suggestion, and it's something we may come to. Oh, is Stammering Gamer in yet? Because I need to say thank you, because they gifted me a copy of The Last Worker, which I will definitely bang out. Sorry, I just... revenue is one of the really hard things when it comes to making a successful video game company. And one of the reasons why people tend to gravitate towards microtransactions and things like that is that if we take away the moral implications, it allows a user who is really engaged with your title to give you more money than just the standard block purchase, which can allow you to offset costs and potentially fund the studio whilst it's moving into its next thing. Now again, that's taking the moral implications and putting them in a tiny box here. Like, I'm not taking those out of the conversation or the equation forever. It's just, you can see the value and you can see why, especially during like the late 360 era, like people were trying to work out ways to get microtransactions into any game they could. Did it work? No. Did it piss people off? Yes. Did it end up putting a lot of people on edge? Very. I mean, the amount of survival horror games that tried to add like a, you know, pay for this additional pack of resources. Oh, good old horse armor. But the microtransaction systems have definitely been kind of, I don't want to say run into the ground, but there is definitely, in English language territories, a negative reaction to finding out that a game has non-cosmetic purchases. And the irony being that in the mobile space, no one seems to give a hot heck. So, I don't know. I look at a game like Dredge, and I feel that it's one of those titles that the people who get it and love it are really going to love it. But a lot of people will ricochet off it. Whereas something like, say, Storyteller, which we played earlier in the week, is just it's a block complete experience. And whether or not the cost of it is worth the experience, and whether the ticket is worth the entry, is another discussion altogether. I mean, Sturdy Kiwi, that's always a fascinating thing, that microtransactions in single-player games feel very gross and a bit predatory, but in multiplayer games they're more understood. And where does that come from? Now, I do think it comes from a lot of mishandling of different implementations throughout the years. Like, I love the Dragon Age series, but it did have one of the most egregious microtransactions. I should say DLC. Let's for the sake of this conversation, let's differentiate. So a microtransaction is something like a loot box or a repeatable small purchase, anywhere from like $1 to $5, right? So be it a premium currency, be it a resource, be it something repeatable. DLC is standard block content that cannot be repurchased. So, I mean, horse armor. What was horse armor? It was like $5, wasn't it? For just an extra skin for your horse. Bismarck, why are you all like this? Was it $2.99? Okay. And Legend, while I too do miss the expansion packs, once again, do not let nostalgia cloud thy mind, because not all expansion packs were good. There were some, but not all. But yeah, I wanted to bring up the one with Dragon Age, because unless you had already bought it new due to Project $10, a character would approach your party and say, hey, look, I'm having problems with I don't know, the mountain trolls or some bollocks. And then would be like, look, can you come help me? And if you said yes, they'd be like, all right, cool, and it would take you to the purchase page for the DLC. Like, and I'm not saying this to throw stones at Dragon Age, it's just what Sturdy Kiwi was saying about like the feeling we get from different titles and how they monetize. It's definitely part of the history of it, you know? And Wraith, you are correct about the generational. Like, I'd be interested to see the difference in size of teams between Resident Evil 4 now and the Resident Evil 4 remake. Also, a larger portion of the additional costumes were added after release for the PS2 and subsequent re-release versions. So, like, Leon's gangster outfit and things like that, those were added for the PS2 version onwards. The one that I think about a lot, weirdly, is still Dead Space 3. Because, okay, EA do not handle their properties well, and you'll notice they're kind of a through line whenever it comes to mishandling of monetization elements. But yeah, Sturdy Kiwi, Resident Evil 4 is that old. It was a GameCube original. And it was originally going to be a GameCube exclusive, but after the Capcom 5 didn't make it to 5, and the GameCube kind of, you know, a PS2 version was released. Shit, what was I talking about? Oh, yes! Dead Space 3. Dead Space 3 had resources, health items, and universal munitions that you could purchase. Ooh. Actually, so while I'm finishing up that thought, Occult Game Dev would like to propose to you all a little question. One game. You get to pick one game. You get the infinite budget. By infinite budget, we mean like, you know, a Resident Evil, like a Final Fantasy VII remake size budget. You have access to any IP. What is the game you remake? For me, I mean, maybe because this is like my flavor, I'd remake Vampire Reign from the original Xbox. Like, I'm talking like OG, like very first Tom Clancy Rainbow Six tier hardcore, city-sized map, and you have to hunt vampires. Kyle! Of course, the week where... Well, it's lovely to see you, Kyle. How you doing? I'm sorry you didn't get your burger. Yeah, this is our GDC of Thieves. I basically wanted to get, like, the GDC squad together on a ship to just have a bit more of a talk about it, because otherwise it's just me running my mouth to the long ship, and I am not the arbiter of all things GDC. Oh, no! Well, Kyle, big hugs to your friend. Still miss you. Hopefully, we can steal you next Friday. And Kyle, the next time we hang out, it'll be right after the 5-year anniversary of the Longship. I'll have been doing this for 5 years. Okay, so jumping back in, so let's see what people were choosing for their infinite budget remake. Legend of Dragoon, Soul Reaver, Skies of Arcadia, Pokemon Colosseum, Supreme Commander. Interesting. Mainly because that could use... There was so much to fix about it. Manic Mansion, X-Wing, Republic Commando, Dark Forces, Snatcher, Wraith, yes! Lexia Kane, Descent Free Space, okay. Bismarck with Mercury Meltdown, that was the spherical marble game, right? Now, Sailor, you and I have talked about this a lot. Fuck yes to Phantom Crash. What's going to be wild is with the reintroduction of Armored Core, you know, the giant robot conversation's going to start up again, and then people are going to be like, wait, hang on. The OG Xbox had one of the freshest mech games in it? What the fuck? Now, Wolfcrat, like, the OG Thief, with what we know now, would be a brilliant project. God. Now, a cult game dev is saying Trespasser. The reason why I laugh is because Nick and I have talked about this a lot, and at some point, we are going to stream Trespasser, and I'll have Nick work us through, like, how in the bloody hell we're actually going to get it running. But yeah, because Trespasser is like the Mac Daddy of all immersive sims. And it was a terrible game. Sometimes, friends, like, great inspiration comes from the strangest places. Fucking Mindjack. God, let me remake... Okay, no, I want to change my answer. I'm getting Mindjack. I'm getting Mindjack. I'm remaking that. Because I do feel that the Soulsian audience would fucking love it. The idea of, like, expansive and growing multiplayer battles, cybernetic gorillas beating the shit out of security guards, sign me up! Fucking yo! And Wraith, like, taking Snatcher and giving it, like, the stupid money AAA paint job, like, sign me up. Like, money no question, I would do an LA Noire detail, like, cyberpunk world for that one. Does anyone know how I can ban someone else's Twitch account? C222 says, deleting the ladder off the pool. Is that an immersive sim? It's staring at you through the internet. Fucking damn. C222, are we friends on the Book of Face? Do you use the Book of Face? Because I was trying to tag you in a thing earlier today, and I was like, wait, I'm sure I know your people name. Oh yeah, so friends, if we've ever met physically, please feel free to add me to, like, the Book of Face and stuff like that. Well, Shackle, it definitely ends as a submersive sim. Oh, Cryosticks, yeah, Alpha fucking Protocol. I really felt bad for them. Now, admittedly, the Alpha Protocol team bit off way more than they could chew. And they needed another year, and they weren't going to get it. Oh, greetings to the Dice Goddess.
Captain on the
Oh,
bridge.
Gerald.
Appears from nowhere. What would I start over on Nori Make? Easy.
Do you mean easy mode, or you have a good choice? Jaralan, I hope I've told you and Shackle enough how fucking grateful I am to both of you, but thank you, alright? Bear with me just a second, because the Dice Goddess is here, so Dice Goddess! Goddess of Dice! Oh.
Zombies ate my neighbors.
Oh, shit, yeah. Although I think there's a spiritual successor coming that's very good. But quickly, to the Dice Goddess, before they disappear into the ether. Please, bless my dice. Well, I rotate with whichever dice I carry on my person because I get drunk and lose them. But please, bless this dice. I could use it. And yes, it is Blorange. In celebration of 360 era box art.
1 more month.
But again, so, Jaralan, thank you for 52 months in Tier 3, you fucking legend. Kitish, 1 more month and you get your full year. Fuck yes.
Steel Battalion.
Oh.
Most of the budget goes to including the controller with the normal price game.
Yeah. I'm very surprised that there hasn't been an attempted, like, Kickstarter for something like Steel Battalion. But I also understand, like, producing physical hardware is a fucking nightmare. It still cracks me up that the sequel to that had no controllers. But no, so, sorry. To the Dice Goddess, Ho and welcome. We're so blessed. It's like Brian. He is not the dice. He's a very naughty boy. There's a lot happening all at once. Well, so Dice, it is lovely to make your acquaintance proper. I'm stealing a cult game dev in about 10 minutes for some high seas banter. And Lingo Maniac, Watto and welcome. Yes, C222 Connect Steel Battalion. You know when you can follow someone's logic, but the output is garbage. So, of course, the idea being Steel Battalion, for framing, Steel Battalion was an Xbox original mech game. Its big hook was it had a huge controller, like dual sticks, missile racks, flippable switches, the whole shebang, pedals. And this also twinned with a permadeath system, where if your pilot died, it erased your save. So the goal was that you would flick and eject out of your mech to save your save game. But depending on like how much your mech was damaged, like there was always like a bit of a biting point between like bad times and exploding. So it gave you kind of like a risk reward. You know, you could get that last shot in, but you might lose it all. Or do you bail and have to do everything again? So the sequel was a 360 era title, which... Oh, and Sadlin, yeah, thank you for the visual. That's the Steel Battalion controller right there. I can confirm it's fucking cool as shit. Now, the sequel was a Connect title, which changed from like the cyber future mechs to like a World War II kind of like big chunky tank mech. And I can see the thread. Because if you look at that, look at all the buttons and switches. Damn, that's complicated. But what if you could be in a VR type situation and you could physically like open the hatch to look around to see what's happening, close it, load the shell. Like if you had all these cool mechanical, like real physical, tactile stuff to work with, like that's fucking great, right? However, the Kinect did not have that kind of like, it could not handle that level of sensitivity. It couldn't handle that level of like complexity of controls, and it ended up being hot poo-poo garbage. It sold bad, and to play it, it was bad. Oh, Air Dragon wants Vanguard Bandits. Tactics meets Gender. There's actually a couple of titles like that on Steam right now. Yeah, Wraith. Well, so this is what's so fascinating is that, like, those who know. Some people took their controllers and turned them into, like, art exhibitions. GDC used to have this thing where you'd get into, like, a cockpit, and it was meant to be a two-player experience where you have two people who haven't played it. One has a huge instruction manual of how to pilot the mech, and the other's inside, and you have, like, proper headphone controls and stuff. It's great. And PAX has a squad of them, and is one of the few places where you can actually play like big multiplayer games of it. It's fucking brilliant. Now C222, there've been a few VR mech games. None have really popped off. I mean, that's all I really have to say. One of them got a non-VR release, and at some point I will try and stream it, but it's just been a case of, like, the time and cost. For a few titles, it does fall to the... My friend used to call it the racing game problem, which is where you try and pitch a giant robot game, but the giant robot game doesn't actually have any notable robots. And a lot of the mech designs are a bit generic. Like, they kind of sort of look like about 3 different franchises. They don't have an identity of their own. And so there isn't really enough to intellectually get into them for. But yeah. Wraith, there will come a day where I can do the Jim Belushi videos again. It's not this day. It's not this day. Lost Flowers, I don't know, is the long and short answer. The post-GDC life has been so fucking manic. And like, I just need a day or two just to like stop and like plan things proper. But I highly doubt that's ever gonna fucking happen. At the moment, we have a couple of long play games going on, and I don't know how long Final Fantasy the remake will run us. Mainly because I'm going to spend every 5 seconds stopping at every like brick and block and piece of architecture. Yeah, Ragnar, the MechWarrior arcade machines were so fucking brilliant. It was so fucking good. Before the plague, I was talking to a gentleman somewhere in Middle America who's actually remade a bunch of the cabinets with like updated screens and things like that. But yeah. I mean, Wraith, that's a bet between y'all. But I do have a copy of Final Fantasy VII Remastered, or remake. So it's there when we have the time. Oh, speaking of remasters, The Last of Us is having an exceedingly bad time. If you saw that, is it still having a bad time? Because it was overwhelmingly negative before. Let's have a look. Oh, it's up to mixed now, so I guess they rolled out a patch.
How about Connectimals, but with modern versions of VR?
Not a bad shout. The only thing I have to say about Connectimals is that they once sponsored a Sony party where we got exceedingly drunk. And I did see someone climb the Connectimal dinosaur. That was a Gamescom. Good times. But yeah, I'm not pointing out the Last of Us PC port to point fingers or to mock, but once again to remind one and all, do not pre-order video games. Because you'd think a PC re-release of a hotly anticipated game right on the heels of the TV show doing gangbusters would be a safe bet. It's not. It's not. Alright. So friends, I have some glorious miscreants waiting in the green room. We have a ship awaiting a crew. We have adventure on the high seas. Now, I'm happy to keep talking about reboots, remakes, or what have you, you lovely Mother Hubbards. Also, if any of you are looking to jump on the Sea of Thieves tonight and need a crew, we have so many people that play in the Longship. Like, y'all are fucking spoiled. Spoiled for good times. So, let's get this game started up. Let's get on the seas, and let's talk about the GDCs. The GDCs. Wasted on you people. Wasted! My world-class humor. Wasted!
Always ask yourself, is there an external reason beyond this port is done cooking and is properly optimized and the ported game is coming out now instead of later? If so, smash X to that.
Yep. Also, anytime someone has to port over a PlayStation exclusive title, always be wary. And it's not because it's bad, it's because, like, throughout the years, it's gotten better, but PlayStation's architecture has always been an arse to work with. I'm sure no one here has ever had to work on a PlayStation game, and I'm sure no one here has strong opinions. But no, the PlayStation's always been weird hardware, and you have to do a lot of weird shit to make stuff do cool shit. Naughty Dog have been working exclusively with the PlayStation stuff for years, and it does not surprise me that it was very hard to get it working on a majority of PCs. Yeah, because Cryosticks, when you think about it, you know, The Last of Us was a PS3 game originally. Nay, 1,000 years earlier.
React Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
4 months feels like time is an illusion.
It really does. Legend, it feels like you've been here so much longer. In a good way. In a good way. Oh, to Abby Side, thank you kindly for the follow. Hello, hello. We're about to get into the Seas of Thieves. So Exo, was it Iron Galaxy that did the port? Oh, and to the Dice Goddess, 1, thank you for blessing my dice. 2, thank you for following. Oh yeah, Ragnar, Sea of Thieves is a rare game. If any of you have the stomach for it, there's a wonderful documentary about...
It's not like some PlayStation systems were intentionally built to be as non-portable as possible, to try to soft enforce exclusivity when Sony just assumed they would be the winner of a console generation.
No, I would like to credit Sony with that level of smarts, but really it was just... Sony were really good at putting together hardware that did cool shit, and they didn't always think about usability. Honestly, it was only really the Dreamcast onwards where people started thinking about, like, shit, what if we made the development environment like native Windows? What if we did that? I mean, Cryostix, if you would like to remake 2 Human, you absolutely can. I won't stop you. I won't stop you. How much is this going to cost me to repair? Oh, only 7k. That's not too bad. I'll just get us in the water, then we'll get everybody online and go from there. But yeah, so Abby Side, it's lovely to make your acquaintance. Okay, so let's get the crew together. Then we can do intros, pronouns, and mischief. Oh, heck! Abby, you speak the old language. Abby's saying they just came over from the old Sir You're Being Hunted video with Dan. Lead Nora. We actually managed to do the multiplayer of it last year. But, while I don't have any confirmation, it does look like the Sir You're Being Hunted remake has been delayed somewhat. Dice Goddess, it was so good. It was so good. I tell you what, let's get everybody in chat. I'll do my usual ambushing of our lovely guests and pull them in. Because I did say I'd get them in the water at 5 and it's 5 past. Oh, no, hang on. Almost. There we go. Alright. I have stolen you all.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
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 Hello, friends.
Oh, let me just boost star.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Doot.
Alright. Welcome, friends, to the GDC of Thieves.
Yar.
I have been waiting an entire week to make that pun.
It's a good pun.
It is pretty good.
Did I
8 out of 10.
Did I completely rework my week so I could use that pun? Yes, I did. Righty. So let me share with you my Xbox name, and we can get all of y'all in. I believe, Nick, I have added you.
Yep.
And favorited, no less.
Ooh.
Yep. Star, are we already?
No.
Okay,
I don't think we are.
If you would not mind DMing me your name, and Will, if you would do the same, that would be lovely.
It's Captain Bellas, capital C, capital B, spelled correctly with a space in the middle.
So Cap Bellas or Captain.
Captain.
Captain Bellas.
Bellows.
OWS. Captain Bellows. Ah, yes. All right. A request has been sent.
Do I need to be in adventure mode? Oh, no, there it is.
Because you should... Once you have a request from myself, you should be able to join on friend.
I'm following you. Oh boy, I love Microsoft.
Yeah. But Game Pass is the only way we're able to get into this one, so I can't complain.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
Here she is. The HMS Alone in the Shark.
The name.
Okay.
There's no way to change your cosmetic of your guy, huh?
There's a potion that changes your body type.
I don't know what I was thinking when I got in the character creator for this one.
Alright. And to our lovely viewership, bear with us all 2 seconds. I'm just adjusting everyone's audio. And do let me know how peeps are coming through. And then, yeah, we'll introduce to these lovely individuals and all of that good stuff. Can you tell I'm doing 5 things at once? Alright. We got 1 pirate in, 2 pirates in. Yes!
What
God,
does it mean?
It's been forever since I played this game.
Still haven't gotten your request yet.
I think you have to join him. Or do you mean his friend request?
Friend request.
It should have come through the Xbox.
If you hold the Windows key and press G, sometimes if you toggle that a few times, it'll refresh.
Oh, there it is.
Woohoo!
Where the hell are the musical instruments?
Don't you have to equip them?
Exactly where you need them. Okay. Okay, so how's everybody sounding, dear friends?
Hi. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
There we go. Nice and level. Wraith is correct that whilst your body type is set, lest you chug a potion to change your look, all cosmetics and clothing are completely agnostic, so you can wear whatever the hell you want.
I've got no cosmetics except for my one piece of elite swag, which is my season 1 eye patch.
And left it all in one piece. I think we need a fancier ship. I want to go fancy.
Do I have to like purchase a voyage or do any of these tutorial things?
Not at all. Not at all.
Just point me at the bosun, Captain.
Oh dear, there's a sloop
Start,
out
I
there.
Already?
Immediately
Yep.
fell in the water.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
We're starting off grand.
And yes, I will be using the Spring Blossom capstan. Does it fit? No. Does it look cool? Fuck yeah.
Ah, see, this is a good lesson. Game developers actually suck at playing video games because we cheat at our own games.
Oh my god. No, seriously, that is the truth.
Because we can do whatever we want in our own games.
What was very entertaining is I had a gentleman who's actually worked on Sea of Thieves join me, and when we started heading towards... what kind of person is that? Oh, they are attacking us already. Ah!
Oh.
Oh, great. My favorite.
Love to see it. I haven't even left dock yet. This is awesome.
Well, grab
Already damaged mast. Moving.
food and fire bombs, and let's make their evening a little bit more difficult than it needs to be.
Where's food and fire bombs? I think it's one fire bomb.
Check the galley, my friend. Check the galley. All right, friends. We'll do intros in a second. It looks like we're going to be bastards first, because we've literally got nothing to lose.
Hey.
Okay, they're in the water. They are trying to board
I have one banana
They're
and one
on
fire bomb.
the ship.
Oh,
Ah,
the layout
Lem.
of this ship is totally different. 'cause
Ah,
I'm
darn it!
used to
The ship's too fast.
They're in the bottom.
I mean, yeah, they sink us.
Well,
There's
yeah.
absolutely no skin off our noses.
Yeah. We got a kill. We'll call it.
Yay! Kill another emissary.
Yeah,
did
this ship is
Titan fail
totally fucked.
anything? No, probably. We're already.
Yeah, we're
already
fucked.
screwed.
Yep,
Fully
as
fucked? Okay.
the dice goddess says, we're getting off to a good start.
Abandon ship.
Abandon the ship! It's fine. Like I said, we bought nothing, we put nothing on.
Yeah, I took everything from our munitions barrel.
Goodbye, ship.
We hardly knew ye.
Alright, let me get a banana in my mouth, right?
Right. So, to my lovely, lovely guests, thank you all for joining me, purely based on the need to use this pun one more time. GDC of Thieves!
Yeah.
I'm happy to enable a pun at any moment.
Okay, so, we'll do a spot a round of intros. Buy my ship. Oh god, that was a misfire.
Well,
Oh, here they
getting
come.
off to a start.
Are they returning?
They are returning.
Oh, okay.
Alright, let's murder some
They-
Mother Hubbards.
They absolutely do not want us to do intros.
Yeah, apparently they are determined that we shall not. But the thing is, we have nothing to
Oh, I don't-
lose.
I
They
don't have
do.
Weapon. Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gird your hurdy!
I'm here for morale.
Oh, let's quickly find out who they were as well, because it's definitely a captain ship. Was it a tub? Who knows? Alright, if we can get out to them, we can wreck their day. Because there's more of us
Yep.
than them.
Oh, you can hurdy-gurdy while swimming? Excellent game.
A good thing.
I hope this
Nice,
doesn't affect my swim speed, but I also don't care.
Nice ship you got there. Shame if it were on fire.
How do I get my thing out? My firebomb.
You have to select
throwables?
the radial wheel. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Haha! Their anchor is down, my crew! Fuck 'em up!
Ah! I'm on fire.
Fire.
Ah, details.
Jinx.
Details, details.
Can I have some water for myself?
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm down now too, but I shot them a bunch of times.
Oh yeah, is that working for you? I'm just stealing all their good munitions. Yeah, caffeine, we set him alight. Okay, okay. We find ourselves on the Sea of the Damned. Right.
Ooh, I got the purple flame this time.
Yeah. I think that's I think that is the PvP fire. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I spawned at the new ship.
All
too.
right. Let's try that intro one more time. So, to all of you who have joined me in the Sea of the Thieves tonight, thank you. Starting off with Star, because they looked after me through... No! No! No explodies!
Oh, I thought this would be good for later.
Why is
I
it
don't even
lit?
know how to throw this.
Is it lit?
Well...
It
No,
looks lit.
you can put it out. How do I get rid of this?
What if
How do I
signed-
put down a chest?
What have I signed myself up for?
Oh yeah, you're screwed, Will.
I'm moving away.
I genuinely don't know how to get rid of this.
I genuinely don't know how to put down a chest. I'm like,
Hey, it's X will do it,
stuck. X.
among other keys.
Terrible.
I see what you did there, Syndrin. I see what you did there. And thank you for the bits. Okay! So starting off with Star, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to these lovely people.
Hello, I'm Star St.Germain. I'm the Chief Design Officer and co-founder of Aconite. I also am working at Inkle on a secret project.
Ooh.
Yeah, I also freelance and such. I mostly do art direction, but I do a little bit of everything. Sometimes the UI UX. But I muck around with 3D sometimes as well, and game design. I do a little of all the things. I like to put my fingers in all the pies.
That explains so much about baking.
Yeah.
So Star, your notable projects would be Holovista and the Bureau for Multiversal Arbitration.
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah, I got it right.
Yeah, mostly Hollow Vista. We won the Apple Design Award for that, and a bunch of other things, like the Indicate Award for Narrative. And we were nominated for Mobile Game of the Year at DICE.
NBT. And Wraith, that's a different Star. You are thinking of Starlight Skies, who is consulting on different horror games now post Dreadx. Next
Yes.
up, the only thing that can make this voyage better is doubling up on our wills. So, Will, hello.
2 wills, 2 ways.
2 wills, 2 bells!
2 bells. Ding, ding.
Yeah, hey everyone, I'm Will Hellworth. My LinkedIn says I'm the captain of Goodbye World Games. It's not just a Sea of Thieves bit. I'm the founder of it. It's a little indie studio in LA with 15 or so people. And we are known for Before Your Eyes, which is the blinking game. It uses a webcam when you blink, and it tells when you blink, and then your life flashes before your eyes.
The blinking game.
Yeah, Before Your Eyes, the blinking game. I've done all kinds of stuff. I like Unity. I like game design. I'm doing a tabletop game. I'm doing music generative games. I love ants. I got ant facts. I love sea shanties, and I want to make some space shanties in a video game at some point.
Oh, fuck yeah.
There's an album of them from the 70s, but they're pretty bad, so I think it's wide open.
Okay.
You can probably do better. Oh, I'm getting hit by something.
That's okay.
I have a giant barrel.
The barrel exploded. Will and I were talking before the stream about how come there isn't rollback net shanties yet. Because, unfortunately, we can't sing shanties as a crew due to the Discord lag.
Yeah, I think maybe gonna call you on the phone or something.
And last but by no means least, Nick, would you mind introducing yourself? Fuck me running. Would you mind introducing yourself?
I absolutely will. So, hi guys, I'm Nick Crossgrove. I am a gameplay engineer at Question Games. I do a little bit of everything in my free time. So I do a little bit of 3D, a little bit of game tech in general. You'll find me on Twitter with some new experiment of the week because I do a lot of that. I work at Question. For those who don't know, we worked on the Blackout Club previously, and before that, the Magic Circle. I did not work on those, but the company did.
Oh, cool.
And we are currently working on a project that I can't talk about, but will probably say the name of.
Because it did get announced.
It did. It's just I'm not allowed to say it.
Okay. So
it's weird.
I believe you all are working on a South Park game next. Which is fascinating because Trey Parker and Matt Stone were contributors to one of the funds that helped make the Blackout Club reality. So yeah, there's a fun fact for you. Without those two, the Blackout Club would have been less of a thing. Yeah, random stories. All right, so the crew is assembled. We do still need to head to an outpost and just stock up before we get into trouble.
Makes sense.
And then it's time for GDC stories. One thing I will say, I guess, not to kind of jump ahead in the story section, but I did already flash my tarot card that Will gave me at the GGP rave.
Alright, that's on
fire?
me. That's on me. I haven't figured out the inventory system yet.
Okay, we're okay.
Man.
Oh,
We're doing great, guys.
Star's got a glowing parrot. That's fucking cool.
We are professionals.
Video games.
I've got a
Stella. Stella is my bird.
Sheila goes out with her mate Stella. I guess poured all over her fella. Sorry. Yes, Keldra, the boat is already on fire.
I mean, we got sunk before we
It was
left
on
port.
fire.
That is a good point. That
It is
might
no longer on fire.
be a new record.
Ooh, what was that?
It's just crazy that left click shoots the gun.
Oh, okay.
That's so wild.
It's just wild.
We play with controllers in this house.
Over my dead body.
Well, I do use a controller, but it's to minimize motion sickness for people watching.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
So I can't quick scope, making people want to chunder, especially when combined with the high seas. Alright, so let's see the status of the seas. We're probably going to make way to Sanctuary, unless that's where we just were.
Fireworks for me?
I don't think we were at Sanctuary last. Yeah, so that way we can pick up whatever mischief we're going to get into tonight. I'm thinking we might do a vault this evening, just because, one, that gets you all a buttload of cash, and two, we've done so many of them, it's good for conversation.
Where's
So
the map on this size ship?
Oh yeah, it's
Oh,
down
it's
here.
down there.
Yeah, the galleon's wild.
It's so different than the sloop.
I have a fucking cabin. It's great.
Again, like I haven't done the tutorial, and I last played at launch. I'm a beta player.
Like you've got the cool eye patch, which is worth it.
This is my whole life in video games. I have like the beta of Warframe that is really pimp, but I suck at Warframe.
Oh yeah. So also same, and yet still when playing Warframe, I'll get people being like, actually, this is how you play Warframe?
Yeah, switch to
Child.
Excalibur Prime.
Yeah.
Fucking
I'll
dance on them.
I'll be sitting there in Excalibur Prime and people will feel the need to explain a game.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, feel free to make yourselves acquainted with the ship. I'm very proud of this. Yes, I do have the Battletoads trinket.
Well, on the plus side, there are no level 5 raiders about.
Oh, good. And the people who were fighting us were... They were an emissary, but I didn't see who they were.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Oh, I don't want this. I want to put this back.
Yeah, and Syndrin, as wild as it is, yes, people will still come and game-splain to me.
They game-splain to you, US gamer, Bill?
God fucking damn it!
Really? Do they know who you are?
Where, how does... where is stuff stored?
It's
Oh,
just
okay.
everywhere.
Let's do a quick little tour. Okay, so over here we have our munitions. Over this spot, wood for patching everything up. If we pop on over to the galley, not only do we have our wonderful cooking setup, which I did decorate, but there are also coconuts and bananas aplenty. And at the front of the ship, you may equip weapons, grab bullets, or even make sure that we have Waffles the dog. Oh, Waffles. This is my dog. This is my dog, Waffles. Waffles
say
has a
the
habit
most
of sitting on the map
important
in front of everybody.
To make sure you have is the wood. Make sure you always have wood.
Got it. What's in the vanity chest?
Just clothing, attire,
Oh, this is like not.
peg legs, tattoos, makeup, etc.
This isn't like real items. These are like just right. Like this is just like a menu. Like if I take like a die out of this chest, it's not like your die.
Oh no,
It's like
this is
just a menu.
yeah, it's all yours.
Yeah.
They've kept it consistently throughout in that, like, we each have our own stuff. No one can lose anything. And, like, once we get the goodies back and banked, we get to keep everything, so no one has to worry about like, oh, you stole my chest, oh, you stole my cup, which I really appreciate.
Okay.
Yeah, the nice thing about this game is like the losses aren't really real. Like it's all temporary. It's all kind of transient.
Well, I play to never lose.
I will
And I've
never
already
die.
I've already set the ship on fire.
That's just how we roll.
Hey, if it's got to go down, it's going down in flames.
You have so many trinkets on this ship. I got an achievement.
I'll take it. I feel like they added the ship customization just for me. I've taken way too much time decorating this. This is my dad. Boogie woogie woogie. So what I will say is, before we get into like GDC stories and stuff like this, because Dice Goddess was saying they played this once and died so many times, and also to all of my lovely guests, if you want to play, we have so many exceptional pirates in the Longship. Like, this game seems to have just kind of, I don't know, resonated with everybody in a special way. So if you'll ever want off-stream pirating nonsense, then, you know, feckin' Bacon's taken us through. Caffeine and I have sailed together a gajillion times. Like, yeah, we have exceptional pirates on tap. Okay. So, GDC, we all survived in varying levels.
Hey.
Did we though?
I mean, I was always in a state of undeath, but that's another matter. Alright.
I died Thursday night, at least once.
I mean, fucking same. But it was a sad death. I was in Star's back room watching Hit Monkey and just being sad.
Oh.
So, let's do some basic nonsense questions while we're sailing to our port, which was, okay, your GDC highlight. So again, we'll start with Star, and we'll do a little round to get everybody in the bantering mood.
Oh man, my highlight, honestly,
Yeah.
probably just being able to spend time catching up with friends. Because for those of you who don't know, the previous year I had a broken ankle, so I broke my ankle like the Sunday right before GDC, so I wasn't able to really do much of anything. I had like one day where I got to see people. So this year, just being upright and mobile and being able to actually like run around and do things was quite novel.
Actually,
So
see
I
people.
felt like I really got to, you know, have a do-over for all the things that I was unable to do the previous year. It sounds really sappy and dumb, but like, man, being able to walk is pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, like, I felt so bad for you last year because I was whinging about having a bad time, and then you were like, "Yeah, I broke my ankle." I was like, "No." Other Will, what was your GDC highlight?
Oh man. I mean, yeah. If I am being honest, definitely catching up with friends was it. But I think probably I hadn't seen Richard LaMarche on DJ in a long time, and he was my old teacher, and he's like the lead designer on Uncharted 2, and he teaches at USC now. And
Oh, nice.
he used to DJ this GDC party called the Wild Rumpus every time, and he would do it with Phil Fish, and I don't know. It was just like a very treasured memory on like usually Wednesday, Thursday nights to go to that party, and like he's such a not party DJ guy most of the time. It was just cool to see him in that kind of element, and I didn't know if that was going on anymore, but it looks like he's doing that for the AGGP party we went to.
Yeah, was Wild Rumpus pre or post that party?
I don't know. I've been going to Wild Rumpus since like 2014. So that's as far as I know. But yeah, I mean, probably seeing him, that was a great thing. And then I saw a really cool interactive music set that was some guys doing like retro gaming soundtrack stuff, but it was like
nice.
a choose your own adventure, and like the audience like voted on their phones on like a little app of
That's
like
fucking cool.
what the next. I mean, we didn't know what the next song would be, but it would be like look up or look down or like go to your left, go right, and like little one-off votes. And apparently there's like 30 or something like versions of the set that they could have played, based on what people picked. So that was cool. I love seeing interactive music stuff at GDC. I think that's always a highlight.
And last but by no means least, like Nick, what was your highlight?
Well, I mean, my highlight was very similar to Star in a lot of ways. So rather than just repeating that, I'll go with my second highlight, which was definitely all of the new folks who are joining the industry this year. I got to spend a lot of time with first-timers, greenies, folks who are looking for their first job or just got their first job, and they have such a unique and interesting insight into what it's like to join the industry these days, and they are the future of this industry. So I was really privileged to get to spend a lot of time with them.
Yeah, was there something special this year with like grants and stuff? Because the amount of green beans seemed pretty impressive.
It was way above what I'm used to. There were just whole packs of freshies, and that was really cool to see.
Yeah.
I think this was the first year that you could recommend to someone since the pandemic of like, yeah, go. Like, people will be there.
Oh, that's fair. There's definitely going to be people who
I think the attendance numbers have been going down year over year until this year, is what I heard.
Well, that's a good point, because last year was kind of, for a lot of people, the either I have to go or I'm not getting my money back, or the risk it for a biscuit.
Yeah.
And that's why I ended up going last year, is because I couldn't get my flights refunded any further. So
I think we were nominated for Social Impact last year, but we lost, like we do every time, to either It Takes Two or what was the other one? The teenage girl who's got a psychic thing, who's probably having some kind of sexual awakening.
What is Annapurna's entire back catalogue for 200?
Shit. No.
Sorry.
Sorry. She can do time stuff. She can do time stuff.
We're still at like 25% of
Fuck
Annapurna's catalogue.
Life is Strange?
Life is Strange, yeah. Life is Strange. It Takes Two are amazing games that beat us in most of the awards.
Yeah. Although a friend of mine did point out that It Takes Two, while it is a whimsical, fun adventure for two people to play together, it does point out one of the most toxic marriages that we've probably had in video games. Like, maybe they needed a little bit of time apart. Magic book. Maybe turning them into fuzzy felt people wasn't the best way to work through their issues there.
I keep meaning to finish Life is Strange. I ran into the save game bug where it would just get corrupted back when it was first released.
I hate when that happens to good games.
So I kept trying to replay it, and I kept hitting it, and that like sinks in of this like, ugh, I just can't do it anymore.
Are we talking the original
Oh
one?
shit! There is an exploding barrel in the water. I'm gonna try and get us through it.
Yeah, I tried to shoot it, but I'm out of ammo because I've been fucking around.
I got it.
It is on the front of the ship. Oh no! Please do not drop the exploding barrel. We will have a bad time.
I'm gonna throw it off the back of the ship.
Okay, I like it. Alright, we're okay.
Regular gun ammo?
Oh, it's by the it's the little chest by the weapon select. Alright, dear friends.
I actually don't know where that is on the ship. I should figure that out.
It's bottom front nose. Alright, let me pull back so we'll try and
we be using port and starboard and bow and aft.
My previous and usual crew started using, if you'll forgive, tits and arse to refer to the front and back of the ship.
As long as we're in international waters.
So, if I refer to the arse of the ship,
I won't confuse it with the tits.
Okay. If one of you would mind standing by on the anchor, I'm gonna try.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
For the Tokyo Drift.
Just call it when it's time.
Alright. Oh, if you hear me scream about the no-no button, that's the anchor, because Tobias is vehemently against the use of anchors in any way, and I am lazy, so...
Is there a way to make it stop saying speak to the
anchor?
gold hoarder to purchase a voyage, or do I have to just go speak to him?
I think you do just have to go see.
He looks like a creep.
In his defense, he's very sad and lonely.
Fine.
So Shackle, thank you for the bits. Shackle wanted to ask the entire crew, did anyone win the office pool with E3 dying this month, or should I say this week?
Oh no, but I was happy. I wasn't sad. I was like, get out of here.
Yeah, I lost the office pool, but I was kind of optimistic about some of the changes that they were looking to make, which makes it kind of bittersweet.
Yeah. Guy had a strong plan for revitalizing like the business side of it, which would have made like actually attending E3 for work a much more pleasant experience. But they never gave him the chance. Never gave him the chance.
Yeah, my biggest fear about the death of E3 is now that GDC is going to become this big media event, and it will become less and less of a knowledge-sharing event.
Actually, I mean, like, in my opinion, well, okay, so number one, like, just by the numbers, PAX North, I think, is like the largest gaming convention in North America, like, even counting E3 and GDC, even back in the day, like, my money's on PAX, or maybe even like South by Southwest, or Jeff Keighley completely coming up with something that he's like, no, we all have to do this now, guys.
There is the thing that we've basically turned Keighley into this like video gaming, I don't know what to call him, an oligarch, mischief maker.
Yeah, oligarch is correct.
The fact that the Summer Games Fest was posting within 8 minutes of the E3 death announcement felt a little bit like, please, at least wait for the corpse to be dead, Keighley. Come on, mate.
You know that meme of like the kid shining like the peace symbol over the grave?
Oh yeah,
It was like that.
Oh, but no, like it was interesting because I was going through like all the tales of E3s that I've enjoyed, and I realized that every single thing that I've loved about E3 has had nothing to do with the actual event E3.
Yeah.
You know, it's always been the things around it. You know, the press conferences, hanging out with people in the hotels, you know, catching up with everybody, weird, wild, insane PR parties, like... Yeah.
E3 I'll remember for the worst sandwich I've ever had in my life that I paid $12 for, and waiting an hour and a half for the Homefront Revolution experience, which was a PowerPoint deck.
Oh man!
Wow!
But they had built like a whole like concentration camp like in the middle of E3, and I was like, "This is pretty cool set design." But then the line, I just got sunk. That's when I learned about sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah,
I was in line for 45 minutes, and I was like, I don't care at all about this game. I just started in this line. I'm gonna finish this line.
Yeah, I know two of the folks who were producers on that game, and they've got stories.
I think I know the writer was a teacher at USC, Danny Bilson, and I like Homefront. I like what they're trying to do, but yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Sorry, just quickly to jump into chat. So Ragnar, PAX used to stand for Penny Arcade Expo. PAX now just means PAX.
Good day.
It is no longer a Penny Arcade owned exhibition.
What?
Yeah.
Who owns it?
Repop.
They own it. What?
Yeah, Repop
Yeah,
owned
Penny
PAX.
Arcade sold PAX?
Yeah.
When?
When?
God, a few years back.
Are we old?
Yes.
We are all
We
officially
are definitely old.
Fuck me.
I do understand. It was partially after the aftermath of the Dick Wolves incident. There was a lot of discussions behind the scenes, and it was like PAX as an event had grown beyond being about Penny Arcade. And so so far as I understand it, the decision
It's a
was
polite
made...
way to say we want to distance ourselves from these poisonous leaders who are bad for marketing.
A little bit, but also those individuals were also the ones saying, like, yeah, we should have a separation.
Look, I grew up on Penny Arcade. I know, like, have an unpopular, and I was actually there at the Q&A panel where they doubled down on Dick Wolves.
Oof.
That was it.
So, you know, yeah, I have a complicated history with it.
What? Okay, so I don't know what this bit of drama is.
The Dick Wolves.
We are talking 1,000-year-old drama, okay? Like,
Yes.
this is, in video game
This is like-
terms, ancient history.
2000 and what, like 12-ish?
It might have even been earlier.
Yeah, maybe earlier.
Because I think Dick Wolves was before I went to my first PAX. So the TLDR is that the Penny Arcade team made a joke about how, in especially MMOs, that once we've finished our quest requirements, that we will just leave people to horrible fates. So the joke being, like, there is a bunch of slaves in Northland, you know, chipping away at ice for the fucking Ice Lich King. And someone's like, hey, like, yo...
Oh, it was the werewolf expansion. Werewolves had just come
Yes.
out in World of Warcraft.
You've got to save me, and the hero's like, nah, I saved my 5 quota, you're on your own. And the joke kind of ends up with this particular slave worker talking about how their lives are so bad, and how...
But sir, I get raped by the dick wolves every night.
Yeah, he goes, no, I've got my 5.
Jeez.
Now, obviously, people expressed some, like, hey, that's not cool.
Right.
You
But
know.
I think what's really not cool is the doubling and tripling down. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they were just like, oh, yeah, that was a bit in poor taste, like, my bad, like, that's one thing. But they were like, this is the artist's fucking right. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, they did a panel where they were, like, literally live drawing.
Yes, I was at that panel.
Yeah. Now, to clarify, all involved have sincerely apologized for it since, and you know, again, it's part of the reason why, like, the separation between PAX and Penny Arcade has happened.
Yeah.
The Penny Arcade crew are there, but it is a Reed Pop event now. It is just PAX. But it was wild. It caused a huge schism in Vigigamery for like a good hot minute.
I mean, it was kind of like the death, like, part of the death of, like, just edgy gamer shit, right? Like, I think they were just like, no, we're the edgy gamer, like, webtoon, like, you know, we, like, say whatever we want, like, and it was just video games being like, I don't know if we're completely about that anymore.
Yeah, that's not who we be.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like a filtering event that occurred right around that era for a lot of people. Just, you know, culture shifted and people either had to shift with it and understand, like, some of the shit they were saying was problematic and wrong, or they got the fuck out.
Yeah. Or like us indie gamers or indie game developers have no choice but to promote there if we get the chance anyways.
Yeah, I'll admit, I've actually never gotten to go to PAX.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
if only you knew people in the Seattle region. Just
Some of my
saying.
most embarrassing moments are when the one year I cosplayed as generic steampunk to PAX. I think all the photos are gone now that I've deleted my Facebook, but there could still be some out there.
Nothing's ever gone on the internet, and the steam.
Yeah, that's
if there's
what
a
I'm worried
group
about.
who remember, it's the steampunks.
This was 2009, I think.
I mean, yeah, that's the Octs. It does, you know,
Yeah,
everyone
doesn't
did
count.
stupid shit.
It's before. All I Want for Christmas is Used steampunk music video. As any steampunk will tell you, was the death knell of steampunk.
Yeah.
So, dear crew, obviously I want to continue with GDC stories in the ilk. I have spied a brig, so I'm going to grab us a nice little vault. So we go on a big treasure hunt, make a whole bunch of money, and I think we should look towards buggering off.
Sure.
I don't think we're ready for a scrap.
I'm going to go for a little quick toilet, and then we'll do that.
No worry. So we're gonna be stealing the devious grog of Swillin Dylan.
Okay.
Dylan knows what he did. It's fine.
So did you say that you spied another ship?
I did. It's a brig heading south-southwest. I thought it was one of the skeletal towers, and it absolutely the fuck wasn't.
Let's go fight some skeletons.
Let's fight some skeletons. If we're going for a vault, the skeletons will come to us.
Yeah, that's fair.
And
Yeah, luckily the visibility is pretty low, so hopefully they don't quite see us yet.
yeah, and they're flying with their lights on, so. But they haven't moved
What does that
either.
mean?
So you see how there's like 3 yellow lights on their ship.
Yeah.
That means that either they are not concerned with conflict or they are new, because those lights make it very easy to see the person in question or the ship in question.
It's a hell of a fog bank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, depending on where the golden compass sends us, we might dip into there.
She be volumetric.
I mean, this is the game to talk about that stuff.
Fucking
It's
right.
true.
This tech is incredible. Although the CS:GO the new Counter-Strike cloud tech for their smoke grenades
Suddenly,
is just,
everybody cares about smoke grenades.
oh my god, that stuff is cool.
Right. Before we talk smoke and volumetric, would you kind folks come and vote on our next little operation? There should be a scroll and a dagger at my desk. Yeah, got to get a vote for it.
Yes, I went up to Crow's Nest to look for this ship, so give me a second.
Oh, quick question. So, Star, are you playing on your small setup? Or are you playing on the big setup?
Oh, I'm on the big setup.
Oh. This one's more for the long ship, but you all saw that photo of the Sea of Thieves projected onto the big wall? That's what Star's playing on right
Did
now.
I do it right?
Oh man.
Did I put my dagger in the right place?
You did not. Like, what nonsense have you brought us? You have brought us tussle with the pitiful crew of the Wailing Hell. No! Let's get...
Okay, I see it. It's an
There we
in-universe
go.
thing.
Now we shall steal the devious Grogswill and Dylan's hoard.
Fuck Dylan.
Fuck, Dylan knows what he did.
The only thing I think we need to do is vote to cancel voyage, which is not what we want.
No.
Filibuster.
Okay, so we need to be heading northwest. All right, my crew, give me some sails.
Okay.
Oh god, it's so dark.
Yeah.
How do I,
There we go.
am I doing it?
You're doing it. With the middle sail, can I request what we like to call the gentleman's tuck, where you pull the middle sail up enough just so that I can see out the front.
Gentlemen's tuck, 2 bells.
2 bells! Thank you. And, okay,
This-
yeah, so there's 2 ships out there in the fucking...
What?
One's coming out of the fog, and I guess the other is at Newcomb Isle. Sorry.
Look, I'm not a good sailor, so I don't know where all the sails ropes
I
are.
think what you meant to say, Will, is New Golden Sands.
I did mean to say New Golden Sands, and I realise that I'm now having to explain a lot of in-jokes very quickly. But yeah, New Golden Sands has 2 ships at it, so they can duke it the fuck out if they wanna. Right.
Alright, we are officially 3 sheets to the wind.
And I am leading us completely the wrong way. Fuck sticks.
Just for
Do a
everyone
big old
here,
wheelie.
I did warn Will earlier in the week that if I was on, I would talk about all of the tech and nerd shit, so...
No, this is the
here.
fucking place to do it, mate.
If you're a gamer and you're out there and you're thinking game development, man, what are these lazy game developers up to? Try to make something that is 10% as good as this water
Yep.
and as performant.
So
This water is is like the Roman concrete of video game development.
Yep.
Okay, so for
I have-
those who don't know, what makes this particularly special? I know, but I also want to hear you all talk about it.
So, I mean, the first is that this game is pioneering a bunch of the new mathematics that we're using to develop this noise. In this case, they're using fast Fourier transform. I'm not going to try and explain it because it's incredibly complicated.
Do it.
No,
Math
I'm
lecture.
not. No. We'll have like 4 viewers by the end of it. But needless to say, it's very, very fast. The name matters. It's able to develop these really complicated waves that can intersect each other in a really natural way. We're finding new uses for that algorithm every day. It's powering some of the neatest effects in games.
Oh, Shackle's just chanting, math talk, math talk, math talk!
I mean,
They're
yeah.
literally chanting, do it!
No, I'm not. Honestly, like, ChatGPT gives a very good explanation.
I mean, what I'll say is, like, they had that amazing water when they launched, and then they changed it, and then you see when the waves get a little bit lighter when they go up, it's like the simulation of subsurface scattering. I don't know, like,
Yep.
There's a bunch of scenes in my game where a boat has to float on some water, and just getting that to look okay with physics, like,
Oh yeah, physics is in.
To have water that does this and feels like a real boat and looks pretty, and the white parts are in, like, the math to get the white parts in the right parts of the wave is like more advanced than going to the moon.
Yeah, I felt very lucky that Hollow Vista was almost entirely pre-rendered. Didn't have to deal with any of this.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't need to do this in real time, then pretty waves are actually pretty trivial these days.
Yeah.
But like, if you need to do this shit real time, it is another level. You basically need to hire an expert.
It is
Are we
very
going
bad
on this island?
I think it's here. So feel free to murder the absolute
who's
hot
shooting?
shit out of these skeletons.
Oh, skeletons.
I'm gonna.
So,
In theory, the golden compass should point us to the first piece of a map. Then the map takes us to a place where we dig up an idol. The idol then takes us to the vault, and then we make a fuckload of money.
My favorite thing for math talk that I'll give here is that so in video games you need to know the position, scale, and rotation of every single 3D object that's in your 3D world. And position, scale are actually very easy to keep track of because it's just like meters and how many meters is it big. But rotation is this fucking insane witchcraft where if you try to just measure something with how many degrees have I turned, like in the x-axis, y-axis, z-axis, you run into something called gimbal lock, which is like if you look straight up and then rotate, like it's mathematically uncertain what the fuck you're doing. And so underneath the hood in all video games, or at least in Unity games, are this thing called quaternions, which are like a 4-variable, one or two of which are imaginary numbers, way of keeping track of rotations that never breaks. And if you go to the Unity documentation page, like if you're a Unity dev and you're trying to look it up, it just says, don't learn about quaternions. Yep. You need a degree in math to learn about quaternions. Like, if you're at this page to understand quaternions, know that you don't need to understand quaternions.
Yep. Quaternions were invented in the 1800s by a guy named Hamilton, not related to the guy who was one of the founding fathers. Fun fact,
was he?
All of the people.
Was there anything Hamilton can't do?
Every single mathematician who viewed his basically his thesis on quaternions was like, this is the work of the devil, and makes it
still
genius.
Is. Literally, Unity's documentation says this is the work of the devil.
It's incredible. Like, every single person for hundreds of years has been like, fuck this shit. It's amazing, but it's awful.
Did you actually just see a ship? Or...
Yeah, we got a 3-sailer who's drifting to an island to our. Well, let me get my compass out.
Yeah,
southwest.
So, brig southwest of us. And
it.
Annoyingly, the golden compass wants us to go in that direction.
Well, dang. Do we want to tangle, or do we want to go around?
We're going to go past them. We're not going to fire the first shot. So
that's fair.
Pull anchor, and we'll trundle past them, see what happens. Hopefully we don't need to go to the same island.
IRL gimbal lock is something that really screwed over the Apollo problem in multiple instances.
Shash was saying the IRL gimbal lock was something that nearly screwed over the Apollo problem in multiple instances.
Yep. It's actually amazing how difficult simple things where it's like rotate in space is just mathematically intense.
Like, just say to a programmer, like, okay, I want a game where I can look directly up, like, pointed directly away from the ground and then spin around and then look down again. You literally need a PhD in math to solve that in a game engine.
Or just a lot of experience in 3D math.
Yeah.
Vector and matrix math. And, like, that's a thing I had to take a course on when I joined Question, just to, like, be at the same level as the other gameplay engineers.
And if there's any fucking kids watching this,
I sure hope
a lot of the times in physics and math and in science, when you're like, when am I going to use this? And your teacher's like, you just need it. Like, you're going to need it for video games. You're going to need physics, you're going to need vectors, you're going to need algebra, you're going to need geometry if you want to make video games. If you want to make video games, you kind of need to know what an arctangent does, because that's how we turn WASD into a circle direction.
Yeah, that's the...
Sorry to interrupt. We actually need to be at the same island as them. I figure let's just do a big old round trip, let them do their stuff, and then we'll come on back.
Okay. We have more sails than them, right? That's all that matters.
Well, so we're we can catch them with the wind, but against the wind, we're slower.
What was that?
I just keep clicking when I'm selecting new items. I'm never gonna break this high bet.
They're not a captain. They're not a captain ship. But they're also not flying the rainbow flag, so they can't be trusted.
Yeah.
I have my cannon trained on them in case they fire a shot.
Though I will say the urge to swim over there and put a banana on their stove is quite high.
When will I ever need trigonometry?
I would not blame
Anytime
you
you're
if you
dealing
wanted
with
to.
triangles. But I'm making video games. Everything
Sorry,
is made of
Shackle's
triangles.
just pumping out bangers. Shackle saying,
Share with it
when will
back.
I ever need trigonometry? Well, anytime you're dealing with triangles. But I'm making video games. Fucking everything is triangles in video games.
I got bad news. Yeah, I've taught a lot of coding boot camps and like a lot of like Unity dev beginner stuff, and it's always a hilarious moment where they're like, "Oh man, I should have paid attention in physics." Like I know what a Newton is, but now I have to relearn it. It's like, yeah, you do.
Is that on purpose?
Yep.
Anyone else feeling jumpy tonight? I certainly am.
Oh, that's how you put the fireworks and things.
Yeah, you have to unload the cannon first.
Okay.
Welcome to New Golden Sands. This is the most developed of all of the ports, so the port towns. There's a fucking lighthouse, there's a statue. It's fucking cool. They've been slowly building this over time. But sorry, Will, I interrupted. You were talking about coding boot camps.
Oh, I mean, I've just taught a bunch of them, and it's funny when, you know, you get to the point of like, oh yeah, I actually do need to remember what like how many what a Newton is and like how to add force to an object. Like, I don't know, I was working with this student who's like trying to make like a recreation of a famous baseball game, and it's like, yeah, you need to know what Newtons are if you want to throw a baseball at someone in a video game.
All right, heads up, my crew. There is a merm in the water, which means
I see him.
there's people on this here island.
Yep.
I was going to say, one of the most impressive bits of physics in this game is actually the harpoons.
Which
These
they just
harpoons,
improved.
in networked circumstances, which is you know, adding an entire layer of fuckery to your everything that you do, is able to swing the ship around in a realistic way using nothing but pure physics.
And the buoyancy of the water.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, they do
Not
have
to
a
mention-
massive fucking server for it.
They do. One of my favorite stories is how they do pathfinding for AI on moving ships. Does anyone else know this?
No,
or
go for
do
it.
You want to guess?
Okay,
Does anyone
so
want to guess?
the problem is that moving ships have their coordinates go crazy all the time. But what my guess is that they fix it in a similar way that Kerbal Space Program had to do it. Because basically you get this thing where when you're moving around too much on a big place, you get what's called floating point error, where numbers aren't good in computers and they get inaccurate when you go too big. So my guess is that they have something like Kerbal Space Program where they're resetting the zero of a floating point coordinate system to the ship regularly.
That is incorrect, good sir.
Would anyone else like to take it for 200 points?
For 200 points.
Also, Varbles was just joking that they were going to say that Blazeball doesn't need to know about the Newtons to throw baseballs, but then was like, you know what? Let's be fucking honest. They probably calculate that shit.
I know all the guys who make Blazeball, and let me tell you, they don't know shit about Newtons.
Yeah.
But they do know about sexy tigers.
Just kidding. Just kidding. No.
I love you.
Yeah, my favorite, one of the Blazeball devs is this guy, Joel, who in USC, when I was in class with him, made a game called A Rock Ascending at Speed 1. That was a game maker game where when you hold W, a rock goes up forever at Speed 1 in Game Maker, and I still think about it.
I love Game Maker. Okay, so I'm going to answer this because it's genius in its simplicity. They project the ship's nav mesh in a location basically near 000 in world space. There's a fake ship, and they project themselves onto that ship and then use the offset from the actor's like position.
Fucking yo!
Just
I
so
was half right.
like
I was half right.
geniusly simple.
All right. Sorry to get back into game. Friends, would you mind giving me half sails on the front, I feel like being a bastard today. These guys are where we need to be. So...
Is that half? Am I doing this right?
I think you are.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring us in nice and close.
You hold F and you do the mouse wheel for the sails, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I use WASD.
But basically, I'm going to bring us in. When I say pull all sails, and then we're just going to shell the shit out of these guys.
Okay, I'll pull these sails so that I'm standing next to.
Maybe we die, maybe we don't, but they had the unfortunate...
That's video games, baby!
Yeah, they had the unfortunate problem of being in our way.
I was gonna hop on their ship and see if I could move it away.
That's not as much fun as destruction.
That's fair.
Right, pull sails.
It's a damn tough life, full of toil and strife. We
Yep.
whalemen
Pull the sails up!
go. And we don't give a damn when the gale is done. How hard our winds did blow.
Pull the sails!
They are aiming at
Cause
us.
we're homeward bound from
All right,
the Arctic
open fire
ground,
at your leisure.
And free. And we don't give a damn when the gale
You
is
stole
done.
a person! All right, just you know
How
what?
do I load this thing?
Oh my word!
Why?
I didn't know I could do that. That's amazing.
I got it. All
I
right.
stole another one.
Should we fight these people up here?
I didn't kill them. We stole
Yes.
them. We're the bastards here.
Uh-oh, one on ship behind me.
Yep. Someone get me?
Ah, I died.
Oh my word! My whole crew. All right, welcome back, Bellows, and
Hey.
there we go. Now, if someone would be so kind. All right, so they're sunk. So we just need to repair ourselves
Yeah.
and protect
I
ourselves.
definitely got a lot of fire into their ship.
All right, let's have a look at how
Yeah.
we are doing. Oh, we do need some bailing.
I'm hanging out here with all of their crew, just FYI.
They are not going to be happy with us, but we sunk their shit. So well done.
Yeah.
They're coming back right now.
They'll have to come back
Coming
to
back
a
up.
different ship. Oh, they did drop a lot of treasure. Oh well.
Oh, did they?
Oh well.
Excellent.
You know what? As a first engagement of the evening, I thought we were fuckered. We were not.
By first, you mean second?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I guess so. All right, I'll swing us around so we can hoover up whatever's there. So when you don't have the anchor down, even if the sails are up, you can still angle, and that basically allowed us to broadside the shit out of them, and they couldn't get a hit on us. But it's fine. It's fine. It's called the Sea of Thieves, not the Sea of.
Should we like jump in the water and pick things up, or what's going on here?
So I'm swinging us around. And
There's
then,
a shark in the water.
I'm trying to use the harpoon to get as much of this as I can.
There we
but
go. There may be.
I'm just not a great shot. Oh, this is an exploding barrel, isn't it?
Yes.
No, that is a barrel full of cannonballs in the ilk.
How do I get
Oh,
it
we're good.
off
Take it
the-
on.
So once you've grabbed everything you can out of there, just
I got it. Oh wait,
just
it's got a bunch of stuff in it. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, it's got like 47 cannonballs in it,
love to see it.
and then put it in the thing down the deck.
Yes, if we have a multi-use crate, we can hoover it up quickly. Otherwise, just drop it and go for the good loot, because there is a shark going for you, friend. Swim, my friend!
Oh, it's
Swim!
Okay, just drop it. Drop it. I've got all the good loot out of it. The barrel thing.
Run, run, run.
I can't run.
Whatever the swimming equivalent of running is. All right, so just to
Oh,
drop
you
the
got it.
harpoon, it's just
Yeah, good job.
on fire.
Get that shark meat.
Shark meat. Ooh, haha. I'll give us a tiny bit of backsaw, and we'll just hoover up the rest as we continue. Because we'll probably
Quite
need to.
rich with the other harpoon.
I mean, what's a good victory shanty?
Question: is Queen's "We Will Rock You" a shanty?
Are you on a ship currently?
Well, because I remember the rules for a shanty is it has to have a call and response, right?
Well, okay, so do you want me to get pedantic? Because the majority of the things that we consider shanties today are balance. Like, not even has to have a call and response. You need to be able to coordinate lifting a barrel on a pulley rope with a shanty. That's a shanty.
Okay.
Most of the things of, like, you know, Drunken Sailor is kind of a ballad, but, like, you know, like Paddy Doyle's boots, like, to me, yeah. We'll
pay Paddy Doyle
for his boot. Yeah, that's a shanty because that's about coordinating lifting.
Yeah. So
That's
that
the
means that,
definition in
like,
Webster's.
"We Will Rock You," no. Single ladies, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's got the. You could coordinate a hoist to all the single ladies.
Oh, we got somebody shooting at us.
Oh, do we?
Oh, hi.
Yeah.
I think it's a skelly.
Is it a human or a skeleton?
I think it's a human. I got an X.
Oh,
I got
it's
my
a-
Call of Duty.
I was trying to do a cheeky snipe. Grab your rifles, my friends. It's time
how do
for
I
a
grab a rifle?
hunt.
Yeah, I gotta eat some bananas.
How do I grab a
Yeah,
rifle?
I do too.
The Eye of Reach.
What?
It's down by the munition crates.
Okay, where was he shooting from?
He was shooting from
On the island, on a
the
cliff.
island at
Yes.
the top of the cliff.
But he backed off.
Okay, I was gonna say this island is like all cliff.
With the eye of what?
The Eye of Reach.
The hell are you talking about?
It is a long rifle.
Where is it?
So it should be in your munitions kit. Down by the varying clothing and attire.
Okay.
There
I'll
he
figure
is.
it out.
The bloody critter thinks I haven't played a shit ton of Sniper Elite. Good sir, that's
Good sir!
my fucking bread and butter.
I say.
Although, so the sails are up. If we raise the anchor, we can just shell the shit out of him. I'm not very good at this,
Oh,
are you?
yeah, I see him.
Straight in the
This is
gob!
A straggler from the crew of this other ship.
Oh, absolutely. Alright, have fun sniping him. I'm going to raise the anchor so we can just broadside a person. It is probably worth noting that he would be coordinating the rest of his crew to come find us.
Yeah.
Yep. If we got everything, we should go.
Wait, hold on. How do I change? What do I have to click on to change weapons?
You
I
have to
can't
come
believe you
down
skipped the
to
tutorial!
I didn't 6 years ago or whatever.
There should be a chest down by the cosmetic that has a cutlass and a pistol on it.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
on the
okay.
wall. It's called the armory.
Oh, it's on the
I'm
wall.
bad.
Nobody said it was on the fucking wall. You guys suck at this game.
Yeah, sorry for the movement, but... All that.
Good thing I'm an excellent first-person shooter player.
Alright, leveling it out.
What's the
there's-
bullet drop like in this game?
There's 2 players on this cliff.
Uh,
I just saw a second person.
Okay. Well then, let's level the playing field! Oh, hang on, let me level the guns out a little bit more for you all.
So you're gonna have to go back down to get more ammo from the chest that is right next to the armory.
Oh, actually,
okay, I think I got it now.
One of you found a chest of ammo, so we're actually set. There should be one on deck.
Yeah, I found one when we were at one of the islands. It's right here.
I think they're backing off, though.
Yeah, I think so too. I think we should go.
Okay.
Do you want to get anything else from any of these barrels in the water?
No, those will just be more cannonballs in the ilk, and we're actually doing rather well for those.
Yeah, we have like a full stack of 100.
Okay, cool. We should do TFO then.
Okay, we definitely made our very quirky point.
I'm gonna tell a random game dev story. It doesn't have to do with GDC then, if we're just traveling.
No, I mean, once again, so to all of you lovely selves watching our GDC miscreants, if you have any stories, if you want to know more information, like now's the time.
That's cool. I got him.
Good shot.
You got him.
Yeah, man, tell your stories.
So many gamers may be familiar with the legendary game 50 Cent's two games. He had 50 Cent Bulletproof and 50 Cent Blood on the Sand.
Yes.
50
Seminal
Cent Bulletproof, I think that he asked for himself. But 50 Cent Blood on the Sand, I've learned through my industry contacts, was a in development Delta Force game that was essentially like you're a sneaky American badass commando fucking up the Middle East or whatever, but it lost funding or there was some kind of business development hell thing. And someone on their biz dev team said, fuck it, why don't we try and sell it to 50 Cent? So they replaced the main character with the character model of 50 Cent.
Hang on, because we need this in all its fucking glory. So what you're telling me is that there was a team developing a third-person oorah
Call of Duty
shooty gunbang.
Yeah, but they ran out of money.
And so their thought was, fuck it, we'll reskin it as a themed 50 Cent game.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's why if you've played the game, it's,
Ship to our right.
Ship to our right. It is...
Steadiest.
It is the Anthropophobia. Anthropophobia?
I think they're afraid of people. I think we're good.
Oh. Well,
yeah. So,
sorry,
anyways, yeah. I mean, it was in the glut of those games coming out. I think this game came out 2002, 2003, something like that. Xbox 360. So yeah, they were like, I guess let's sell it to 50 Cent. Apparently, this works out, but on the condition that the game is only good if 50 Cent's 10-year-old son thinks the game is good. So 50 Cent would come in regularly and like do playtests and stuff like that. And it's a great game, by the way. One of the main achievements of that game, I would say, is that it's kind of like Borderlands, where there's like a combo, or not Borderlands, I don't know, whatever. There's like a combo meter when you're killing people and you're trying to like chain kills together. But it had a obscenities bound to right stick, and as you do better in the game, you like spend your currency on unlocking like more obscene obscenities for 50 to yell at people to get better combo scores. Anyways, the end of this is that they had finished the game. And 50 Cent came in one day, but then he brought his 10-year-old son with him, and everyone was like, oh, shit. And he was like, I'm not playing it today. Like, the only playtest that matters is my kid. So they play it, and the kid's like, it's a good game, I like it, but there should really be a part where you're in a helicopter shooting people. And so this 50 Cent said, like, I'm pulling the plug if there's not a part where you're in a helicopter shooting people. And 6 months to release, they added a, 30-minute segment at the end where you're in a helicopter shooting people. That's really rough if you've played the game.
Oh my fucking life.
Oh my god.
I cannot imagine that. Like, of all the nightmare creatives, I mean...
50 Cent's 10-year-old son is up there, yeah.
Wow.
I think
Bless.
We're straight to a pirate ship.
Bless the obscenely rich, capricious game owner. Like, wow.
You guys see that?
Great game though.
Okay. All right. Prepare to pull sails to half. Ready on cannons. I've just sailed us into a flavor of fuckery.
There's another ship to our left.
Yeah, I think that sloop's far enough that we don't have to worry.
Yeah, I think we're about to run into a lot of skeleton ships.
Yeah, it's all right. We're trained for this.
A lot.
That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, there's one on our left.
Wait, I actually don't know how to make these sails go up or down.
WASD up down should allow it to move. It just
it's
very
just slow.
All right, we've got a skeletal sloop coming in on port side.
Cool. Sorry, I was ranging the cannon. I didn't remember how far they went.
Nah, it's all good. We can't take it with us.
I gotta get more cannonballs.
Little too.
I mean, props to the kid for giving honest
the music
and
is so good.
questionable feedback. It wasn't some vague enhance the flame stuff.
New to this game, I would say try to aim in such a way that they will take on water.
Oh shit.
She's behind us.
Whoa.
What ho pirate Vikings. Wreck that skelly ship for Fiona.
Ah, piss! I may have set myself on fire.
Oh dear.
This is a problem of my own making. Alright.
I
don't
jumped
worry
in the
about
water to fix that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh! We definitely took a hit there.
I'm no longer on the ship.
Same.
Find the mermaid.
It's only a little bit of fire, it's fine.
Ah, there's the mermaid.
There she is, yeah.
It's alright, the parrot has come to help. Turn, you great big bastard, turn!
There we go.
Alright, how are we doing for water? We're definitely taking on some.
Okay.
It's
let me
fine.
check.
And Lyra's Watto and welcome. That was definitely another hit.
Alright, I'm going down.
Alright,
come
the
on, that
holes
didn't
are
hit.
plugged. But my accidentally setting us on fire
Let me
is...
do the mast. I'm below trying to fix it.
Alright, I'm gonna come. You
Okay.
need wood or buckets?
Wood.
Whoa, that ship is out of the water.
Yeah.
Okay, now buckets.
Okay. Pump me boys, pump a drive down to hell and up to the sky. Bend your back and break your bones with just 1,000 miles from home.
Now, once we sink this cheeky little bad word, we may end up with bigger, nastier nonsense.
I gotta say, I love the reactive soundtrack for these battles. It's just amazing.
And again, like
good.
Star was mentioning, the fact that it's not just this ship has X amount of health. It is you have to hit it in such a way that it sinks.
Oh.
All right.
You know what that reminds me of?
Drop anchor.
No.
Actually, don't drop anchor. Hold there.
Okay, never mind.
Are we good?
I'm ready to.
I think we're good. I think all
He
of
sank.
Oh, no, there's one more here.
Yeah, so the sloop is down. Now it's a case of who's coming next for us.
What, no loot?
It'll take a second for it to pop up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see you.
Alright, I think we are fully repaired, my friends.
Good work,
Good job.
work. Thank you. Right, so the sloop is down. But it hasn't said, congratulations, you have won piracy.
I'm gonna reload any of these cannons.
Hey, your pass, Stella. So, you know, I'm gonna... We'll bring us past that little sloop. But... yeah, you'll still hear the battle music, right?
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay, everything is loaded.
But I tell you, like, what a fucking Hail Mary is a biz dev move. Like, your realistic military shooter is just not gonna happen. So you turn it into a 50-cent branded project.
Great
it's
game.
pretty good.
It's a co-op. If you guys like co-op games, it's a great co-op shooter to play with your friends. The ending has about 45 minutes more helicopter and Humvee section.
Oh,
than
here we
anything,
go.
but there it is.
Left or right?
Don't know
The
yet.
left of the ship. Loot
No, here
to
we
the
go.
left.
Alright, starboard!
Oh,
Oh shit,
this
both
side.
sides! Both sides! focus on the fucking galleon.
Is that left or right?
Woo! Portside galleon! The fuck?
The big one or the little one?
Little one! A big one! Big one! Did we just hit something?
Alright.
Oh, they hit us with a health ball! Alright, we definitely just took a lot of punishment.
Yeah.
Okay, take it on water.
I got a harpoon on the little one.
Yeah, we're not in good shape.
Okay.
Can we get the ship turned so we can get some cannons on target?
Okay, yeah, no, we should be good. Alright, starboard guns on the galleon!
Come on.
Alright, let me give you some angle, friends. Oh, fuck you, sloop.
I'm gonna start bailing.
Yeah, Star, if we're taking bad shit, give us a shout.
No. We're okay.
Yeah, I just
No water.
everything.
Alright, there we go.
Okay.
Fuck you, sloop!
Why is our cannonball barrel covered in purple shit?
It might be a
the curse.
peace ball. Alright,
Yeah.
Okay,
starboard guns!
more damage. I'm preparing.
Bastards.
I need more ammo, but the ammo thing has got purple on it. Okay, here we go.
Alright, leveling us out.
Shit. That sounds like water downstairs.
Yeah, they
I got it.
do this again. I need more wood.
Okay, just give us a shout if you need more.
No, I got the wood. I got
hands.
the wood. Just buckets.
Alright,
There's a whole okay, I'm bucketing.
I see the bubble.
There's a whole bunch.
Oh god, he's coming up behind us. Right
yeah,
side.
he's fucking got us dead to rights.
I'm out of ammo.
Coming back on board.
Alright.
Where is he? I see him. Yeah, it's just another hard right if you can, Captain.
I'm doing my best, I'm doing my best. We're as right as we can be. Alright, yeah, here we go. And Hopper-cha! Hopper-cha? Hopper-cha. Ha-ha!
Oh, he's coming right on us.
Oh yeah, he is crunching us. Double hit! Okay,
Coming down.
Yep, someone's going down.
okay. Oh, crap sticks.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I need more wood.
Not looking good, friendos.
More help with Bailin!
Yep.
Yeah, somebody grab some wood.
Alright, the sloop is down, so good work. Ah, crab sticks, crab sticks! This is why they're not chasing us. Brace! I'm sorry!
Oh.
Don't worry about it.
William.
I'm sorry, I was helping!
I got it.
William US Gamer Overguard.
God,
Nothing a couple of sticks can't fix.
Alright, we're heading back around on that fucking galleon.
Thank you all for keeping on top of the holes.
Alright, well, brace dear friends, because there may be more coming. That galleon is bearing on us. It'll be
see
starboard
him.
guns. We're going to do a pretty violent pass on them.
Yep.
I need more cannonballs.
There should be a crate of cannonballs on top deck. There's nothing quite like interrupting
I'm
really
ready.
good dev conversations with, like...
Here
Alright,
she comes.
starboard guns, loose! Oh shit, I think we got him! Alrighty.
Yeah. There he goes.
Pull sails, crew. We'll swing around.
down?
Yeah, pull him up.
I'm gonna repair the remaining holes that we've still got. This brief respite we've got.
So one of the things for sails is turning them, and one of them is pulling them up and down. Am I getting this right?
Yep.
And the battle music hasn't stopped, but I just want to put us in a position to get the good shit from the galleon.
I'm going overboard.
Y'all, we got real lucky. A lot of this damage was up too high to make a problem for us.
Yeah, if it had hit second deck, we were about to turn into a leaky shoe in the water.
I've got a chest. Where do I put it?
We'll plonk it wherever.
Oh, and by the way, if you're swimming underneath these waves and the caustics from underneath, don't even get me started.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
700 Bothans had to die for that to work.
Yeah, the physics is incredible. The waves are incredible. Like the rendering tech is incredible.
Because I don't
Yeah.
think anyone has said this yet. The thing that Will told me a couple weeks ago that blew my mind is that all of this water is being streamed off of the server because it has to be in sync for everyone.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how they're able to do such a wild.
I got a trident or something.
Oh yes, that's
It's a-
basically like a like a mystical rocket
weapon.
launcher.
Oh, great.
Yeah, we'll want to save that for PvP.
Or megalodons.
Oh yeah.
I'll just put it on the deck then.
Or the Kraken.
Yeah. Hopefully we won't find one of those.
I'd be okay if we didn't see a Kraken tonight. Also, the music hasn't stopped yet.
I noticed that.
Yeah. Still jamming.
Alright.
Sort of waiting for the other shoe to drop.
You're back.
Bringing us nice and slow forward so we can hoover up these goodies. God, there's so much loot.
Scully, you were so helpful. Thank you.
When Star and I were playing on the last GDC night, we encountered a group of people doing battle with ghost ships. We came in at the last second in a sloop, going like Mach 5, and stole as much shit as we could. It was amazing.
They were so pissed. They fired someone out of a cannon to just try and cause havoc, but they just barely missed landing on our deck and just kept driving. It was amazing.
It was absolutely glorious.
Suck that right in my hands.
Woo! I'll get us a better angle as we're trundling forward. I'm all then just screaming, let's manifest a Kraken! How about no? How about
That same
no?
night, immediately after hoovering up everybody else's loot, we encountered a megalodon and a skeleton ship at the same time.
And didn't fucking die! In a tiny sloop.
The really incredible thing about this game from a design perspective is just the emergent stories that come out of it from the player's perspective, from just a couple basic systems colliding.
Yeah, that's what they had since the beginning. Oh, well,
Yeah.
thank you.
In a lot of ways, just in general, I feel like systemic emergent storytelling is going to be the future of a lot of really incredible games.
Well, yeah, it's been so fascinating because, for those of us that have been kind of on the fringes, it's such an obvious thing to say. But,
Yep.
you see the success of things like Warzone and stuff like that that are more about, emergent player systems rather than, directly combative player systems. It is where I think things are going. Okay, this is just, Will's crazy theories and whatnot, but back in the day, all of our PvP was focused around person versus person or group v group. One wins, one loses. Then we had the explosion of the battle royale genre. Obviously, I'm skipping large swaths, but
Yep.
that changed that focus into the idea of if you're not first, you're last. To this oh well, I played, I had fun, only one person can walk out. And then with the emergent multiplayer elements, it's not about winning or losing, it's the story that comes from it, right?
Yep. Because, like, at the end of the day, it's just, it's gold. It doesn't matter. You're going to run out of things to spend it on. It just becomes, the number that you see go up to show your success.
Yeah. It becomes a pretty powerful mark, but, the only reason that I was thinking about making gold this evening is that I know Stars just started getting into Sea of Thieves, and, like, getting your own sloop is fucking great. So... Oh, actually, Dustin, if you're still hanging out...
Say no to gold.
We may need a name for Star's ship. And... Ems, how the fuck are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome!
Oh, I see Joachim.
Pirates.
Alright. The fact that we're still getting the battle music is worrying me.
Yes.
So, do we try and get to an outpost immediately, or do we go back into the fray?
I saw a couple of outposts within, like, spitting distance, so... Like, we don't have an emissary, so there's nothing to stop us just getting paid.
Is this not an outpost right in front of us?
No, this is a tavern.
Oh.
Back in the day, this was where you'd sign up for a PvP match. Now it's just a closed bar. Rumor has it things will change, but not for a while.
Unfortunate.
That's neat, though. I like that they left it in. A lot of companies would just remove it.
God.
No, but like back on your earlier point about it evolving into this emergent storytelling. There's also the aspect of, like, back in the day, AI is always expensive and will continue to be expensive. And I'm talking about for the chat, like game AI, not the machine learning stuff.
Yeah.
It's obscenely expensive to do properly, to feel reactive, and to feel like a co-equal partner that can do everything that the player can in order to feel like a real threat. But we're starting to get to the point computationally, and from a technological perspective, it's become quite a mature bit of tech, that we are going to be able to offer large, at-scale AI experiences, and just once again clarify, not the machine learning type, just the standard gameplay AI.
Oh, so friends, we're gonna, because the music is playing, but there are no more skellies, so we're gonna head to New Golden Sands, or by its proper name, Newcomb Isle, and we'll sell what we have, and then we'll recontinue the vault chest chase.
Sounds good.
To the chef, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. And Angel Kalina, good evening. Glad the tornado has avoided. All right.
As they say, yeah.
Let's get some sales. Oh, fuck
No.
sticks.
What is that?
Bad.
What just happened?
Oh, it's bad. All right. Cannons ready. Starboard guns loose.
Wow. Thanks, the AI director.
Alright. I
Don't
fucking...
want to harpoon these guys?
Oop, we're cursed.
How did they curse us?
I just saw the purple hit us.
Oh, I think they hit it. Oh, a second fucking sloop! Fuck! Alright. Yeah, focus on the galleon where possible. Handle the sloop later. Yeah, I think they hit us with an anchor ball. And to answer the question, Ems, yes, we do miss you. I'm okay on the helm, but I am not good.
We are leaking yet again.
We seem to be good at that.
You repair.
Stop running, you bastards!
Yeah, they're
But this gives us a little bit of cover. Alright, Oh shit, now the bottom deck is already looking great. Good work, team. Good work.
You got a good chief engineer in Star.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Oh, here they come. They're coming around.
All right, they're coming around. They're coming around for the arse. All right, starboard guns. I'm gonna hook us around. Oh, they really did.
Yep.
All right, help me raise the anchor, please. Fucking yo! I hope we didn't miss M's completely, because we were.
Other side.
Here it comes.
Oh yeah, they're sneaking on port. Sorry, friends.
Oh, it's okay.
You know what?
There's both of them on that side, I think. Gonna.
Yep.
Okay, we'll just bring it around. All right, starboard guns.
We've got an elm ball.
Again?
Nice. Harpoon this guy.
Whoa. I didn't know they could turn that sharply.
I think they hit us with another.
Oh, is he going under?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
good
they're
work.
going under.
All right.
Go behind.
Yeah. Help me
checking the
with the
blow.
anchor again, if you wouldn't mind.
I gotta bail us.
All right, you
We're-
bail.
we're taking on water.
I'm coming.
Got the anchor.
Thank you. Fucking again! You know what? Fuck it. You'll work on bailing. Portside guns.
Got it.
I'm repairing.
I can start repairing. Yeah, if you can bail, I'll repair.
I'm bailing.
I'm tired of these Monday to Friday skeletons on this monkey flipping plane.
Whoa, we're taking on a lot of water real fast.
Okay, coming.
All right, yeah. All hands. Fucking skeletons.
Okay.
Fucking bullshit. Fucking messing with my fucking anchor. All right. Bottom deck is looking good. Well done, team.
Port side.
Okay. We all
Port
repaired?
side. Wait, no, starboard.
Fuck.
Yep. Got a cannonball scan. We are actually low on cannonballs. We did it.
He stinks. Oh no, we've got loads just below deck.
Okay. They going under?
Soon.
They're going down.
Yeah, they're going down.
All right,
There we
good
go.
fucking work. Yes.
Ooh.
All right. Check
How's
us
our
for holes.
Aye, aye.
Check us for holes and repairs. We are definitely getting paid after this. Let me tell you. We'll hoover up the last of the galleon goodies.
I got the last hole. We just need bailing.
Oh,
I'm coming. Let's hope nobody swoops in on us.
yep.
Because
Yeah.
turnabout would definitely be fair play.
I'm trying to board up some of the mid-level holes because if we hit a storm, it'll suck.
Yeah, that's when we just go. Whoop. Okay, so to all of your lovely selves in chat, thank you for waiting for us. So, Joakim,
Yeah.
Joakim, hello. Our chef friend was like, Nick, how are you?
I'm doing quite well, Chef. How are you doing?
Dustin has been suggesting a few names for Star's sloop.
Oh, please. Yeah.
The HMS Yacht and Bothered,
Oh, I like that.
the new Yachtness, too yacht to touch would be my addition.
Mm.
I am a fan of these yachts.
Yep. Another suggestion was Crab Salute 0. Alright. Oh, pull the sails!
Oh, okay.
Because we're just gonna inch the ship closer to the treasure hoard and just hoover it
So
all
halfway?
up. Yeah, that should be good. Alright, yeah. Grapple teams, let's get to hoovering.
All of them?
All of them.
Okay.
Try and level this out. No, we're moving to... Alright, I'll just drop anchor.
Whoa. Was that lightning?
It was, yes.
Okay.
Holy crap.
I'm getting a lot of stuff.
Yup!
Yeah, you're just killing it.
Don't worry about leaving it on top deck. Oh, I think we got an ashen... I think we got both an ashen chest and an ashen key.
Alright, we got everything on my side.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah, we turned too far, so the second harpoon wasn't useful. Sorry.
No, it's all cool. I wasn't able to pull it back on.
Ooh, we missed one.
Oh, lovely. Right. So I think
Another scepter.
in our bundle of loot there is a key. I think I saw one come forward.
Ashen Disgraced Bounty Skull.
Ooh. Sounds like someone I knew back in college.
Well, we've got plenty of booty.
We do have plenty of booty.
Now we are ready to head for the horn.
Way, hey, roll and go. The fucking... Damn it, Discord!
Yeah.
One of these days, friends, we will all be in the same place and do this.
Yeah.
And there will be much shanties.
Yar
It's gonna be
har.
GDC.
I'll be in Seattle these days sometime.
Okay, so we're going to be heading due west towards Newcomb Isle. The only thing I need you all to do is just have a look through our pile of loot and see if we got a key anywhere. It would be an ashen key. Because the chests are worth cash regardless, but they're worth more if we sell the individual things inside.
Can we buy a key?
So we can, but the way it works is we have to buy the quest, propose the quest, and then dig up the key, and we'd have to do that a bunch of times.
Sings notes, you got ash on your face, you big disgrace. I'm going to turn over your bounty all over the place. we will,
And does it
loot
usually
you,
just look
loot you.
key-shaped?
Sings note.
Sometimes.
Fearless, fucking thank you. It looks key-shaped. And all we're going to be doing is we're going to head over to the Sovereigns. Now, the Sovereigns were a new addition.
Oh, there's a key.
Love it. Just crack
Yeah,
open one of those
it's
chests.
stuff.
We're going to head over to the Sovereigns. And they're kind of like a one-stop sell-everything shop for captain ships.
Does it matter which of these that I open?
Nah.
Okay.
Oh, damn it, that's good. Moose suggesting GDC shanties.
Oh, good.
Ooh.
I'm trying to think of something about, like, trying to get a business deal in the W. There's definitely something, like, Wellerman W bar themed.
I would say like Northumbria would be my pick for a failed business deal.
Okay.
I don't know if you have like a music bot or any, or what the deal with any of this Twitch shit is, but it's about the British tried to build a giant oil ship and it was too big and it blew up.
That doesn't sound like the British at all.
Yeah.
How would you know?
We got a Tome of Resurrection and a Ritual Skull.
Ooh.
That sounds like fun. I love
How does
resurrections.
that go?
Yeah, and skulls with rituals in them.
Was late 65 at the old Balsy Yard. She was commissioned to haul the black tar. Build a Northumbria there on the marsh. Roll, Northumbria, roll. And when the Egyptians, they closed the Red Sea, call came on high from the powers that be. Build a royal monster right down on the quay. Roll, Northumbria, roll.
Speaking of keys,
Did you find another one?
I found a key.
Oh, lovely. We've still got multiple chests, so yeah, crack those suckers open.
Crack open the ashen chest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Sweet. Tome of Power 3, Tome of Resurrection 4, and something that won't let me see a tooltip. Devil's Remnant.
Sounds like a hot sauce brand.
It does.
Shit, what was I going to say? Oh, no, I'm just going to add to Chef, like, I've been saying this throughout the evening, and again, to my lovely guests, like, if you ever want to play more Sea of Thieves, like, the Longship has great sailors on tap. If you're looking to start playing as, like, I know, Star, you experienced this, like, just playing with other new people can be a little intimidating, a little confusing.
Yeah, like, you know, when you don't know anything about the game at all, and I don't know, a lot of these sorts of live services games have, you know, stuff that gets bolted onto it as it gets built.
Yeah.
And that's all very intuitive if you're there for it, but less so if you're not.
If you're ever looking to steal question folk, Steven plays this game like religiously. He's very good.
Oh, shit!
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's got a couple 100 hours in this game.
Heckin' yo. But it's just anytime I see people who are like, you know, I haven't had the chance to play this, I'd like to try it, I'm like, let me help you. I have pirates. You know, I didn't intend to be a focal point of a lot of Sea of Thieves players, but I'm lucky. And Wraith, I've got Star cranked as high as. Oh, sorry, Star, Wraith was saying that you're a little bit quiet, comparable to the rest of the crew.
Oh, maybe I can work on that on my side.
Okay.
Did you guys ever freelance in the game industry, Star and Nick?
I spent first half of my career freelancing. I
Me
have
too.
the distinct honor of having every single game I worked on for the first 4 years of my career canceled from under me.
No!
Yep.
I am currently freelancing on top of working at Aconite, and so this secret project I'm working on with Inkle is my first freelance project.
To Nick first, what's the dumbest thing a client has ever asked you to do?
Oh my god. Where do I even start? I honestly, I'm not sure I could answer it because there's a lot. There's a lot of just not understanding development schedules. So they ask for unrealistic things like, hey, can you do this in like 2 days? Like, can you rebuild the entire pathfinding grid in like 48 hours? From like the ground up from scratch? And it's like, no, I can't.
Not without a mountain of illicit substances.
Right, like, that was a 2-month project to rebuild the pathfinding on that project.
Ooh.
Is this a little better sound-wise for me?
Yes.
Yay!
Nice.
Okay, cool.
I mean, generally just, clients not understanding what they're getting into. Yeah, like time or money or some combination of that. Or just asking for things that were not possible.
It just struck me that, like, in, like, community and marketing and nonsense like that, it's like, you never really considered doing freelance work. It's always consulting.
Consulting is freelancers who get paid more.
Okay,
There is also that.
I do
that's
have a
the
story.
difference.
I think that everyone will appreciate. I had someone approach me. They wanted me to do the programming backend for a platform that they wanted me to work on. And at the time, they didn't have any money on them, so they decided to ask me if I would be able to accept payment in the form of raw lumber.
Okay,
Not where I
did
thought you were going
Wait,
with that.
whoa! But did you take it?
I didn't because
You
when
could be
I
a lumber magnate.
I know.
Mate, you could have been paid in wood.
You could have been somebody.
I don't do Settlers of Catan.
You
Shit,
could have
no,
settled Catan.
You saw where my
so-
joke was going.
I did. I cannot stress enough how expensive it is to actually transport it. I actually did run the numbers, and it was not worth it. It was a giant disaster if you're not working at scale.
You could have then traded wood for sheep.
My girlfriend
exclamation
warned me
mark
of
cat.
that life because she knew someone growing up who worked for fireworks instead of money.
I know that sounds awesome.
That does sound like a story, though.
That is a story.
Indiana, United States. I mean, that's where that happens.
See, Shaka was saying that if you traded the wood for sheep are easier to keep, feed, and transport.
And then you get to make the joke that you've got wood for your sheep.
Exactly. Which is
Yeah.
the entire reason to play
People
Settlers
love
of
that.
Catan.
Just dropping into save
Star,
and
what's
then
the
I go
craziest
to
thing
Bounce
a
to watch
client has ever
baseball.
asked
Do we know
Oh,
what's
man.
happening tomorrow?
So while you're thinking of that one, Star, just very quickly, so Shackle and numbers, thank you. I haven't yet worked out what we're doing tomorrow, but we will do something. Enjoy your baseball and have a cracking rest of your night, mate. Sorry, Star, you were saying.
I mean, most of them are not actually fun stories. They're just things like, you know, they gave me a really, really bad vector that I had to spend several days fixing, sorts of things. You know, where you just have to like redraw the entire thing from scratch, sort of thing.
And they're like, "Oh yeah, just here's a quick little note," and it's the whole thing from scratch.
Yeah, or just, you know, a client maybe doesn't understand that if you're making a vector for, say, a logo or a piece of typography, like, you can't just run live trace on that and call it a day and expect that to be nice. Like,
I worry about that with AI stuff. I feel like
Yeah.
clients are gonna get worse in terms of just like just fucking. I saw Chat GPT do it. Like,
Yep.
I mean, yeah, like, you know, that's always been a problem, though.
Yeah.
Like,
my mom had a great sticker on her fridge. The enemy of freedom is a happy slave.
right?
Wow.
That's powerful.
Yeah. I don't have any horror stories because, like, there's two kinds of people who ask for, like, help from myself, and those are the people who either take the advice or don't. But one weird, like, freelance gig that I got was doing IP treatments for, like, non-gaming IPs. And then, like, having to match them with studios who would be up for doing that freelance work. But that was fucking fun. I basically just sat in my pants for like a week, coming up with like both the safest and wildest concepts.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Yeah, none of them, to my knowledge, actually got made, but they paid me handsomely for my work, and it was fucking loads of fun. Oh, so very quickly, before we continue our story, so we're gonna hit anchor in just a second. What we're gonna do, we're gonna move all the treasure to the nose of the boat, and then we're gonna use this little tented tower in front of us to basically grapple hook everything on, and we're gonna sell everything to some snooty jerks inside the tower. So yeah, everything that's not, you know, cannonballs, wood, or food. Alright, hit the anchor, please.
So I'm just gonna
I
start
put a bunch of
moving
stuff
to the front.
Yeah, so...
downstairs. So, great.
I've not used this tower before, so I have no idea where the good spots are. And usually this is where Fiona leaps into action, so again, I've been spoilt by having a very enthusiastic group.
Am I correct that we don't want to move the ammo crate?
No.
Or like any of the storage crates, basically?
Oh, we should be okay. We may not need to move them all to the nose. So the front of the ship might be okay.
Hang on. Okay, you got it. You're doing it. I thought we were getting robbed.
Yeah, I might. Yeah, I think I can get most of them from the front here. Oh!
Whoa.
Friends are treasure! That one went through everything. It automatically puts them on the feckin' lift. This is amazing. God, I love this game.
Except if I'm holding one of them and you get me with it. Here, I'll put it on the lift for you.
so much treasure. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, you're now
And people.
treasure.
I am a treasure.
Should I go
always
back
told
and
me.
grab more stuff?
I'm still grabbing stuff. How do I shut a thing? Okay, there we go. Okay, never mind. There's just treasures underneath that, little gems and stuff.
But yeah, freelancing in video games is rarely a good time, but
Mm.
it's often necessary.
I
Yeah.
brought it up because I have some pretty fucking wild ones, but you know, I was just curious.
Well, once we're getting all this paid, like, yo, bust out the
Yeah.
good stories. This is the time to tell them.
seriously.
If you all want me to have more stories, please hire me to do your UI UX or branding or art direction, preferably.
Heard it here first.
Right.
Maybe when Will opens up US Gamer Studios, I'm gonna keep doing it.
I physically cannot stop you. All right. Think that is us.
Nope, there's more.
There's more.
Oh wait.
There's rare teas down here a little bit still.
Do you like tea?
Yeah, I got really into tea and snobby like, and then you know what happened? I just started drinking PG Tips again.
Yeah, we're out of Yorkshire Gold at the moment, so I'm going through all the.
I grew up with Yorkshire Gold, but
Yeah.
I have to say I'm on the PG Tips team now. But I respect that I understand.
I also had a snooty tea phase, and now I'm just pure coffee.
Yeah, it's
Coffee's a
you
necessity.
can either buy really expensive green tea and it's kind of like coffee, or you can get coffee and get fucking going.
And TBC.
I got an espresso machine.
Yes,
It's nice.
it's requirement.
So TBC, well, yes, you can put the lift down and things pop on top of them. Sometimes they bug out, and then you end up either losing treasure or having to fish it out from some strange points.
Look,
Oh.
elevators in multiplayer are hard.
Yup. Anything that involves player go up.
I,
All right.
Actually, I have an impossible networking
Speaking
thing
of
for you.
Speaking of snooty, just grab chests and give them to this lass,
And
we get
how do-
paid.
I think I'm getting paid no matter what, right? Like if I just stand around, but I'll do
Yes.
it anyways.
The one with the hairdo here.
And I might keep a couple of treasure chests because that way, if we do still decide to do the vault after this, then it makes it real easy to hoover up all the little goodies.
Where do I put this? What do I do?
So you see this
Just
woman?
talk to her? Just talk?
Yeah, she'll say, "Give him the captain's chest,"
Hit X.
and we can make money, make money.
So here's a fun, impossible networked physics problem. 2 players on a teeter-totter.
Whatever.
How
You
about
guys just do
no?
that.
Yep.
Honestly, like I would say the reason that 20% of the VR industry exists is because Sony's first demo for VR at E3 was they take you into a little booth and you go into a headset and you have hand trackers, but your like whatever Sony handler also gets into a headset and has hand trackers. And the first thing that they would do is like you both load into a multiplayer environment and like you're seeing each other and your Sony handler throws you a ball and it's really easy to catch.
Oh,
That
nice.
is literally like 20% of the reason why VR exists as it does today, because that demo was so convincing. And it was not easy to do.
Yeah. Some of the weirdest stuff that feels like it should be easy is just really absurdly hard.
There's like an amazing XKCD comic that's like about computer vision engineers, but I think applies where like it's like someone is like hiring an engineer and they're like, oh, like I want you to be able to like tell like where in the national park like the guest took their photo, and it's like, yeah, no worries, like 2 days. It's like, oh yeah, I want to know if like, you know, what time of day it was. It's like, yeah, 2 days. It's like, oh, and can you tell if there's a bird in the photo? And it's just like, I'm gonna need to literally like commission a PhD level research squad to even start answering the question of whether or not a bird is in a photo. Like,
it's one of the fascinating things is, you know, when you do start like developing games professionally, is what is stupid easy is always never what you expect.
All I would say to anyone who's thinking about it is that don't be afraid to buy things from the Unity Unreal Asset Store. And if you're like, oh man, like $25 for a really good looking fire. Think about your hourly rate, like even at minimum wage, or even at like $25 an hour. Like, do you think you could make that fire look that good at $25 an hour? How many hours would it take you? Like, just fucking buy it.
Oh yeah. Actually, one of the things we saw last year was this project called Attica, which I've been raving about because the game's really fucking good. But the person who made it also used it as a showcase to sell their Unity asset packs.
Hell yeah.
Good.
Like,
I've been trying to argue with my publisher to release all the 3D low poly character environments that we made for Before Your Eyes as asset packs. Like, I think it's just like the right thing to do once your game is done making its big money or whatever.
No, hard agree.
So we can't sell this storage crate.
No, and we want to keep it because it's full of munitions and stuff. So take the 2 storage crates back, and we'll take these treasure chests back as well. Because yeah, we can get back to finding this fucking vault.
Where's
this game is so like ADD anti-pattern. Like, it is just designed to suck your time away and distract you.
And it does it so well.
It does.
Chef was saying that their title is like 95% visual assets. I mean, that's fucking cool. I still haven't had the chance to have hands-on with your game, Chef, but that day will come.
What's Chef's game? Let's promote Chef's game.
He did Partum Artifacts.
Tight. Where can we find it?
It's on Steam.
The home of all good veritable video games.
I think that's a ghost ship. That's an NPC ship, right?
What color lights?
Green and blue to the northeast.
Yeah, I see them. That looks like a skelly ship.
Yeah, it's a
Shall we go fuck it up?
It's on the other side of this island.
Oh.
Okay. I was gonna say, have you all got a little bit of the bloodthirst about you?
Nah, whatever. I don't have the bloodthirst about me.
Okay. So.
Do we have enough cannonballs?
We are very low.
Are we? Okay, so let's check on deck. So we've got 50 in this, 50 in this.
Oh, you know, I didn't even know that those were full.
Nothing else.
We've been just taking from below deck, so that's the only thing that's low.
There's about 60 down here.
Yeah, we've got a good couple hundred. We'll be solid. I will say, if anybody needs to grab snacks or a bathroom break or what have you, now is a great time.
Yeah.
So, I'll tell you what, let's pull the sails up so we're just ready to go, because I need to pee as well.
Yeah, I want the anchor up, the sails down, or up as well, so that if someone comes while people are away, I can just get us out of here.
And let's get these sails up.
I'll grab a snack myself. BRB.
Snacks.
Oh dear, right in front of us. They're gonna see us.
We should be okay. We should be okay, but you know what? We'll rotate one person at a time.
Yeah. Okay, they're turning away.
That is a skelly galleon. Also, it's still trying to go through all the things we just sold. I didn't want to put a target on our back this evening by making us an emissary, but I kind of wish we had now because we would be rolling in dough.
Yeah, it's fine, you know, especially for those of us who haven't played in a very long time.
Yeah, we don't need any additional modifiers. Okay. So, the other thing I wanted to add on, like, with buying, like, decent asset packs, is they can help you get up to speed really quickly, and then you can use those assets essentially as, like, the template structure for whatever you're going to tweak them to later on.
Yeah, reverse engineering is how you learn how to make games a lot of the way, especially if you're by yourself or just trying to test it out.
Yeah.
Yep. It's the cheapest mentoring you'll find outside of like, making friends at a company.
And you'll be surprised with like assets and shit that you find on GitHub that's like really well commented, and like if you go and read through the comments, it's like someone who's really trying to teach you, what they've made.
Yep.
Yeah. One thing that I try and hammer home is that while we do talk about like the art and craft of games and like the complexity of, in the end, it's the user's experience that matters. So long as it doesn't melt their PC into a hole in the ground. Like, no one's going to go over your code once it's been released. So if you do cosh together, purchased assets, things you found on GitHub or however,
If people like it, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yep.
The game I was playing right before the stream is like one of my favorite games, RimWorld. Is literally still, it's like been out for years. It has 3 or 4 DLCs. Still, the main assets for characters are stolen from a game called Prison Architect. And by stolen, I mean licensed. But it's like literally, he was like, "Oh, I want to make a game that's like similar to Prison Architect. I'll just use their characters." And it's like it was good enough. Like what's good enough is so. The perfect is the enemy of the good, man. Like what's good enough is so surprisingly like different than what you think it is for what game you want to make.
I think a really good one to point to as well is Ark Survival Evolved.
Yes.
Like, that thing under the hood is a disaster. But they made it work. They made it feel good. And they're definitely hitting upon their technical debt at this point, but...
They're about to rebuild that entire game in Unreal 5.
Yeah.
No, but
Vin Diesel.
they're successful enough to do it. I mean, like,
They're rebuilding the base game with the expansions, as well as doing Ark 2.
Oh shit! I didn't know.
Yeah, that's their whole Ark Ascended or something. Oh. They just announced it today.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, did I miss that? Was that?
That literally happened like an hour before you went on air. So.
Oh shit! I was too busy like wrangling pirates.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time in Ark. I have way too many hours. It's a little embarrassing.
Yeah, Last Oasis is like a very similar thing for me. And they're not different games. They're about hitting things and getting resources and player stuff.
How is that game doing? Yeah. I heard that there was some weird stuff going down with the way that the development team was like shifting the direction.
It's going to die real soon because they... I wish I could have just made them listen to me earlier. It's a really ambitious game. It's a really ambitious game, and it's going to have impacts on the game industry, and I hope they keep surviving, and I think that they're going to keep surviving a little bit because I don't think they've ever been profitable. I think they have some kind of like angel donor or something. But it's really cool. It's just too libertarian.
For anyone who doesn't know what it is Mortal Engines mixed with Dune.
Yeah!
Instead
Wood
of
punk.
Yeah, so they are... wood mechanical like spider mechs powered by the wind essentially,
but it's also like Sea of Thieves, but it's instead of on the ocean you're like have ships that have little legs that like walk on land and shit. Mad Max. Oh, it's great. There's grappling hooks. Everybody has a grappling hook. There's a really cool kind of like parry riposte combat. There's ranged ship to ship stuff. There's like worm hunting like Dune, but I don't know. It's just too little too late in terms of usability.
That sounds fucking grand. Jumping back into chat, Chef was just adding that they've learned a stupid amount about UE4 thanks to the assets they've used. And Wraith was asking if we know any more about the Ark show.
I know a little bit because I know a couple folks who are.
We got a player sloop to the what is that? They're engaging the Skelly to the north.
Player sloop? Are they? They're fighting that?
Yeah, they're fighting.
I think so. Yeah, they're fighting the Skelly to the north. I'll keep an eye on them. You can keep talking.
Well, I tell you what. I'm gonna nip to the loo very quickly. If shit pops off, just pull sails and. Oh, that is not a sloop. That is a brig, and they are coming in fast.
They're fighting the Skelly, but they're gonna take it apart soon. It looks like.
Yep.
They're trying to mount it.
Good thing we've already sold everything.
Yeah, we've got.
But if we go down, it doesn't matter. Wraith, just to answer your question very quickly, they are working on finding a distribution partner for the anime, but it is mostly done. It is in post-FX
their shit's sunk too. No, that's good.
So they're not a captain ship. All right, sorry. I
Also-
will pee real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Take the ship and run if we get into shit. All right.
Okay. Going back to both ARC and learning from assets. If you want to learn how a AAA company does things, check out the ARC mod kit. Because they open that up for everyone. They actually will encourage game developers to learn from them because a lot of people will then become really high-level modders. And there is an incredible amount of stuff you can learn from how they do their blueprints, their materials, everything. And obviously, don't just copy it one for one. That's not legit, but learning from it is A-okay.
Yeah. Modding is a great way to start. I honestly, the first time I felt that I might want to be a game developer is when I made a mod for StarCraft Brood War to be The Sims. It's complicated, but shout outs to Blizzard for making a really flexible engine.
All of the most incredible arcane level designers started as level modders. It really is a really good ethical pathway into the industry, especially if you've got passion for it.
Yeah, I think if I see a level mod, in a portfolio for a level designer, that's not too different for me than being oh, I worked on this big game and I did level design for it.
Yep.
If it's really dope.
That's how Gearbox got started. They were just a modding studio for Steam or for Valve.
Yeah, on a similar note, there's a lot of assets on the Unreal store that Epic just released from their failed games that give you a really good idea of how they put together their shaders.
Oh my god, Infinity Blade 1 and 2 full assets are available. They're great. Yeah. I've used those for virtual production, Hollywood pilot shit. Yeah.
The Paragon stuff is great too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, the monthly asset dump that they do, there's a lot of really great stuff that will drop in that just for free for the month, and then usually every month there's one permanently free thing. And those are great assets to learn from, especially for some very difficult stuff. I'm looking at you, the Vaulted multiplayer asset from last month.
Yeah. But, yeah, I don't know. It's rough with picking game engines because, I love Unity and I've really, doubled down on Unity and I've trained in it. And I know Unreal pretty well, but, yeah, I don't know. I might recommend Godot to people who are starting right now just because, it's not totally corporate yet.
Yeah.
I reserve the right to call it Got It at any point, though.
Got it!
So I cut my teeth in Unity for the first majority of my career, and then I moved to Unreal. I've got kind of a weird perspective. The thing that just disappoints me day after day with working with Unity is trying to actually ship anything, especially to console, is that last 10% ages you.
Yes. Whereas it's almost like when you're working with Unreal, getting up and running, getting that middle chunk done is usually the hard part.
Yep.
Sorry, that's not a really good sentence at all.
No, but you're right. It really is the middle is very, very difficult, and the very, very beginning, getting up and started, requires a lot of framework work that just requires expensive engineers who know the technology.
Yeah, but with Unity, it's that early section is a breeze and everything's going well, and you're oh, maybe we'll release on different. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Unreal just has more money, more people paying attention to lighting and photorealism, and just the reality of a lot of gigs, especially in films.
Could you give us the gentleman's tuck, please?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's snowboarding. Also, friends, Fiona and the Longship are all also playing Sea of Thieves kind of in parallel right now, which I think is real cool.
Are you good?
Cool.
Yeah, we're all good. I think it's this island is where one of the map pieces is. So basically what happens is we're going to pull up alongside here, and then we'll use the golden compass to try and lead us to a treasure spot. That gives us a piece of the map, and hopefully that will tell us where we are and where we need to go, or we have to keep finding more map pieces.
Okay.
Just
who's got the golden compass?
We all do.
Just to open this up for chat a little bit. There are 4 industry professionals that are on chat right now from very different sections of the industry.
Oh yeah,
If you've got questions about anything in the various disciplines, like this is a great time to ask, and we will all argue with each other in front of you
Yeah.
live.
Yeah, it was one of the reasons why I chose this group. It was kind of like putting together a squad for like OG Final Fantasy. You know, I've got a white mage, black mage, a warrior, and then a wild card. We swapped. Well, we didn't swap out. Nessa's throat, unfortunately, was not playing nice, and their voice was kind of shot, which is why they weren't able to join us. So I swapped out a writer class for a coder class. Oh God, that's a sand barge.
I'm going down.
Sorry.
They've got me playing up.
Dice Goddess is coming from the art side, which is, I mean, Star, that's as much your field as the everything.
Just to chime in on Dice, she is one of the most incredible, multi-talented artists I have ever met. She is able to learn a new tech and bring it up to her standards at just an insane speed. I love working with her every time I can.
Very cool. Actually, sorry, on the subject of like, multidisciplinary, one of the, I believe the talk, I'm trying to remember the name of it, but the talk that Star was a part of, I got to see like a pre-run-through of it, and the process by how y'all made stuff in Hollow Vista kind of broke my tiny brain a little bit.
Oh, well, so the talk was on custom tooling. So it was a lightning panel with a bunch of different devs talking about unusual development patterns, let's say. So pretty much everyone in the group, with a couple of exceptions, were not using a traditional game engine. So for us, we were talking about building Hollow Vista as mostly a web app. This wasn't something that we set out to do. This was just something we did for prototyping that turned out to do most of the things we needed the game to do. And after we had gotten that far, we were like, could we ship it like this? Like, could we? And the answer was yes, we could, and we did, in fact. There were downsides to that, like such as not being able to ship on console easily. We could theoretically still port it to console with some, arm twisting, but it definitely allowed us to ship the game a lot faster.
Oh, so friends, if you never saw Hollow Vista, don't worry. It was a is iOS exclusive.
Yes.
And the idea is it's kind of a fake Instagram world where you explore this gorgeous environment by looking around with your phone. Sorry, I'm trying to explain your game, Star, whilst 2 of these crab fuckers are trying to turn me into people paste.
No worries, mate. Deal with the crab fuckers in question. Yeah, it's a hidden object game about finding yourself, where you are on a Instagram-like social media website, and it's simulating the entire experience, including the picture taking and the camera. So you're exploring a virtual environment using your phone. So technically it's a VR game, but you're exploring it without a headset. You're using the accelerometer and gyroscope on your phone.
So you'll created essentially this full virtual environment that players are in, looking around with on their phone. I forget. Apologies that I'm forgetting terms, but it was like the tech you were using is like film industry tech, bolted on.
Well, we ended up doing pre-rendered environments because at the end of the day, the stuff we were serving was an equirectangular panorama, so a static image that we were then running shaders on top of for any animation that we needed. So because it was just a JPEG at the end of the day, we could use anything we wanted to use to render it. So because we were quite interested in a particular aesthetic, namely the sort of shiny 3D aesthetic mostly used by folks who use the program Cinema 4D. We decided why not actually use artists who work in Cinema 4D because, again, it's just a JPEG at the end of the day. So we got to hire 3D artists that normally come from the visual effects industry and don't ever get to touch video games. And, we worked with two really talented 3D artists. In addition to myself, the three of us were the 3D team, named Blake, Catherine, and Dream Fiber. And the two of them had never worked on a video game before and had always wanted to, which was really exciting to be able to bring two new folks into the industry. So that's really exciting and fun.
Also, Dream Fiber is an excellent name.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Torn Parchment. That puts us one step closer.
I see MDH writes, what engine has the best add multiplayer button? Absolutely Unreal. I'm not even kidding.
Now, MDH is also trolling because of the brilliant Goat Simulator video.
Yes.
Which I have shown and studied. Oh, and Luna, what and welcome.
Folks, is there anything I should be trying to do other than standing here on the deck like a jackass?
No, that's our job. That's me and you.
Okay.
Keeping an eye
That's
out
actually
is
our
fine.
job, yeah.
Ooh, hold on.
if
I have an upgrade for you.
If one of you want to come grab a fanciful relic, that would be lovely. But
I got the lookout if you want to go grab it.
I found us a clingy dinghy, so I'm going to sail that on round.
I guess I can come help you with the dinghy.
Sure.
So I'll go to where you are, Will.
But yeah, so friends, if you've got any thoughts, feels, or questions, please throw them on in. I've said this to Longship a bunch of times, but to all of your good selves, one of the reasons why I bring people on for interviews and stuff like that, or invite your good selves on, is that I'm extremely, extremely fucking privileged because I know you all, right? I can just have these conversations with you, but the depth of knowledge and information I get just by being your friends is massive.
Oh.
You know?
And I would also, just to say to anyone in chat, I posted this on Twitter, but I think it's Trans Day of Visibility still. If you're trans and you're interested in the game industry, find me on Twitter, find me on Discord. There's a spot for you.
Absolutely same.
I've made the roll with disadvantage to stealth check jokes about 4 times today. So...
Yeah, I mean, and just to quickly touch on that, the industry has been problematic for a long time.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of problems with, representation in a lot of ways, but in some ways, it has gotten so much better in recent years. Sorry, I just got distracted in the middle of my speech by, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Hey, that's what makes the Sea of Thieves stream so good. It's anytime you're trying to make a good point, it's... Can I make this point about the games industry while also being chased by subnautical horrors?
Yeah, Will, I just tried to get into the dinghy with you and failed miserably, and now
Oh
I'm just
no!
swimming back.
I see. Question: what project that you can talk about didn't make it that you wish had been able to? That's a great question.
Who wants to go first?
I was talking about it yesterday with the death of E3 and stuff. That Ion was a game I got hired to work on at Improbable, but never saw the light of day. And I was talking about it with a friend at GDC, and it was one of those games that had something really special about it, but the tech bros didn't get it. Well, sorry, if you didn't hear about Ion, it was using the cloud tech that Improbable used to be selling. I don't think they do anymore. I don't know what the fuck they do. But the TLDR was it was meant to be the everything is server side. So you have your space station, you have your friendos, but like the majority of the game is server side, and I mean we were spending a lot of time on like physics simulation stuff and things like that. So all right, I'll just tell a story before passing the mic on this one because it's always difficult to know what I can and can't say. But so I'm at my desk and I am getting ready for E3, and one of the tech guys comes round with some people he's showing around the studio. Whether they were investors or business people, I couldn't tell you. But, you know, this guy's one of the higher ups. He's like, yo, Will, can you show these people the gas and physics simulation on Ion? I was like, yeah, sure. So I run around the space station, I open a bunch of valves, I hyper-pressurize the entirety of the station, and I light a fucking match. And the thing is, like, we had full, like, gas mixture simulation. When I lit that match, oh boy, did it fucking explode. And then everyone was kind of like, ooh, little clapping, and then they move on. And my immediate boss leans over and goes, you know we have a playtest in an hour, right? And I was like, yeah, I know. And then it hit me. It's all server-side. So I have to fix the fucking station after I blew it off.
You're the digital janitor of your own mess.
Right? I literally had to run around and reconstruct the fucking station. Though I did end up trolling one of the programmers, and he never... sorry, one of the designers, and he never forgave me. Because what I did is I turned off the lights in the kitchen, and then I mopped the floors. So he couldn't tell that all the floors were wet. And so he ran in and kept falling on his face. And I did that to him for the rest of the afternoon. But, like, in my defense, he shouldn't be running everywhere. Like... what about your good selves? What is a project that didn't make it that you miss? I know we're getting into NDA territory here.
Yeah, I'm sitting here like, what can I talk about?
Yeah.
Because
I can change the names of some things.
See, the thing was, like, Ion did get announced at E3, which is why it's kind of been in my brain. There's a bunch I can't talk about. Well, I guess it's... I've mentioned it to the long ship. Like, we did a pitch and a treatment for a 40k game 1,000 years ago. Yeah, and it got to... they were green-lighting it, and they were going to allocate us budget to do a vertical slice. And then they changed their mind because they don't like competing. And I'm not going to say who they were or where it was, but we were very sad. We were sad bunnies.
Yeah, like, I guess the ones that I can talk about, there's two that immediately come to mind. The one that is you can find remnants of online was a platformer that actually Dice and I and a number of others spent a very, very long time on. It had excellent game feel, and really at that point we'd gotten all of our systems and everything finished. We just needed to build content, and the money ran out. And there was just no saving it. Everyone went their separate ways, and it's just gone.
Might be
the other
piece of treasure. Sorry, please continue. I think there might be another map on the island.
The other was, we only got to vertical slice, but it was and I am trying to parse my words a little bit, RTS, FPS, hybrid, where at any point you could hijack anything in a multiplayer scenario and play as that unit.
Was this EA?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sorry.
When was this, and was this EA?
It was not EA, but
Okay,
I will
never
say there
mind.
were a lot of EA-affiliated people. So I don't know. I don't know if it was maybe a spin-off of a different project. I don't know the full history of it. It was excellent. It was actually some of the most fun I had in multiplayer because it was so chaotic and just... It had a great art style. It was very stylized. But it didn't make it. There wasn't a market for it.
Yeah, it's always heartbreaking when that happens.
The reason I asked is it's EA, just to transition into one of my... I didn't even remember it until you brought it up. One of my favorite non-games was, before I was even in the industry, I was just like, went to an open house at the EA Westwood Studios in LA just to like see what they were up to.
Ah, you speak the old names.
Yeah, they were working on Red Alert 3 at the time, which I couldn't talk about, but then they were also working on the Tiberian Sun first-person shooter RTS that never released. And I remember whipping the ass of like a bunch of journalists in a little playtest of this game and thought it was really cool.
like you're a first-person shooter, but you're like trying to capture resource points to like spawn in squads that you have little control, like you have commands, like you can tell them to go places and attack people and do stuff. Like I thought it was pretty cool, but yeah, just money didn't go.
Yeah, jumping back into chat very quickly. So Fencer, actually, Ion was directly based on a custom server that added permanence to Space Station 13. And actually, Bertie at Eurogamer wrote an article about the curse of Space Station 13, which I believe has been broken at this point, but for a while, every game that tried to make either a Space Station 13 experience or remake the game itself always crashed and burned. And you'll notice that Ion did not come out.
Yeah, there are games that like kill their studios in the process. It's just very common.
And there are movies like the Dune movie, like with like Jodorowsky, like.
Yep.
Oh man.
Hey, Square Enix Pictures almost killed Square. Or Squaresoft Pictures.
No, that's the whole thing. It was Square, and they had to become Square Enix because the spirits within tanked so hard they had to like take a merger.
Yep. Sometimes like projects kill the studio, and sometimes they'll resurrect themselves in a different form, but it's rare.
Yeah, the survivor bias on the we did a Hail Mary and it saved the studio is pronounced.
Yep. Looking at you, immersive Sims genre, Killer O Studios.
Oh, rest in pepperoni.
I know.
What about you, Star? You got any could have come out?
Oh man, I do, but I can't talk about it.
Can you use like vague terms about what they were?
I worked on a project for a very large company that was an acting game that I really wish that we could have shipped, but I can't.
What do you mean by
say anything
acting?
more than that? I can't say anything more than
All
that.
right, cool, good job, good story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with me too for a lot of stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, my number one answer, I'm totally unable to say anything about, probably forever.
I actually have a client who was very sloppy with NDAs that I have one about, which was I worked for someone who dubiously had access to the rights to make the video game of John Lennon's life.
Oh,
whoa.
God.
Nice.
That sound like... Because I remember what's his face. Oh, shit.
That's a Mega, right?
I'm not seeing it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, right behind us.
Yep.
It is. All right.
Okay.
Sails to half. I want this fucker dead. All right. Sorry, Imperial Crown Fortress. You're gonna have to fucking wait. We have bigger literal fish to fry. All right. If you haven't fought this big bugger, it'll swim round us. And then it'll attempt to charge us. If we manage to shoot it in the gob enough when it's charging, we can take it out. But
Just call which side of the guns.
alright. And I need to get us out of range of the fucking fortress as well.
Yeah.
It's alright, I still see it. I don't think it's despawned.
Oh, that might hit us.
Oh.
Oh, just missed. Thank God.
Eat shit, ghosts!
Alright, where is the Mega?
The Meg is gonna be on our port, bearing north-northwest. We're heading out to meet it.
Got it.
I am scared of megalodons, but the only...
So yeah,
I want them dead.
Yeah, so I made a big pitch for a VR game of what John Lennon's life would be like in like a VR, like we're all making our own imagined worlds. But then Yoko Ono came to the studio and hated it and caused a bunch of trouble, and it just got stuck in development hell. But it kind of was like Dreams for PS5 was like the pitch, but like John Lennon themed.
Alright.
Did you actually meet Yoko Ono?
There it is! Starboard!
Starboard. I wasn't in the studio with you, but I heard it was pretty brutal.
Alright, where is he? Port! Port side! Good shot. Alright, I'm gonna pull sails and put us into a spin. Just enough to cause trouble. Alright.
He's still to the port.
No, it's crossing to
but
starboard.
I think he's moving.
Yeah.
There it is, starboard!
Harpoon, anything here?
Alright, brace!
What's brace?
Means we're about to get fucking bit! Alright.
Is there a
Going down.
penalty for that?
Yeah, repair teams, holler if you need additional hands. Alright, gun teams. Where the fuck is he? The port side!
Repairing.
Oh, I fucking hate it, I hate it, Ah! Alright, good work.
Okay, we might need help bailing.
Alright, I'll help with
no way.
bailing. You two keep murdering.
Okay.
Because I don't like looking at the fucking shark, so I do not
That's
mind
fair.
being below deck.
Okay, he's probably gonna charge at us here in a second.
Alright.
Harpoons do nothing,
Put
right?
him in the face.
You can hang on to him. It just pisses him off. Alright, where the fuck is he?
Port side.
Okay. I
Not
think
going
we're
in the
in
back.
the face now.
Right, so starboard guns ready! Oh shit. He's gonna bite the arse of the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Starboard,
kind of a
going to
cheap shot.
top. Going to front.
Alright, you son of a bitch.
Is he coming around? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Oh my god.
Roll. Okay, I need help.
Or where you at?
Bottom floor.
Bailing or wood?
Bailing.
Oh,
Yes! Get fucked, you great big bastard. I have a bubble of murder, and I will put it into your shocking face.
Ride down to hell and not to the sky. Bend your back
we need
and
more
break
help,
your
I
bones.
think.
We're just
All right.
2,000 miles from home.
Coming down to help. Alright, Nick, you handle that guy. Alright, it's fine.
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Is
gonna bite
starboard
the front, I
whichever
think.
side of the ship star is on?
Got one more hole down there. I just ran out of wood.
Vanderbeest, I'm okay with that being the official definition.
Whoop, I'm out of ammo.
Starboard is whichever side star is on.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so confusing. Alright, I bet he's about to charge.
Now the music stopped. Did we get too close to something?
No, he's to the left. I mean to the right.
Oh,
Okay, we're
work,
good now.
work.
There's the music.
Oh, there's the bite!
Oh god.
Brace!
there are two- I'm out of the
No,
ship and
I'm
dead.
down.
I was already down there, so I'm just doing repairs.
I'm a pile of ghost shards.
I'm bailing.
Yep.
Alright,
I'm in the ship of the dead.
Alright, we'll always remember you. Alright, he's on starboard. Like, I understand there's some real, like, Cat May have vibes that I'm luring you all portside guns to fight this fucking shark.
Vanderbeest asks,
Oh, piss. Brace! Vanderbeest, we'll be back in a sec! Ah!
Okay, I'm gonna go down.
We're coming back. What is Vanderbeest talking about?
he wants to know, what are the traits of an immersive sim? I am here for this question.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
shit.
talk about it.
We're too close to the,
So
This is the question I use to distract Will in his streams all the time.
I know,
I
but
think-
now you're in part of it!
I know, I can multitask.
I think a thorny part of this question is the first person question.
Somebody needs to help me
Yes.
bail.
I'm
I am
helping
actively
bail.
bailing.
Alright, I'm just gonna steer us away from the fort so we're not fighting a war on two fronts.
Whoa, we are taking on water real fast.
Yeah, I'm repairing.
Alright,
Cool.
coming out.
So,
I'm
immersive
bailing.
sim, first person, third person.
Alright, yeah, we're good.
The only immersive sim I can think of that is third person off the top of my head is Hitman.
Okay, we're
Hitman is
okay.
excellent. It is a great immersive sim, and anyone who says it isn't is wrong.
It's actually pronounced Hitman. Not a lot of people know that.
Is this like Godot?
Where's that fucking bastard? Did the Meg fuck off?
I mean, he was nice to just sort of like let us repair and chill.
It's true.
Oh no, there he is.
All
Alright, I see him. Alright. Starboard.
Other Will, do you have any thoughts on the first person, third person thing?
I mean, I prefer first-person games a lot. I think embodiment is a big deal. I made my Before Your Eyes first person because it also like lends itself to VR. He's going to the back of starboard fire. Hit.
Oh yeah, there he is. Alright, portside guns ready! Fuck him up! Don't it.
Yeah, there are not.
Alright, front!
Oh. Yeah, there's just nothing we can do from the front or the back.
No, I
Head
understand.
down.
Where can I get you from being down?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get us away from the,
Can I use these staffs?
Fortress.
These like bazooka staffs?
You can.
Yeah.
Alright, port side! Alright, starboard! Smile, you big son of a bitch!
Ooh.
Alright, incoming! Rest!
Where is he?
Alright, we need Balin right now.
Going.
On my way.
We are taking a fucking beating from this guy. I want his fucking skin as a fancy hat! Oh no, we just repaired.
Oh, here it comes.
I got him.
Alright, we need repairs and brace it. Repairs and Balin.
I'm
bailing.
bailing.
Is anybody repairing?
Yeah.
Okay.
To continue to answer the immersive sim question, because I am an agent of chaos.
You're
Yes.
such a bastard.
Internally, we define it at question as saying yes to the player. It's more of an aspiration than a real genre. It's finding ways of creating those emergent stories through heavy AI systems, heavy level design.
Coming around to the port.
Alright.
He's behind us to the port.
Oh,
He's coming in for the bite.
fucking bastard. Alright, more repairs, more bail.
But for instance, like Bioshock, a lot of the creators don't consider it an immersive sim, but a lot of people do. It's very hard to nail down like what it is.
Well, people are dumb and listen to Coldplay.
I think if they didn't want people to call it an immersive sim, they should not have put shock in the title.
Yeah, I
think that's
agree.
totally fair.
Alright, where's this fucking shock? Alright, so it is... Oh, fuck you, Shark.
I see him.
Race!
I got a hit on him at least.
Yeah, good shot, good shot. Alright, I'm gonna put us into a spin. Alright, it's starboard side. How are we looking, repairs team?
It's
I'm
okay.
failing. There's two big gaping holes in the bottom.
Yeah, in the middle is pretty bad, but it's fine.
I'm
We're really
also
screwed
Where's the son of a bitch?
if we hit a storm.
Port side moving round to our arse.
Biggest pet peeve in game dev. For me, it's dog injury or death.
Oh, I hate this.
You know what? Okay, so as someone who made a game with a cat injury or death, I'm gonna say my biggest pet peeve is 2D platformers. There I go. I said it. If you make a 2D platformer, if you're not fucking changing my whole worldview about everything I know, then I don't want to see it. You need to, if it's not better than Spelunky, I don't want to fucking see
I
it.
need help down here.
All right, repair
Okay.
teams.
Repair.
Do you want me to bail or repair?
Repair.
Okay. Let me finish this bucket.
Wow. Oh, you son of a bitch!
Got that. Okay, I'll bail.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm repairing.
All right. So once we're done with this bout of, so Nick, you join me on the guns.
Okay.
Will and Star focus on keeping us afloat.
Yep.
Aye.
Yeah. This bastard's hitting us faster than we can patch.
We gotta kill. Offense is the best defense.
Alright, where's he coming from?
All right. So yeah. So Nick, man the guns. I'll help repair team. Yeah. Repair team, if you have a chance, hit the second deck. But all right. So currently it is coming around to starboard.
Yep, here it comes.
I'm fucking starting to glow because it's nighttime.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm gonna say another thing that's controversial, just because it's on the stream and it's only gonna exist right now. But
Yeah,
The
none of this
reason
will
I-
ever be recorded.
nah, for sure. The reason I didn't play Minute is because they copied Legend of Zelda, and it's like I played so many Legend of Zelda likes for so many different reasons, and I just I didn't play Last of Us because I played too many zombies.
All right. Will.
All right, he's behind us to the right
For the
now.
revive. Here, yeah, I'll agree that like I'm done with zombies.
Yeah, I don't want to shoot a zombie in the head, like no matter what. Like even if it's like a really sad story.
All right.
Yeah, I think this was covered with platformers, but jumping puzzles.
Yeah, I
Will,
It
you
shouldn't
man
be a
guns
reason
then.
you
I'll
can't
help
do a
start
story.
repairs. We're keeping this
All
fucking
these-
thing alive.
Oh my god, I'm down again.
Yeah. Will, go get Nick up
yeah, got it.
and man the guns. I'll help Star with keeping us afloat.
Thank you.
Because I want this thing dead, but I don't want to look at it.
Thank you.
So yeah, gun it down.
Whoa.
Woo! No,
I'm loading the cannons.
I
my
have no
pet
idea
peeve
where he
with
is.
my pet peeve with Minute was that it received a lot of praise because it was just the right length for people
All right, I think we're
who
in
don't
good
play
shape
video
now.
games.
Right side. We're getting them.
Yeah, go repair teams.
My other pet peeve is definitely games used as propaganda, like America's Army.
Yeah.
Oh
Those
boy.
people should be banned from game dev forever.
Yeah, that was one of my big issues with USC is that one of the guy who runs the coding side, Mike Zaida, is like got his thing
we are
from
in
America's Army,
big trouble.
and he sucks.
All right, either Nick or Will, please come join us on bail and repair.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to bug out of this. We're not hurting the shark enough.
Does he like regenerate? I mean, I feel like we've been hitting him.
Jay, we're in shit at the
Depends
moment.
on how fast we can repair the ship. If we can get in a better spot, then maybe. But
We only have 5 wood planks left in the thing.
oh, that's a
there's
problem.
loads left in the. In
There's a
this
box
one,
of
Hubbard.
wood.
Yeah.
Okay, somebody bring some of that down.
It's
I
right
just
by
patched
the
3
stairs. Jay, hold that thought. We are getting our shit wrecked by a megalodon. Okay, there's another bite coming in. Alright. Fucking hell! Jay, I hope you're doing well, friend. Nick, I wholeheartedly agree with you on the propaganda games, and I think they're insidious as shit.
Yep. Fuck
All right.
those. Fuck the people who make them.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so
Very, very few things piss me off more than NFTs, but those are one of them.
yeah. All right, what's that?
Okay, finally, we're all patched and there's no water.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
gonna
coming
do the
around
second
again.
floor. Well, I have 3 seconds.
Son of a bitch. The bastards. All right.
Alright, checking that. I'm checking down below.
Okay.
We just sprung a leak.
Okay.
I'm on it. Help me bail, but
Yep.
I have to repair.
All right.
Got it. Got the bail.
Beautiful.
A little bit in the mid deck.
Yep. And I think our wood.
He's to the left. He's
Yeah.
coming around to the front.
Moving to
We
starboard.
need to put more wood in the wood barrel.
Shit.
Oh, son of a bitch. Bit us right in the front. Absolute tosser.
Yeah, there's not much we can do if he's front or back, right? There's no
Correct.
counterplay.
Grabbing the.
Coming around to the left.
The staffs are about all we have. We are taking on water again. Fucking hell. Alright, so yeah. Nick, Will, your job, murder the bastard.
Okay.
Will,
Starting
He's
can
on,
coming
you
around
get more
left
wood?
side. Left side.
it's in the crate.
Okay,
I see
I don't
him.
know where the crate is.
It's at the top. It's at the stairs. Oh. No, we're in. We're
We're gonna
outside
sink.
stairs.
We need help.
Alright, he's at the ass.
Got it.
Coming around.
Going to the other side.
He's gonna charge us here in a second.
Got it. Ready for the charge.
All right,
Let's try and shoot him out of the charge.
Yep, here he comes.
you got this.
Hit.
We both missed.
All right,
Damn it.
then all teams on repair.
All teams.
All teams repair and bail.
Whoa, look at that water go.
We can do it.
I'm down. I'm down. I'm out of the ship.
I think we're sinking, guys.
Now we can
We're
do
going
this.
down real fast. I am bailing as fast as I can. Whoa. I have no idea how to survive that. That should have sunk us.
That's
in
because
the water.
we're very determined.
I just
I'm
patched
respawning
all
with the
of our
mermaid.
holes, in the bottom at the far end. Now I'm getting the ones that are at
Alright.
the back.
So we're gonna increase our speed. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Fuck this, Meg. One of these days I'm
Hey.
coming back for you, you piece of shit. I'm
There's
coming
no way
back
this-
for you!
Does this regenerate? Like, how is this not dead?
I don't even know where we're heading. Alright, repair teams, how we looking?
Okay, we're looking better than before. I patched all the holes in the bottom. We still have a lot of water, but it's just we're not taking on more
Okay.
at the moment.
You can't catch us. Okay.
More
Is this the
bailing
new
could happen.
bucket
That,
squad?
that would help.
Oh, Vanderbeest, yes, this is the new bucket squad. Alright, we weren't ready for that. That's okay. We're gonna head to that Spanish fort. We're gonna wreck the Spanish fort to feel better about ourselves.
She went down last October in the pouring, driving rain. Yeah.
Okie dokie. Good fight, though. Like, we did not sink, and at one point I thought we were proper fucked.
That, well, I mean, like, when the water surged up that fast, I was like, oh, we're fucked. This ship is more repair than ship now. Like, true ship of Thieves.
Oh, yeah.
While the bucket squad recovers, who is on the bucket squad?
Oh, sorry. So, PVS, good evening, hello, welcome. So this evening, I am proud to introduce you to what I'm calling the GDC of Thieves.
Yar.
I have Will, Star, and Nick joining me, all legends in their own right from varying swaths of the games industry.
Yes, we each have a legendary item in our inventory.
Yes.
We do. Some of us have two.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Ragnar asking, do you like rigging 3D models?
No. God. The reason that people get paid a lot of money to rig 3D models is because it's really bad. And if AI can do anything, I hope it's that.
I kind of like rigging like non-standard things. That could be a fun like thought challenge. But
So
humanoids suck.
imagine tying strings to a puppet, except you have to tie 1,000,000 more strings, and every atom of the puppet's skin needs to be allocated to 7 different strings according to percentages of statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoy neither rigging nor modeling. Texturing, however, I love very much.
Oh my god, you're like the inverse of me.
I know, if you're a tech artist, if you do anything in tech art, you will have a job in the game industry.
Yep. Also, technical animators are hot shit right now.
Ooh. Technical animators. They're so hot right now.
They are. Like there's a ton of job openings in AAA looking for people who can do what God of War just did.
Oh yeah, good point.
So yeah, I mean, if you're looking for an easy junior position, there's a lot of those opening up for. We need people who can program who are also artists who want to do animation.
Ragnar was asking, what do tech animators do?
Well, I've always described tech animators are the game dev I would least like to fight in a knife fight. They are responsible for creating pipelines and tools to augment other animators. But oftentimes, because they need to know how it all works, they are incredible animators and programmers in their own right.
I had a bit of a Discord pop out there. Hopefully.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you know what? Chef's got a really nice question for all of you, which is, how far into your game dev career did it take you to feel like... Well, I guess, at what point did you stop feeling the...
the imposter syndrome?
Yes.
You never do.
Mm-hmm.
I got bad news for you. I work with some true industry legends of like people who worked on the original BioShock. They all have the same exact level of it. The thing that I'll tell you is it gets better knowing that everyone is just pretending. We don't have any idea what we're doing. We're just trying and pretending and putting a big smile on our face while we do it.
No one knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's the thing about game dev. It's like no matter how good you are at making like the last game you made, it doesn't make you good at the next game you made unless you're making a sequel.
And actually,
And that's why there's so many sequels.
it can sometimes make you worse.
Yeah.
Like, that's the weird shit. Like, sometimes you get locked into thought patterns that you need to be broken out of by someone else.
Yeah, and Chef, sorry for paraphrasing there, but yeah, you never grow out of the imposter syndrome. Honestly, one of the great things about where I'm at is I basically talk a lot about other people's games. And there's no attention on me, so I can just kind of exist nicely.
Nope. Skelly Ford up post head shouting us.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I have
ready on the ready on the no button for us. We're gonna kill all the ghosts in this fort and get paid.
Right.
I have met a single game developer in my entire career who said that they've never suffered from imposter syndrome, and it was John Blow.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's lying.
Anchor.
Doing it.
Yeah, I noticed.
You know he's lying.
Mr.
It's because Soldier Boy insulted him.
Yeah. What's his name? Was it J Blow who was like anti-vax for a while?
Oh yeah.
Roarer. Jason Roarer.
J Blow was like, I want to be able to ask questions. I'm just asking questions. Which, isn't quite AVAX, but is close. It's like a kissing cousin.
It's saying like AVAX is reasonable.
All right. Yeah. All ashore. Just fucking kill ghosts until it stops being funny. Consider this like a de-stressor after the meg.
ER.
Their death animation is incredibly silly.
I love it. Although, I feel like the ghosts have the unfortunate curse of not being as fun to kill as skeletons.
Yeah. A lot of game dev buddies of mine have talked about the supremacy of skeletons as an enemy type.
Skeletons are pretty good, not gonna lie.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. This is the ultimate point about skeletons, is that one of the most fun things about killing something is the physics. And if you kill a skeleton, you're literally spawning like 200 physics objects of the bones going in different directions.
Yes. I mean, there are ways of doing it, but
Yeah, no. I'm just saying that for me is like one of the main motivations of skeletons is the promise of just like, if I hit this guy and I get his last hit point, his bones are going to go everywhere, and that's amazing.
Remember, if you go into a Spanish fort and you see a ghost,
go ahead.
It's
a ghost. Sorry. So Fearless, thank you for the bits. Fearless is talking about stuff
lots
from...
of ghosts in here now.
Oh, yes, we're making friends. The club. Which... Oh, thank you. Everything smelled... Sorry. So good.
Oh dear, that's a gunpowder barrel.
I've got curry.
I also have curry.
It smells so good. No, we got really into Crow's little game, The Club. And it's just one of the quotes from that is if you're in the club and you see a ghost, go ahead. It's a ghost.
Yeah, like selling.
I got a bunch of ghosts on myself on the upper floors. There we go.
The ghost death requires so much more particle work than just spawning a bunch of bones. And the bones continue to just be so satisfying.
Yeah. And the players are like, oh, I'm gonna get the skull, I'm gonna collect all the skulls.
Yep.
Like Skyrim, you know, like it's just... Yeah. But here's my rant that I forgot to go on a while ago.
Bring it on back.
Is that hit points are immoral. If you use hit points, you are ethically excusing violence. I think hit points are the worst thing that ever happened to video games. I almost gave this talk at Last Levels, but I didn't have enough time.
Oh my god, I want to hear this as a GDC talk.
No, seriously. So, like
spill that tea.
Right now...
This is the squad that will listen. Like,
let me talk about a couple of games that don't have hit points, okay? So, like, RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress... and like Mech Commander or Mech Warrior. But okay, so what happens in Dwarf Fortress, right? What happens when you don't have hit points? You get into like, number one, physical disabilities of like, oh, my muscles have been destroyed, my nerves have been destroyed, my brain has been destroyed, and like, that's not fun. Like, oh, I did 10 hit points is like a really fun, cute thing to do. Like, oh, I destroyed this person's ability to like walk or grasp objects with their left hand is like not cool. And then also with RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, you get into butchering of like, oh, well, like how much meat did I cut off of them? Like, it's like way to totally like whitewash violence and be like, oh, you stabbed them with a knife, but a number went down, so like you shouldn't feel bad about yourself. Where it's like, I challenge game devs to not use hit points and to deal with the consequences of what happens when you don't use hit points, which is like, shit, I have to deal with blood and disabilities.
One of my absolute favorites, which
pain, you know, like...
I haven't streamed it because I think Caffeine in chat would have a small, like, brain aneurysm. There is a Sega JRPG called Resonance of Fate, which is, what if you took the standard issue JRPG nonsense, but replaced all the fantasy and magic with guns?
Yep.
And it's like, oh, you unloaded a clip from an Uzi into a person's chest, but they only took 15 points of damage. It's like, no! The person is riddled!
I think the blame...
You're super dead!
...is squarely with hit points. Of like, if you didn't be able to like abstract like a person dying into a number going down, like you'd have to deal with it in a more serious way.
Yeah. Now, I will say with this, like, you know, health bars and hit points for individual characters works well because the focus of this game is the ships. And the ships
I'm not saying having hit points makes you like bad. I'm just saying that like hit points were invented to like make human pain and violence seem more like easy to deal with.
Yeah.
It feels
I
like
agree,
a very disambiguous...
We're
sorry, please continue.
picking up Chest right now, right?
We're down with the ghosts. Can we get back on the ship?
There's still ghosts.
Now we're...
There's still ghosts.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I see some in the basement. I don't think we've gone in there yet.
When the captain of the fort is dead and the fanciful Spanish music comes to a conclusion...
Okay, I'll wait for the music.
Sorry, I saw something that said like Phantoms Vanquished or something, and I thought we were done.
I'll just eat my onion.
But you know, just to Oh god. Okay, here's the captain of the fortress. He just popped into the middle layer and he's going upstairs.
I'm with you.
Ah, you making friends?
I was. Okay, here he is.
There he is.
Kick his ass! He knows what he did.
I am stacking the man.
Oh wow, he is truly instant.
Like,
Olé!
olé!
I found a
Okie
treasure
dokie.
key.
Yeah, so
Beautiful.
follow me to the basement with the treasure key. What's-
So how do you feel, Will, about stat points?
And the fact that you're responding means that I'm your lawyer as Will on Will.
Yes.
Um,
And you're about to get cancelled, so choose your answer carefully.
stat points
Oh,
are
man.
perfect and have no flaws.
Ooh, he's cancelled!
It was a good run.
There we go. It was a good run.
Oh, so friendos, any treasure in here, bring it on over to this floating platform, because this is how we'll fish it on out. Also,
We
at
care
this-
about empty treasure cases.
Wait, where's the platform?
It is right here.
Okay, I'm coming to you.
Because I'm going to crack open the extra treasure at the top as well. So yeah. We plunk it on this little thing. No, okay, so stat points are useful for a form of progression in a lot of different spaces. The one I will say that is universally fucking bad is any stat points that increase the amount of stat points or increase the amount of XP that you get. That, if you have to have that in your game, you are dumb and stupid and you have failed. Because why would a user ever not take the get more XP thing? You've just locked them into essentially early point disadvantage.
Yeah,
The
it
only way
reminds
that
me of something my dad used to say, that was gambling is a tax on people who are bad at math.
The only way that that system works is if there is a true cap on the number of points that you're able to gain in the long term, so that that short term boost ends up being a cap
Yeah.
on how powerful you can get, and that is not fun game design. That
No,
kind of
because
sucks.
because the only time you'd find that out is if you had fucked up.
Yep, it's
Um,
setting the user up to fail at the end and
Yeah.
not giving the opportunity to understand.
Now, I will say, because Caffeine was pointing out with like TTRPGs, that's a different sphere.
Yeah.
Now, but I will say that in tabletop stuff, you know, MechWarrior didn't use traditional hit points. Sorry, BattleTech. BattleTech used like locational damage with rolls.
Yeah, I think locational is good, even if you're a robot. Yeah.
Also, like the tabletops are so different because there's a GM who can say like, "Oh, that was not great for the party dynamic or whatever."
Yeah.
You can't do that with the computer. You have to like cheat hack or whatever, and
Yeah.
You can't sit behind your players and say, "Oh no, all right. Well, let me just. We didn't mean that to happen. Let me just change the outcome."
Well,
of that
I would say
conflict."
my equivalent of that is like a DM, in Dungeons and Dragons, as it's written, being like, oh, somebody attacks you with a knife, you take 2 points of damage. It means nothing to you. Versus somebody attacks you with a knife, like if they hit you in the wrong spot, like you're disabled for life. Like nobody wants to talk about that.
Yep.
That's not an interesting, fun, quirky part of RPGs, but like that's like the evil of like hit points in terms of like hiding like what's fucked up about violence.
yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we're trying to sell users on an experience, and usually that experience is fun.
Yeah, and if the
And-
experience is being a pirate, like don't bog them down
Yep.
with like, oh, your victim needs to go to like surgery, and this is like the type
Yeah.
of surgery that they had. Like,
Which-
let them kill a skeleton. No, I'm totally for it.
I think Robot
like-
Chicken did that skit already.
Yep. If you want to do this war of mine, like, great, do it. Totally go
Yeah,
balls
yeah,
deep
yeah.
on that stuff. But like, man, like if you're trying to sell something for fun, like that stuff is such a downer.
It's
Yeah,
true.
no.
It's just that, oh god damn, this game is gorgeous. I know we should be loading up treasure and stuff, but it's like the sun setting behind our galleon as the rainbow flag flies.
What are we
Yeah.
supposed to be doing? I'm just wandering around this fort.
We should be looking for any treasure we missed.
Yeah, but just have a trundle about. Don't
found
bring the
something.
splody barrel. Nick,
Yeah, here you go.
Nick,
Come here, Will.
Nick, no.
I
No
got a present for
splodies.
you.
No splodies.
I'm gonna put it by the treasure.
But it's things I often think about of when the systems, especially HP systems, are so easy to break that it makes it less fun. So an example being like you're in a fight in Skyrim, pause the game, eat 15 cheese wheels, and you're like right as rain.
Yep.
That's not fun. That's
the Fallout thing.
Yeah, you're not being the cool badass Dovahkiin. You're a fucking cheese fiend.
Yeah.
Which could be fun in a different type of game.
Yeah, but I like the contrast of like, oh, I'm the kind of guy who's got 50 wheels of cheese, so whenever I'm adventuring, like, you know, I've always got something to eat when I camp, and like, so my HP is always going up, or like my readiness or whatever is always going up, you know. But I think that's super cool. But like, just the like, you like stabbed me with a spear, but like nothing like has happened, but like my number has gone down, you know. I think like encourages like violence doesn't mean anything.
Don't forget to load the sad chest into the hold.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why I was asking is because, like, I love a lot of stuff that is semi-randomized or procedural. Like, I love a game like World of Horror or something, where they rely a lot on, you know, stat-based numerical things, or a game like Sunless Sea. Or something like that, where you're deciding to rely on some amount of gaminess or contrivance that is maybe a little bit less thematically on point than it would be if you were able to be more specific and more bespoke about how these things came together. But you know, you're maybe being a little more flexible about it because you want to have some of that randomness and proceduralness and allow for it to be generative.
Oh yeah. Well, so the other thing is creating lose states. Well, creating fail states that are fun. So like, if you lose a combat encounter, it doesn't just go, well, fuck you, load your save game, where it actually adds something content-wise. Like, that's where I feel like those like more bespoke systems really succeed. Now I do know that it's got an HP system as well, but I often think about good old you know, XCOM Iron Man, and how if a player character dies, they get like a propaganda poster, and that's up in the ship, and they're added to like the Hall of Heroes.
Yeah.
You know,
Lost Fortress too. Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned RimWorld and stuff like that, where Lost builds story.
Yeah. There's an amazing, I mean, like, so, I mean, just to give complete context, like, there's some weirdness with Tynan Sylvester, who's the developer of RimWorld. The controversy behind him is that in RimWorld, female NPCs are 60% more likely to become bisexual versus male NPCs who are like 40% likely to become bisexual or whatever in the math. And it was the same thing that I was talking about with Penny Arcade, where it's not like a huge deal and it's not like a really offensive thing to do, but he just completely doubled down on it, where he was like, no, like, in my experience, like, women, like, are more likely to be bisexual, and, like, I'm never gonna fucking change the math in my game that's based on my experience, like, where it's like, it doesn't really matter, and it was, like, a weird thing. Anyways.
The idea of trying to mathematically work out, like, predictability of bisexuality is the most programmer thing that I think I've heard.
Yeah, but also the idea of doubling down on it, of being like, oh no, my math that I have just based on my, like, random life experience is, like, completely right of how often people are bisexual, and, like, I'm not gonna, like, accept anything, you know, as a compromise. Like, it's just kind of the same thing. It's just, like, you're allowed to be wrong. You're allowed to, like, do something weird and, like, make a game where, like, women are more bisexual than men. But it's about, like, what you respond to when people are like, why did you do this? Like,
Ragnar's spot on. That's a strange hill to die on.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what I was talking about with RimWorld, but it's a lovely game.
And I wanted to jump back, because Chef was saying that how hit points are like a mathematical representation of how one is doing health-wise. I'm not saying I disagree with that. It's more the case of, like, we can do much more interesting things in video games. In video games, we can do more interesting things.
let's take the reason that hit points were invented was because of like the reason D&D was invented was a German military game called Kriegspiel, where it was just about like simulating wars with models of soldiers and shit, and that's where like all tactical D&D like grid-based shit came out of.
Yeah, D&D was revolutionary because it was about characters, not armies.
Yeah, but hit points came out of like, oh, well, what's the difference between a soldier and an artillery piece? Well, an artillery piece might have 5 hit points, where a soldier, like before that, it was like everything has 1 hit point. Like if you shoot it and you win, you kill. And whereas this was like, oh, what about artillery pieces? What about siege engines? What about fortifications? And that's where hit points were invented, as a way of like explaining why some asset of warfare is like more durable than a single human. But I think that it ended up in this whole thing of like, let's pretend that violence is just a number going down, which is like the bad part of hit points.
Well, not to bring this up 2 Sea of Thieves games in a row for Will, but you know, there were other ways of representing health in early video games.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
My favorite is the chickenometer.
Yes.
Which some of you may be familiar with.
Oh, we're going to be exploring this island, so Star, please keep talking about the chickenometer, but just we'll hit anchor and explore this little island. Sorry, please
be ready on anchor.
I forget the name of the game, but there was a game that represented your health as a chicken on a table, and the meat of the chicken would slowly disappear and become more and more bone, until eventually it was just a chicken carcass.
Yeah, and as you were saying last time, that was the precursor to the Wolfenstein and then eventually Doom Guy faces. Like a visual representation. Alright, there's a...
Speaking of like other ways of representing health points, someone's gonna know this. What was the game where basically you getting hit was actually like misses? It was like your luck to not get hit by the bullets.
Oh,
and then
I like that system where it's like, if something hits you, it's like, okay, well, you know, you're lucky that this didn't kill you, but like your luck is running out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I can't remember what the game was, but it was very good.
What do you
At least that I liked that system specifically.
It maybe even was like one of the Call of Duty games. That was like how they rationalized hit points of like people keep shooting at you and like, you know, you see these red flashes, but like until
it was
you know,
Uncharted.
that's just you like getting unlucky or whatever.
It was Uncharted 1.
Yeah.
I just played that. Yeah, I thought that was very clever, but you know, it's Naughty Dog, so. At the end of the day, like, you know, we can always try and do stuff like this, but sometimes you just gotta ship the game, and hit points are easy.
Yeah, and you know, like I was just talking about Richard LaMarchand, who was like lead designer on Uncharted 2, I think, and like his whole thing was I want to make this like violent. I want to make good.
Oh dear.
But yeah, I mean he was like lead designer on it, and like he like reduced the amount of NPCs that Nathan Drake killed.
Barrel?
That is a skeleton with a floating barrel. He just walked right by Will.
How did he not kill me? Because I had to go...
There we go.
How did I survive that?
I don't know. I tried.
I see another one.
Obviously luck.
That was pure luck. Because Amos was coming to say hi howdy.
You were just standing there as like the skeleton.
No, I've literally been John Wick covering you guys. that wasn't luck. That was me.
Thank you. Yeah.
Whoa! I'm down.
That was also me.
Oh.
Betrayal!
That guy.
Sorry, your shore leave has been denied.
Good job, comrades.
No, it's one of the things that I do like talking about a fair wedge is how we still have a certain amount of, you know, it is because it is in video games, you know.
Yep.
Things like lives, hit points, continues, etc. They're overhangs. And
yeah,
I'm not saying that our opinion of all hit points are trash and bad and you're trash and bad if you like them is the only opinion, but more that it's a good thing to make you stop and think about, like, wait a second, why do we hit points?
Yeah.
It's always worth asking, like, hey, can we talk about this? And maybe there's a better way. But like, it's when people dig in and they're like, no, we have to find a different way.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
is
like,
when it
don't get me
becomes a
wrong.
problem.
Like, I love games with hit points where it's like tactical and it's like, oh, this like Into the Breach, where it's like, oh, well, this guy's gonna do 2 hit points of damage to my guy, but like I'm gonna move over here and do this. Like,
Yep.
I'm not saying like get rid of hit points. I'm just saying like a lot of the time hit points have been used to like mask like how fucked up violence is.
Also,
Yeah,
Into the Breach is a great example because mechanically, Into the Breach is as much about like dishing out punishment as it is about like moving people around and like board manipulation.
Like saving, like move. Yeah.
Well, they've got that, like, if you screw up, people die, and they make sure you know it.
Yeah.
Also, yeah. But yeah, Real Hunter, thank you for the raid. Hello.
Welcome, Raiders.
I am joined by a myriad of games industry legends, and currently we're talking about hit points, but yeah, the conversation started with GDC and it has gone on its own adventure.
Yeah, I mean, hey guys, if there's another thing you want us to argue about, here's a good one: 99% hit chance. Should it always hit?
I mean, there's been some
boy.
incredible conversations about how the XCOM team tweaked it so that the number you see is not an accurate mathematical representation.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, in my opinion, this goes back to the same thing we were talking about a second ago about interesting failures.
Yeah.
It shouldn't always hit, but the failure should be interesting.
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
There's gonna be times where, because it doesn't always hit, where you walk up, you're right next to him, it's a 99% hit chance, and then you miss. That feels bad.
They should tell you why.
But sometimes it's just the roll of the die.
I agree, but yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's I
It's
don't
like I can tell you rolled a 1 on it, but that doesn't help it feel less shitty.
Like, as a game designer, when you give someone a 99-1 roll, what are you saying to them? Like, you did a good job, but no matter how good of a job you do, like 1% of the time you suck. Like,
yeah, it's the Kobayashi Maru, and like gamers don't like that.
Yeah. What gamers
It's
like
true.
is rolling for 10% and then succeeding.
Yes.
it's just the Skinner box, man. I mean, look up the Skinner box if you're a gamer before you keep gaming.
World of Warcraft.
I was addicted to World of Warcraft, and I hit rock bottom when I was about 14 or 15, and that was a big moment for me as a game developer.
Yep, that game is just infinite little Skinner boxes all hooked together. It's actually kind of amazing.
And it's not even as bad as like some of the Eastern Asia Chinese games, which are like Skinner boxes, but if you give us $10,000, we'll make your odds better. Which is like you're asking people to lose the whatever. Don't get me started.
Yep, yeah, I'm there with you. Fencer, whenever one of my soldiers misses a 99 or a 98% chance, I send them into the next battle alone.
Yeah.
But no, like that sort of illustrates the point.
It should be that. It should be like he only missed this because he was like a defector. Like there should be some narratively interesting reason that the 1% failed. It shouldn't just be like, yeah, calculator bad. We got a player ship coming up on us.
No, we're okay. It's a skeleton sloop.
Never mind.
Unless there's another ship.
It's to the northwest.
Did we ever find the map piece?
Oh, I do see the player ship. He's not headed to us. He's headed away. I think he saw that we were 3 sails and got the fuck out.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of comes back to, and this is where tabletop has the advantage, is that because you have a person on the other side of the screen, they can articulate those moments to either make them like entertaining or to roll them back round to the players' at least interest, you know.
Just to like pimp on tabletop because I'm on the stream. If you like tabletop games, I'm about to come out with one. It's The Portal Tomb on Kickstarter. We're launching April 4th. It's Iron Age, Ireland, Druids, Death, the Fey Folk.
Nice.
One shot.
tabletop role-playing game. Go check it out.
Please remind me when that goes live so I can push people towards.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna run a game for you and everyone you want when it goes live on your stream.
Send me that. I want in on that.
We're partnering with Possum Creek Games, who just released Yazeba's Bed and Breakfast. If you like tabletop games and you're chill and you're queer and you like Hayao Miyazaki's shit, get Yazeba's Bed and Breakfast. It's such a cool fucking system.
No, that sounds fucking cool. Sorry. Amos is either weird and aimless right now, or is about to pee on everything we know and love, and I can't work out which.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Bowser
baby
does
boy.
He's having a
Good boy.
day.
that. Oop, I heard a shot.
That was me, and this is
Okay.
also me. Encore!
Yeah, I'm very excited for your Kickstarter to launch.
Thanks, y'all.
I'm going to be shouting about it a lot when it's live.
I would love to do any type of stream, podcast, anything. I'll run the game for you. It's kind of like Fiasco. It's kind of like Powered by the Apocalypse. It's kind of like Iron Age Ireland in the Feywild.
Quests received.
So I think that one's asking us to go to another island and pick up some stuff for a merchant, which isn't fun. People want to go pick up, like, their fucking DoorDash. Because I know...
They can do it themselves.
Yeah, Fiona and Kyle both tried to get the Wendy's DoorDash deal today, and they were denied.
Do we want to destroy these skeletons on the way out?
Murder to your heart's content.
Okay, right
Oh,
in the center.
God. Oh, shit! New Goblin!
Oh,
What?
where?
Come help me murder this guy!
Oh my god.
Job's done.
I'm sniping you.
He was not as tough as I thought. So, the loot goblins in this game drop the paid currency, so we just got goodies.
Okay.
I'm gonna go check it out then.
Yeah,
Me too.
I think it should be automatically given to you all, so... Fucking
It,
YOLO.
it might take a second to sync up.
Sorry.
Ragnar Steiner, opening another can of worms. Scope glint in shooter games, yay or nay? That's very specific.
I'm gonna say yay.
Yep.
I am also going to say yay because I like
Because
stylization.
fuck snipers. Honestly, all the multiplayer shooter games I've played, snipers have ruined them. Hawken, Battlefield 2142, snipers were the worst part of it. If you're a sniper, I hate you. Get in the fucking front line and play a fucking video game instead of just clicking on people's heads. Go play Boogie's Island if you like sniping.
I actually think like the snipers is the more interesting side of the conversation because it is such a difficult thing to balance around. Snipers are universally fucking hated.
Yeah, no, there are people who
opposing
ruin fun.
This dude.
The cost associated with being a sniper should be like you just like if anyone looks at you, you die. We got a ghost ship behind us.
Okay.
It's coming pretty quick though.
Yeah, like sniping is very difficult to balance around from a gameplay perspective because if we were building it around real life, you would never see the person who kills you, and they would be killing you from so far out that it's just not fun.
Yeah.
And it all goes back to it's not fun. I know it's a lame excuse, but we spend a lot of time arguing about that.
Yeah, especially if, like, unless you are simulating all bullets, like,
Yep,
Yeah.
it is such a difficult thing.
it is. There are games that do them well, but they're based around sniping. Like, what was that? The Elite Sniper game?
Yeah, I have put a stupid amount of hours into that one, so yeah.
Yeah.
And even that, like, without scope glint, it turns into the world's most aggressive pixel hunt.
Yep. And some people are very good at that, and some people aren't. Did they just come shoot us once and then leave?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I guess they tried to fucking start shit, it didn't work. Take that, skeletons.
Did we take any damage? Are we like slowly sinking?
No, we're good.
Alright, please tell me we got the piece of the map we need. Yes! Alright, so now we just need to find whatever this island is, and then we can go dig up a...
Thing.
thing.
Yeah, there's a very interesting YouTube channel I'll have to find. He tests out camouflage from various countries. It's
God
not
damn,
my usual
there are
cup
a
of
lot of
tea,
skeletons.
Yeah, I think I pissed them off.
but it's very interesting because they really, like, you really do become invisible.
Ghillie suit, yeah.
But like, weirdly, I worked with a gentleman who had been a military sniper at a previous job, and what he was saying is like, yes, when things pop off, you are in an advantageous position. But what they don't show is, you know, somebody sitting in a cold piss puddle for like 2 days.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's one of the things, like, we can't simulate as gameplay developers. Like, I'm not going to make a player actually do that because it's not fun. Once again, the lame excuse. But it's true. The only games that we can get away with not going after fun are horror games. And actually,
it's not even that it's not fun. It's just that people won't pay for it.
Yeah. Although now that I say it, a horror game about being a sniper when everything is overrun and gone to shit could be a lot of fun.
I never got any traction with it, but I pitched a title a while back. I wanted to do a game about a deaf sniper who uses like lip reading to try and understand what's going on. I like the idea of using that bit from Spy Party where you're trying to ascertain people's movements with information. Amos, I love you, baby boy. What is going on? Do you just want attention? Yeah, little Mr. I don't want to know Will is now like super bestie best friends. That's my pop.
Alright, do we have the map fragment?
We do have the map fragment. Now we just got to play which island is it.
Oh, my favorite Sea of Thieves game.
Yeah, the most aggressive. So this is what we've got so far.
Ah.
Oh,
It's a very
I see.
generic.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if we've got a big long voyage in front of us, what's the game that if you had $1 million and no budget limitations, you would make? Starting with you, Star.
Wait, $1 million bucks?
So, like
A million, billion, zillion bucks.
Okay.
like any game at all, or is this a remake of a previous game?
You've been Mr. Activision comes to you with $1 million, billion, zillion bucks and says, "I want to make that game." What's the game?
Oh man, okay. So my pet game that I want to make is an RPG set in turn of the century Austria, where all of the character classes are based off of mental health disabilities.
That Freud is like just discovered, or like
Freud is an NPC in the game, but
is he
he's
like
not...
a quest giver?
Yeah, essentially. But it's more about, not about him as like a central figure necessarily, but about the turn of the century being a time when a lot of ideas were changing and that the entire idea of mental health suddenly had entered the public consciousness, and that place and that time was the first time that the idea that it wasn't your fault was kind of present at all.
Who do you want the player character to be in that?
So the player character is actually randomized amongst a group of influential historical figures. So they're people like Gustav Klimt and Vali Neusel and Egon Schiele. These are all people who knew each other and had relationships and were important to each other. And it would take place over a long period of time where gameplay would happen over the course of years. Things would happen like development in the city. For example, they were building out city blocks of the Ringstrasse, which was this area in Austria where originally they had these medieval walls put up. And the Austrians kept theirs up much longer than many other medieval cities because the Turks just kept invading. So when they took them down, they had this huge amount of city to develop. So during that time period, they were just building out huge amounts of city. So one of the playable characters would be the architect who designed that. So you'd get to make decisions about like how the city expanded, and that would influence the level design.
Caffeine's calling us out because saying turn of the century. Caffeine's like, wait, so you mean like, Austria in the year 2000?
No, 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 no.
Shenanigans caffeine.
So the tagline would be something like, can you stop World War I? Can you do it with schizophrenia?
Hell yeah.
That's good.
But the thing is, you don't get to pick, just like in real life. Like you pick who you play, but not which class, and that's different every time.
Nice. Kind of reminds me a little bit of the Church in the Darkness.
I don't know that one.
So that's more the characters you interact with rather than you. Oh, so this is actually a real game. The Church in the Darkness, you play a CIA agent who is doing off-the-clock work. I think your sister's kid has left all the belongings behind and moved to a cult in Brazil. So kind of like, I think what was happening with, I believe, the Moonies, before they all, they were going to buy a compound in South America and move everybody there. But here's the hook. There are 2 cult leaders, and their personalities are random. So, they might actually be the loving, peaceful, just hates capitalist government types, or they might be trying to train everybody up to be their own personal combat militia, or they might just be drugged up psychopaths. You never know, and you have to work out the 2 leaders' personalities from exploring, because either you are the good guy saving the child from an evil cult, or you might be the bad guy who's running in, killing people and snapping necks in this peaceful hippie commune.
What about you, Nick? What's your 20 million billion jillion dollar game?
Oh man. I mean, I'm not really ready to pitch the thing I'm actually working on at the moment. Oh man. So I'm working on an action RPG that is, if I'm being a little mean, you and your found family seeking revenge and killing fascists.
Nice.
It's in a fantasy world that's been invaded by basically space Nazis, and I'm being a little weird about it, but
I'm actually pro-Nazi, so if you can be sensitive, that would be great.
I promise I will not be sensitive.
I nearly inhaled my food!
Actually, I like Nazis, so if you could not offend
You're really
me.
going for it, aren't you?
For the
Where's the
record,
cancel
friends,
button?
Will does not actually believe that. It is a bit. Just in case this gets taken out of context in 100
This
years.
will, absolutely.
Fair
be
use
taken out of
parody.
context. No, so it's a thing I've been working on for a couple of years. I actually ran a tabletop in this universe for a couple of years, and we developed a really rich set of cultures. I ran a LARP for about 10 years based on this universe.
Oh, tight.
It's got, it's something that I've been sort of playing around with as far as concepts, and I'm in the middle of sort of talking with a couple publishers that have some actual interest. So it's why I'm being a little cagey, is there's some ongoing discussions that are in the wind right now.
The one that I will probably never get the budget to do, but would love to, is I wanted to do kind of gritty realism versus ridiculous levels of fantasy. I like the idea of taking a group of people using current modern military stuff and setting them against I'm talking Final Fantasy X level ridiculous magic nonsense. I wanted to create something that, while you initially start with a shooty gunbang approach, it becomes more about learning the world and exploring it and learning how everything has an interconnected level. And I know that's pretty meh, but
No, I think it's reasonable. I need to chew on that a little bit, but I think that what you're asking for isn't wrong or unreasonable, especially as we start to look at building out more and more, having everything be connected, especially from level design to systems. I need to chew on that statement a little bit.
I feel there's still a lot of value and a lot of creativity to be had in the shooty gunbang space, but I'm so fucking done of, shoot the dudes because of
You know what I'll say is,
phased-
chat. If you think there's something that can be done in the shooty gun bang space, why don't you give some bits and let us know?
Oh yeah.
You do not have to give bits, friends.
I challenge you. If you think there's a good idea in the shooty gun bang space, you give some bits and I'll criticize it.
Yep. Man, that is a space that has been done to death, but I'd love to hear it. Actually, here's a shooty gun game that I really enjoyed.
Oh, could one of you hit the anchor for us, please?
Yes.
Because I didn't realize how quickly it was coming in.
Valkyria Chronicles. Has anyone played that?
Yes.
No.
It is real good. The story is kind of mid. The fourth one's actually, the story is pretty good. But they do a lot with active turn-based shooting combat.
What are we doing here?
Sorry, I was creeping on a galleon that's not too far from us, the Bold and Beauty. We're going to be picking up a key. So here's what I would like of you all, friends. Please help me pull the sails all the way up. Then we're going to pull the anchor. Then we're going to go ashore and get this bloody key. That way, if these cheeky bad words decide to do to us what we did to those other people earlier on the evening, we can just make a bloody run for it. But yeah, Valkyria Chronicles is fascinating because it's like...
I'm going to stay on the ship.
I just fell off the ship.
So it's Animu World War II. It is turn-based, but with a level of like action combat, in that you only have so much movement per turn, and so many times that you can shoot, that you physically move and take shots. It also did a very good job of how it represented war, despite being very, very Animu.
Oh yeah, they very clearly are the war fucking sucks on their sleeve. Like, the whole story is basically war fucking sucks.
I think if you're making a game about war and the point isn't war fucking sucks, you better have a fucking good point.
The moral of Valkyria Chronicles is no one wins in war, and the only people who suffer are the people who have to fight in it, plus the people who are forced to suffer while it goes on in their backyards. And they tell that story very well. Your friends do die.
Yeah.
Death means something.
The reason why I didn't want to just out and out praise is that message gets a little muddled in the sequels.
Well, yeah,
Shooty
2 and 3 got muddled, but 4 they go back
escape
deep to
style
those
game
roots.
from
Like,
major historical battles.
There is
You
a
only
scene
have
I won't
limited
spoil
ammo.
that
You
is
have to
fucking
make your
rough.
way out of the city.
So, sorry to interrupt.
Levels include the Siege of Berlin,
Okay.
Stalingrad.
So, yeah, your challenge was accepted. So, Shackle, for a shooty gun bang to judge, suggested it's Far Cry 4, but oh, I kind of broke this guy. Far Cry 4, but, and I quote, just adding an actual campaign after you stay at the table on the same side as Pagan Min. And
I think that's one of my favorite lefty arguments. Is
Okay, we've got a barrel incoming.
Hadouken!
Good job.
Thank you. And the other one was Caffeine saying for the shooty gunbang idea, hyper-realistic escape from major historical battles. You have limited ammo, and you have to make your way out of major conflicts like, you know, Stalingrad, the Siege of Vienna, etc. So the goal is not to kill, the goal is to survive as a regular person in war.
So, like,
I think that was one of the big things of the Call of Duty that had Stalingrad.
Fucking fishmen! Stop exploding me!
I mean, you know, there's some interesting aspects to the history, especially in the Red Army of I can't remember the term for them, but they were the second line, and their entire job was basically to force the first line from retreating. Basically, if you tried to retreat, they'd shoot you.
Game over.
Well, that's what they did in Call of Duty, where the player character was the second line that got the ammunition, and their whole, like, their sergeant said to them, okay, you take ammunition and you follow the guy who has a rifle, and when he dies, you take his rifle, and now you're the rifleman. You get promoted.
Got it.
Although apparently, sorry, it's the lots happening all at once. So Immortal then threw in shooty gunbang, where you solve programs with pacifist solutions by shooting things. So the idea of it being kind of like a Rube Goldberg setup, but anything that kills someone is a failure state.
Whoever said that in chat, you win. Correct answer. Like honestly, my advice is like Splatoon is like, yeah, you can like have a game that's about pointing and clicking people in the head and like pointing your mouse
Will,
like
put that down.
Oh.
Open that up.
Sadly, there's no space in it.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, but anyways, all I mean is like, but just be creative about it, right? Like, don't be like, oh yeah, like this game's only cool because like I clicked on your head and your brains blew out. Like, I made a game jam game that was like a tower defense, and I was like, let's not do this violently. And so instead of violence, it was like we had this laser tower, but like let's just make it like a booze tower, and it like shoots like alcohol at like the invaders, and they just get like sick of like showing up because they're too drunk and they just leave instead of like getting killed.
If that galleon gets closer, I can't tell if they're sailing towards or
Yeah,
away.
we'll do. Keep an eye on them.
I think they're sailing towards us. All right, let's just. So I need a sandy inlet. I'll try and get us this thing, and then we can make a bloody break for it because.
I don't see anyone coming for us.
They are bearing southwest.
Okay. Yeah, I see him.
Here's the inlet.
They got 4 lanterns on their deck, but it's a galleon.
Yeah, just let us know if they start making a move for us directly.
Aye.
Right. Hello, Amos. Baby boy. Alright. But no, so Len, Caffeine, Fearless, thank you for the bits, friends. You didn't have to do that, but thank you.
You had to do it. I forced your hand.
Yeah! I kneecap skeletons. Okay, let's have a look at this map.
Should I pick up a crate of plants?
No, we'd have to find who they belong to, and then we would have to. Oh, okay, so there's you there.
That ship's not coming towards us.
We'd have to find who it belongs to, and keep it watered the whole way while we deliver it. It's just not fun.
Legend of Zelda shit.
Same with the crate of.
How about a tower defense game without
just
violence or
bring
substance
the treasure
abuse?
chest back.
You have to slow down the wave with nets and slime hits to the point where they mob gets bored and leaves.
Okay. Caffeine suggesting a tower defense game where the goal is to bore your the incoming creeps, and they just give up.
That was like very close to our global game jam game with roots and mushrooms. I won't give too much about it, but like we were doing a tower defense, and I said like, hey, I don't want to do a violent game. Let's come up with something weird. And yeah, one of them was like beer gets shot into their mouth. One of them was like instead of like a homing missile, it's like a stripper like runs out to them and like gives them a lap dance, and then they're like, yeah, I'm just gonna go home instead of attacking this village or whatever. Like.
That sounds fucking great. I mean, I always enjoy.
It's cooler than violence. If you choose something that isn't violence, it's gonna be cooler.
I'm so done with the standard. Anything that subverts is always going to be a big win in my book. I really love Paratropic for how it gives you a very complicated firearm, and then says, and then you have it with you for half the game, and you never use it. Like, it has you laboriously reload each chamber in this revolver. And it gives you that feeling of like, oh, this is someone that likes their shooty gun bang. And then goes, actually, nah.
Just to shill my game, we're trying to do the Portal Tomb, a tabletop role-playing game that we're trying to do on Kickstarter. But one of our big inspirations was Wander Home by Possum Creek Games. And it's a very, like, non-violent D&D kind of, like, Ghibli, like, adventure, finding out who you are. It's not, it's not about combat. but they had a very interesting player class called the Veteran that had like an ability that no other class had. That was like you can just like kill someone at any time in this like very kind of that's not what the game is about game. But like completely inspired me of like what if you took that more seriously? Like what if you took that like just having a player class who like they could never use that action the whole campaign, but just knowing like, oh, like I'm the only one who knows how to kill someone, like changes how they play the game.
Yeah, I know we've talked about this. Sorry, me and my lot, we've talked about this a lot. But you know, one of my favorite like animus is Girls' Last Tour, where even though they have military kit, even though they're, you know, they have rifles and they have a half track, they never engage in conflict. And one of the things that I think is still so powerful about the FPS space is that it's so ubiquitous that it puts users into a very specific mindset very quickly, making it super easy to subvert. Like, I'm not gonna harp on about it, we all know it, but like Spec Ops: The Line doesn't hit as hard now as it
I
used
want to talk about Spec Ops: The Line. Yeah,
Because
lay it down.
we don't play third-person shooty gunbangs like we used to. That's kind of fallen out of vogue. You know, that used to be one of the most ubiquitous AAA experiences, and that's just not something we really do anymore. You know.
I think that Spec Ops: The Line also kind of illustrates your moral point of like if you're making a game about war and violence, like you know, let people know what the cost of that is. Like at the very least, right? Like I think it's disingenuous to be like, yeah, it's all just like hit points. Like, oh, your numbers. Oh, you're just like better at making someone's numbers go down faster than they are at yours. Like,
yeah, and again, we talked about this a lot recently, but there was that original pitch for Haze that never really carried through. Where they were gonna have the first part of the game be like, here is war as video games, and then like show you like, okay, no, this is war. People get shot,
for sure.
They get wounded, they go down, like there's screaming and blood and bad times. Bodies don't just disappear. But also the hype machine around Haze went too far, and with a game that subverts expectation, you fucking can't tell the user ahead of time.
I mean, like even with the best intentions. I mean, I had a contract gig for Planned Parenthood, where we made a virtual reality game about like real life examples of like the crazy people who like protest outside of Planned Parenthood, saying like, you know, oh, you're a slut, and like, you know, like repent, and like all this like kind of Christian protester Westboro Baptist shit, and like. You know, we thought the outcome would be like, oh, like I feel so much like sympathy and like guilt and like I want to help these people, but like the outcome was like, what the hell? Like I'm mad, like I'm angry, like who the hell are these people saying this to like women who are vulnerable? Like I don't know.
Oh.
It's unpredictable. The empathy machine.
Yep.
So we have our key. We're going to be heading west-southwest to Crescent Isle. And then we are going to crack open a vault full of fucking goodies. So I hope you all are ready to get paid.
Yeah,
I do like getting paid.
But yeah, I don't want to go too hard into Spec Ops and its meaning because that's a quagmire of a conversation.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't play third-person cover shooters like we used to. They aren't one of the big genres. So it means that it loses a little bit of its weight. Oh, is everyone aboard? Anyone aboard?
Yes.
I'm there.
Yeah, west-southwest.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the like infection of the third-person cover shooter in other genres. A good example would be the Deus Ex remake.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like they very clearly felt like they had to use those mechanics, and they made the game worse for it.
Indeed. I'm fingies crossed hopeful for what we'll see with the future of Deus Ex, because if Embracer Group are just out to make a profit, they could quite easily flip the Deus Ex IP and team and make bank.
Yep.
That's
I
that's my naive hope, you know.
I suspect, because of how expensive immersive sims are and how small the audience is, that they're going to want to just do a house flip on it and move it over to another team. It's a very expensive proposition.
Yeah, and I mean, even to give context to that, like outside of immersion sims, like any video game, 80% of them lose a ton of money, and 20% that make money make so much money that it's worth it. And like immersive sims are like on the bottom, like 15% of that in terms of like relevance and like, you know, mass market like shit.
They're so difficult to explain to an audience. Like, I think that Arcane is finally, because of all the backing of Microsoft, and they have the marketing budget to be willing to spend the time to explain the concept. So we might see like a little bit more interest in that as a term. But
they've also done a very good job of putting thematic first rather than mechanic first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, we are the audience that cares about whether or not something is an immersive sim, and there aren't a lot of us. But like, you know, Prey was that kind of like, you know, Art Nouveau in space with a bit of a shooty gun bang. You can't shake Deathloop's influences of like The Prisoner and, you know, all that like 60s retro future kind of styling. And
man,
Redfall's got shooty gunbang and vampires in. Like, I'm really curious to see what Redfall's going to shape up to be.
I'm so excited. Actually, one of the things I feel like they nailed the secret world aesthetic, like to a T.
And if you're looking for a tabletop role-playing game that's doing some kind of aesthetic, check out the Portal Tomb on Kickstarter.
Oh man, gotta plug it.
Yo, once it's live, you know. But then
you think you know anything about Iron Age Ireland? Think again.
A fun story. My uncle wrote a lot of the books on Iron Age Ireland.
Can we talk after this? I would love
absolutely.
to.
I would love to send you that info.
Yeah, the interesting thing and like the reason that we're doing this is that like when I was really interested in pre-Roman, pre-Christian Ireland, like what I ended up learning was like how much was destroyed.
Yep.
And like how much was annihilated, and like I was just like, wow, like D&D has stole a lot of this, Lord of the Rings has stole a lot of this. Like, why don't we just do like a straight up this, you know?
I'll see if I can find his info for you. His name's Bill Crossgrove.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, we just had a great.
So Mixg, thank you kindly for the follow. And jumping back into chat, like the chat's been going fucking wild.
What's
Ragnar,
up, chat?
Okay.
Chat?
Teams ready? There is another galleon sniffing at us.
Okay.
Oh wow, here, yeah.
Okay.
Which side?
Would
side.
be port. Okay, no, they're just
Do we want to let
sniff.
them? Yeah, I mean, I think they're just looking. They're not turning yet.
They fired a white flare, which doesn't really mean a hill of beans, but like we don't need to start a scrap with them.
Yeah, we're loaded down.
It's true.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So Ragnar, there's been a few games that have tried to do the Gundam building thing. Those usually die because of the license is such a fuck to work with. Most of the Gundam building games are just bad games. C222 makes a good point that flipping the mirror back on players and showing them like, hey, if you did this for realsies, this would be some psychopathic shit, never goes down well. So you need to have a core gameplay loop.
The reason that I got into game design was Shadow of the Colossus being the only game I ever played that was like, hey, it's kind of fucked up to do this, like, indiscriminate killing of, like, giant, like, beautiful beasts that you're doing.
Okay, could you pull mid and frontal, please?
As you wish.
Thank you! Yeah. Spec Ops The Lions still left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because there was no...
There's no choice.
There's no choice not to.
It's like, oh, you white phosphorus them, and it's like, yeah, well, I couldn't play the game otherwise.
Yes, there's no. Yeah. It wasn't a choice that I made.
I agree.
I do find it interesting when like a studio makes you make a choice, but then like doesn't actually have the consequence other than that you know what your own choice was.
And they don't have an alternative of like, oh, you didn't white phosphorus them. Like, yeah, you get to go home. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Like
I don't know.
the one I think of is the baseball in BioShock Infinite.
Oh
Ah,
yeah.
yes. The bird or the cage?
Doesn't matter.
The Bioshock Infinite stories aren't my stories to tell, but I'll tell you that from what I've heard from folks who worked in that scene almost made people leave the studio.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I will say, find out the folks who work there and ask them because, oh man.
I've heard the same thing.
Yep.
They have many stories to tell.
I don't like telling other people's stories. It's just not a thing I like doing.
No, it's...
Yeah.
No, I completely understand. Alright, we get the angle of this just right. We basically want to line up the... Oh.
Ooh.
Sorry!
Ouch.
Yeah,
I'll
didn't
go
mean to
down.
make-
Willingness US gamer.
I was
Overguard.
trying to judge... could someone...
I thought you were the #1 gamer in the U.S.
Imagine my surprise.
You managed to do that without hurting the ship.
Wow.
It doesn't sound like I didn't. Could you hit the anchor, please?
I don't know how, Will, but you pulled
I'm
it
just
off.
hitting the accordion. Can I hit the accordion?
No! I mean, yes, you can hit the accordion. Alright, there we go. We might have fucked it. No, we're okay.
Is that ship coming right at us? Yeah, they're coming right at us.
Okay, should we unload right now?
No, we're gonna hold because it's a skeletal galleon. And
Oh,
also,
okay.
Tim, how are you doing, mate? It's lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Topic for thought.
Should we mess with
the
these skeletons?
Reprogramming versus
No.
destroying the Geth in Mass Effect. Reprogramming was the paragon option and destroying was renegade.
Oh yeah, Mass
In my
Effect.
eyes, taking away an entity's free will is a far more
Yeah, caffeine. That was a fascinating one.
Yep.
And it's nice that we are moving away from the chicken kicker of video game morality. And caffeine again. Thank you for the bits, friend.
Yeah, anyways, to the end my TED Talks, if you use hit points, you're a fucking coward.
God.
If you use hit points, it's because you can't deal with, like, getting an injection at the doctor.
All
I
right.
actually have a needle phobia, so
I will say.
Okay, fine.
Spec Ops
If you use hit
reminded
points,
me
it's
that
because you don't
decided
think
not to
that,
keep
like,
playing
hurting
is a
people
choice I
should,
have.
like, feel
If I
bad.
keep playing just because I
Ooh,
want to
so
keep going, that is a choice that I am willingly making.
So Shackle makes a good point, and it's a good cap point on the Spec Ops conversation. And again, thank you for the bits. But Shackle was saying that Spec Ops reminded them that the decision to not keep playing is a choice that the user has. That Shackle felt that
The
if they
only
kept
winning
playing,
move is not to play.
Yeah.
yep.
However, there's no way for a game to react to you not doing it. That's
No,
the
I
only
agree.
pisser.
No, I think that's the big problem with Spec Ops, where it's like, oh, like if you were a good human being, you would just not do the next step in the quest. But like, we're a piece of media that gives you more media if you do the next step in the quest.
Yes,
like that's the big problem.
I actively paid for this piece of media, and you're asking
Exactly,
me to experience
yes. And you're like, oh, like, do you want to like commit a war crime or do you want to like turn off your PlayStation? And it's like, yeah, okay, fine, I'll commit a war crime just to see where this is going, you know?
Yep.
it.
And
But I am glad that it exists.
but it's the
because-
same thing as reading Heart of Darkness. Like, if you're reading the novel Heart of Darkness, are you like, oh, do I want to find out about this guy who's like cannibalized all his like people? Like,
Okay, so as a breathing point, so we're gonna do a vault. So Star and Will, I don't know if you've done a vault before.
I just have an accordion, so
I don't
no.
think so.
Okay, so this is basically supermarket sweep, finders keepers.
Okay.
We are going to head into a huge, glistening underground vault. Your job is simple. Grab any treasure chests and put them on the other side of the wall.
Okay.
Sorry, the other side of the big door. We have a limited amount of time, so don't worry about getting them back to the ship. Just plonk them on the other side.
Can I just
of the
play
big door.
the accordion the entire time?
It will not help us get money! We want money! So yeah, grab chests, grab trinkets, whatever you can. except for medallions. Fucking crabman.
Counterpoint, Undertale Pacific's run, and then
We wanna
playing
deal with
again
them
doing
first?
the genocide run. That's a choice you're making to experience more content. Deciding not to play again is a choice you make.
Yes,
He's actually not a
Shackle, that's a
crab.
very good point, but we will come back to that after our supermarket sweep. Thank you.
I was actually going to throw a quick game recommendation for non-hit points, Death. Have you played Project Zomboid, Will?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I know that squad real well. Okay,
Oh, go ahead.
so I'm going to find the trinkets and solve the puzzle. You'll grab treasure chests, and you see this gigantic door. Put any treasure on this side. Don't worry about the piles of gold. They are there to deceive you, to trick you into making less.
Okay.
All right, is everybody clear?
Aye.
All right. It's time to make money, make money. When the door starts to shake, that means the thing's going to close real soon. So, if you want to stay in afterwards, go for it. But it's not a fiscally sound maneuver. All right. What's one medallion?
I don't see any more chests.
We'll have to do the
Gotta
jumping
climb.
puzzle part of it.
You were just complaining about that.
Yep. And that's 2 medallions.
Oh, I got a bunch of them up here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to move them down the jumping puzzle to make it easier for people to grab.
Yeah.
Alright.
God damn it, jumping puzzles.
Just
Nobody
come,
asked for
come
you.
to where I'm at.
Right, so that's 2 of the 3 medallions. Where is the third? There you are. You son of a bitch. Alright. So it is chest, key up lock, and key up lock. Key up lock. Key up lock. And then
Chest.
ha ha ha!
I'm gonna just stay here then.
No, keep going. We just got the big money chest. So yeah, this is what gets us the cash money dollars.
Oh man, I do like the cash money dollars.
Okay, any more chests at the bottom?
I don't
think
see any
so.
chests.
I brought down a
Okay,
couple here.
I guess I'm picking up gold then. Let me know if there's anything else.
Aside from, I'll plunk a couple of chests down.
Yeah, please.
There's 1. There's 2.
Got it.
Oh, and there's a little huddle of them at the back corner. Which there is.
Coming in.
Now, if you don't mind drowning, you can stay in once the door closes and just hoover up gold afterwards. But I don't like drowning. I am actually very against drowning.
What's drowning like?
It's like blowing bubbles in the worst way.
I'm gonna drown. That sounds good to me.
But yeah, it means you can just keep hoovering up the gold. Though interestingly, you can't just... Oh, alright. If you're staying in, go for it. Otherwise, it's time to go.
Gold! Precious gold!
I will hoover with you, my friend.
Oh,
I'll always remember you.
it was great knowing you guys.
Yep. Then Nick and I will ferry the chests up within grapple distance.
My gold!
No one knows how cool we are. Okay. But
Well,
yeah,
now
so,
we can respond to chat.
yeah, Shaka was just bringing up that the Undertale pacifism run and then choosing to do a genocide run or vice versa is a situation where the user makes an active choice to do good or to not engage in conflict.
I got a good friend who's working on Deltarune 2. Just hit me up if you want to yell at him about how you feel about that.
Yep. I'm sure no one has opinions about Undertale that they've had to hear about.
Yeah, Toby knows. Toby knows.
I've only spoken with him on email. I had to bully him to enter Undertale into an award show one year because he wasn't gonna.
Yeah, that sounds about right. My friend who works on it is Sean Canellis, who's a USC guy as well, and he did the Jazz Lady Boss recently, and is still working on all the Deltarune secrets.
Personally, I'm still. I think I'm still gonna wait until Deltarune is done.
Yeah.
So I don't end up burning out. And Baron, Watto, and welcome. Hello.
Yeah, I'm the same with that. I gotta wait till it's done, or else I'm just gonna play it once and then never touch it again. I know myself.
I thought I was grown up enough to not do that, and it turns out no, I'm still just a sugared up toddler.
Yep.
Shout outs to anyone in chat who's playing Star Wars Galaxies. The new one.
Real Hunter 3001, yes, the fans often ruin really great experiences. I was unable to bring myself to play Undertale because I had a roommate who wouldn't shut up about it for 3 years. And I finally played it like years later, and I was like, yeah, I missed something great.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that we haven't really worked out. It's how to teach user bases how to talk about the things they like. Oh yeah, once we've stacked all of the goodies up on this little rock, we'll just use the...
I'm going to stay on the ship and keep an eye out.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, my big problem with the game industry is that it copied the movie industry.
Yep.
The movie industry had like the 1900s, late 1800s to just like fuck around. And the game industry showed up and they were like, well, we're a mass media, big money thing. Let's just copy the movie industry.
I would say we're getting out from under that thumb.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It's the emulation of the movie industry in games has been one of my long-term bugbears. I've been ranting about it a lot recently because, like, BAFTA's just happened and we're still at a situation where an individual performer will get a unique award to them, but if you belong to a team or were instrumental in a team releasing a game, like a game wins best design, if you were the lead designer, you don't get a BAFTA. The game gets a BAFTA. But if you play Kratos and that wins an award, then you, the performer who played Kratos, win an award.
Yep.
Which is an overhang from like traditional like movie award shows. So sorry, this is a very, very petty one.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with you. The people who consume the media often just don't respect the people who make the media, the actual people.
Yeah, we're talking about you, chat.
Actually,
respect the media.
I will say Will's chat is a rare aberration.
Yes. However, they also have no respect.
I can tell when you're not respecting the media, chat.
They have no respect for me, which means they understand the medium very well. Alright, we got a couple more trinkets and then we can start hoovering and getting food.
There has been a corporate movement to like turn games into corporate creations and so strongly tie it to the corporate entity that made it, disregarding the fact that like if you once those people leave those corporations, like they can't make that game again. That lightning in a bottle is gone.
Now, Lizzie says respect the mods. Yeah, that's if you value your safety. But yeah, I just like. I mean, you'll know my story. I cut my teeth back at fucking Lionhead Studios, and during those like
when in Lionhead?
I'd have to look at the timelines.
No, Lionhead is why I got into gaming industry. The Black and White Dungeon Keeper.
The only title I'd say I actually worked on in any capacity was Black and White Creature Isles.
Oh, but I mean, I was there.
The rest of it was Lionhead would let people sign up for a week's beta testing, and it was real good. So like I got to play games like PC that sadly got canned. But yeah, no, so like back in those days, like the highest accolade a game could aspire to was to someone be like, oh, it's just like a movie. Like, fuck off.
Yeah. And that's why we have Uncharted. And that's why we have The Last of Us TV show.
And I'll say, like, I really enjoy Uncharted. I don't want all games to be Uncharted.
Yeah.
We may need
But also, Uncharted only exists because they couldn't get the Indiana Jones license.
Yep.
Right? That was a team that desperately wanted to be part of that space.
Star Wars. The Star Wars, the Wars and the Stars, only exists because George Lucas pitched a Flash Gordon license, and they said, no, we're not giving you the license. And he said, fuck you, I'm going to do my own sci-fi.
Fuck you,
which is Star Wars is a failed licensed Flash Gordon fanfic.
Yep.
Amazing.
Friends, it's amazing. I mean, okay, you three all know, but like, whole swaths of our industry, huge iconic IPs exist because a deal didn't happen, and they were like, all right, well, I guess we just got to make this fucking work.
Our prototype still slaps, so we're gonna do it anyways.
Yep. So many companies in this industry were founded on pure spite.
Yeah.
Actually, here's a fun one for people who are thinking of entering the industry. This is an amazingly petty industry.
Oh, yeah.
Like, not only do people have weird-ass feuds from, like, 30 years ago that do not matter, but they still care way too much, they will try and impress that upon the juniors who work under them. It's fucking wild. It's the most Hollywood thing.
Yeah,
that
I know people who are working for
do.
Axis. It's just like that, yeah.
It's weird, like, it's not even... I didn't want to say it's like Hollywood, because there's more, like, generational camaraderie. And especially when you join your first big studio, like, it really does feel like you've kind of... You've joined a team, a nation, you know?
Yeah.
The culture of, like, oh, we don't talk to the people from fucking, I don't know, Shelby or wherever.
Yep.
Like, that carries through.
Yep, and it matters. Like, you can be seen as a traitor by your team. Like, it's weird. It's not healthy.
It's super not healthy.
And let me specify, like, I'm not talking about the whisper network of, like, hey, this person does bad things.
Yeah, that's completely different.
Totally different.
It's there was... I'm trying to think of an example that isn't breaking Friendier. But...
Yeah, I'm there with you.
So, like...
Well, I can think of one, which is just that, like, if you come from a studio where crunch is normalized, you will then normalize crunch at the next place you work.
Or conversely, fight very hard to get rid of it.
Yes.
Because it tends to be an extreme.
Yeah. And, like, I feel like crunch is chasing this kind of dragon of, like, oh, like, we're all teenagers and, like, we want to be, like, really into the game industry and, like, we'll stay up all night, like, because we, like, fucking love video games and, like...
Yep.
Yeah,
okay, can
like...
we talk about... If we're going to talk about crunch, can we talk about the fact that fucking Ubisoft's Just Dance, like, a title that continuously sells good and continuously does well, that they've been crunching that team into powder for years.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're selling good. It's a matter of what you're willing to do and what the employer thinks is appropriate for the fucking franchise. Like,
yeah. So I tell you what, friends. So we're gonna head back to that same pillar where we sold everything before. We don't have to call the stream right away, but what I would say is this is probably the point where we're not going to go on any adventures. So, to all of our lovely viewership, if you've got any questions for these wonderful guests, want to know more about them or where to find them, like, now is the time to ask.
And if we need to do a sequel to this, I will absolutely do that. Because I do like sharing industry knowledge.
Indeed, and I'd always love to GDC you all again.
Oh, no.
Even if it's just a GD spilling the tea to see.
We'll spill the GDT all evening.
Oh, man. Shall we? Gilkimi, that is a very important question.
Yeah, Chef's got a deadly question. What is your favorite kind of muffin?
And it's pumpkin.
Dark chocolate and raspberry.
I think for me, it is a chocolate chocolate chip muffin.
For me, so look, I'm looking at the lowest common denominator. When I was in middle school and high school, muffin was like the one thing that you would get for breakfast, and the only reliable one was the lemon poppy seed.
All right, can someone be ready on the anchor, please?
Yes.
All right.
We're moving real fast.
Yeah, we are moving fast. Okay, hit the anchor now.
It's not giving me the prompt. Why is
I
it
got
not
it.
giving me the prompt? Okay.
Hello, Amos. All right, we kind of
Perfect.
fucked it. All right, let me find out where the thing drops, and we'll move everything to there.
Oh, yeah, we're kind of screwed.
Yeah, it's all right. It gives us more chance to hang out with these lovely
Oh,
motherfuckers.
actually, there's a way to fix this. If we pull the sails up, and then we can use the harpoon to spin ourselves around.
I'm just gonna stay
we
here.
could, but if I can get a good angle, then let's not. Yeah, all right. No, this is all good. Don't worry about it. Friends.
Okay, cool.
Baron says, when putting on socks and shoes, what is your order? Is it sock, sock, shoe, shoe, sock, shoe, sock, shoe?
Sock, sock,
Definitely
shoe, shoe.
shoe, sock, sock.
Whoa!
We got a fucking
Oh
rebel
my
here!
god!
Not you, Amos. You're okay.
I'm calling the police.
I'm definitely sock,
Ah!
then transport myself into the hallway where the
Sock,
shoes
sock,
are.
and then fucking start thinking about your life. Shoe, shoe, what's wrong with you?
That's a great book title. Like some Dr. Seuss unhinged nonsense.
I did have a roommate who was sock, shoe, which I found particularly disturbing.
I had a roommate who would have sex with his partner while we were sharing the same room in freshman year, and I don't think that's part of society anymore.
Was it something he did because...
I told him to stop.
And he kept doing it?
Well, Gorby Shoe, if you're listening to this, you know what you did.
Your story has been told. Is there anything else sellable on board? Sorry, I keep hoovering
I'm
up
looking.
Nick.
Yeah. You cannot sell me. You tried that
You'll
once. It didn't
never
work
sell
out.
my music.
Oh, okay.
I see a
Ragnar,
treasure chest.
Ragnar has a follow-up question. Do you put on socks before putting on pants, skirt, and/or jeans? 'Cause
No.
I'm like socks are last.
Yeah,
Socks are last.
Yeah, socks are last.
Socks are
Answering
first.
honestly.
Sorry, socks are first.
Just the one sock though.
No, but no, I mean, like, just it's. I wear a lot of. Look, okay, so I wear boots, okay, and there's an interaction between boots and socks and pants, and if you're trying to consider that interaction, you're putting the socks on first, then you're putting the pants on, then you're putting the boots on.
Alright, if you all want to come sell stuff, it's time to get
Yep.
paid!
How do we do that? Should I be
always
doing
wear-
something?
Yeah, just come pick up a chest, take it to this snooty lady, and she gives us the money.
I always wear long pants and boots, so like if someone's seeing my socks, like weird stuff has happened and I don't
Yeah,
care.
exactly. Like, you have to be in my inner circle to see my socks.
I wear some cool socks too, it's just for me.
To quote a woman on TikTok, if you're naked and you want to feel more naked, just put on some shoes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. The worst time I ever had was in Joshua Tree, naked, during an insect bloom, after a plant bloom.
God.
And man, I should have just put on some socks and shoes.
Baron just says thanks. I hate it.
You weird Americans, do you wear shoes indoors in your home? We do not, but I know a lot of people who do.
I got my shoes on right now, motherfucker.
Oh,
we have
weird.
wood floors. Well, okay, no, we have, fake plastic wood floors, but yeah, so.
We have hardwood. We still don't wear shoes
Yeah.
inside.
The shoes are left by the door.
Yep.
Then you
Mud
can't-
room.
But then you're just inviting the risky business slide.
I mean, yes.
No. Yeah.
When Will was staying with me, he did a perfect risky business slide.
I was very proud of that. I should have eaten shit. Like, There's an alternate timeline where I broke my ankle or something. Oh, Baron, I'm the fucking same. Putting your shoes on to trick your brain into work mode.
No, that makes me so uncomfortable. I can't work.
I wouldn't say putting your shoes on, but for me, it's like changing out of your sweatpants and pajamas into something that you would go to an office in. It forces you into something different.
Yeah, I wear khakis, a nice shirt, maybe a collar.
Yeah.
Like to work, even though I'm working remote, just to feel like I'm
Yeah,
at a
and
job.
if you're working a remote and you're in your sweatpants, it's like, who the fuck are you kidding?
Yeah, but I don't wear shoes, because fuck that.
Yeah, no, don't put fucking shoes on. Are you kidding me? No, but like, there's a big difference between like I'm in my PJs and I like put like jeans on in terms of like how you feel working remote. But don't ever fucking put shoes on.
Yeah.
I'm on the. I've got to put shoes on to get my brain into the. All right, it's time to do some fucking work. Like otherwise, my brain's just like
I'm gonna kill you.
However, I can't get into comfy pants until there's nothing else to be doing for the day. Because like, once the sweatpants go on, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking after myself at that point.
I think it's really weird because I really like just khakis. I know that's weird, but I find them very comfortable.
What the hell?
Oh, so dear friends, whilst we're kind of in faff mode, let me get the rest of the fireworks up top. But if you'll want to just pop up... Oh, we've got so many. Brilliant. I'll put all the fireworks in the crate on deck, and if you'll want to just have fun with them, like, fucking go for it.
How do we do this?
So you load fireworks like munitions.
Yep.
But they just take a little longer to pop off.
How do I get fireworks?
In this crate here... Well, I guess we can set some nice pink flames going.
How do I put the crate down?
X.
You know, what'll give it to you?
I see.
My inventory is full of cannonballs, so I can't unload the cannons.
Then you then just fucking fire it. Just fire it.
Alright. You know.
I'm gonna head up. Woo! Oh, and try and fire them out to sea. That way I can show our lovely viewership. Because I've not been up to the top of this tower, and it is fucking fancy. Oh, this is super fancy. Shackle says that once they discovered the super soft long bathrobe option, even sweatpants feel like overdressing. Wraith! Do not make me get the fire hose! Oh.
Wait,
so yeah.
Who said what?
Wraith was being terrible. I am not reading it out. Wraith can't make me.
Oh no. I just read that. Why did I read that?
Oh, I regret it as well.
Oh.
But yeah, so to my lovely guests, I'm gonna faff about in the island for a little bit. You're obviously welcome to continue hanging and chatting, but we're done with adventures and piracy. So feel free to fire fireworks, set the ship ablaze. Because I've got to pay to have this thing fixed up afterwards anyway.
As people found out at GDC, I was off my game dev until like 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes to our detriment.
I am enjoying firing off fireworks.
If you have the cash, you can buy crates of fireworks from the merchants as well. But they're obnoxiously pricey.
I just want the firework from the Hobbit that turns into a dragon.
There are a few that will do like animations and sounds. No joke.
Oh, yes.
No one knows how cool we are. Okay.
Oh, wow, we missed treasure.
Did we?
There's 2 more skulls up here.
Oh shit! We almost didn't make money. Make money.
I know.
Also, apparently, we turned on the lanterns.
Oh yeah, I figured it's end times. Why not?
Okay.
Oh man, 1,300 gold.
So Star, what's your gold total at the moment?
How do I look at that?
I think bringing up either of the menus.
It's 165,491.
Ooh, so you're over halfway to a sloop should you want it.
I'm 140.
Nice.
I am 190.
Yeah, see, I got everybody paid today.
Thank you, Will, for
Thank
getting us
you.
paid.
And they worry. And also, like, this whole area is fucking gorgeous if you want to have a trundle around. Like, they've built the plaza now, which is really lovely. The bank is swish. And the spooky girlfriends area has like a little underground tarot reading and shit.
Oh, my favorite girlfriends are spooky.
I had a feeling they might be to your liking. There's a bunch of parrots hanging out. What's up, parrot? You know what's up. But yeah, no, so this was kind of like a work in progress for a long time. And it's just kind of hit its like final form. And this is currently the biggest hub area in Sea of Thieves.
But why can't I not kill you?
You have been denied slaying your own captain. Did they?
Mutiny!
I think mutiny just throws me in the brig.
Oh, I forgot you could do that.
Yep.
Oh, hey, you can hand in the Trident of Dark Tides.
What? Since when?
Yep.
You can sell.
Man, I'm
Fiona!
discovering all the things tonight.
Did you know you can sell dark Oh, we're fucking learning together. I had no idea.
Uh-huh. There's an achievement that I'm earning towards. I'm 1 of 10.
Uh-oh.
That's where they get you, the Chivos.
I love
The
Chivos.
Chivos.
I got problems.
Well, see, a lot of the good cosmetics are tied to Chivos in this, so that's where they get you.
All right, I know there was a third staff. I don't know where it is. Wonder if we can sell the fireworks crate. I'm gonna just sell everything.
Oh no, please go for it. I think the fireworks you can.
I got the staff.
I don't think you can sell storage
Where does
crates,
the staff go?
but you can sell like cannonballs and stuff if they're full.
Snooty lady in the wig. Oh wow, fireworks crate was a nice amount of money.
Ooh. And yeah, Dustin came up with a few good names for potential sloops.
Ooh. 1250.
I think that other galleon
That's me then.
is just waiting to see what we do.
Little do they know, we are now worthless.
Yeah, they had their shot and they lost it.
Oh, good night and good luck. Anyone chat, anyone there who wants to get into game design, Goodbye World will. Find the portal tomb.
Thank you kindly. Please, please, please come and remind us either in chat or like on show once that is live, because
I've already bound you to an eternal contract of the Fae to do the portal tomb live. So
yeah, I assumed that was why I have the 9 of Cups. Like that's part of the binding
Part of
contract.
the deal.
Yeah.
yeah,
I gave you my
Part of the
name.
deal.
You gave me a tarot card.
I'll see you in the land of the.
What did you do? Also,
Tanu.
Fiona. Sorry about the beeping, friends.
Did Will accept things from the Fae?
It wouldn't be the first
Will,
time.
you are British. You are supposed to know better.
I know. To turn my jacket inside out will be fine. Unless it's carved onto you and you don't have a jacket, in which case you have to turn your skin inside out, which is bad.
Oh wow, fruit crates are worth a surprising amount.
Nice. But yeah, so Will, please come remind us, and we will I will make sure everyone is aware when it kicks off.
I think he already bounced.
Oh,
Yep.
of course. Fiona burned some popcorn, so the puppies are like, ah, no! No, Ragnar, like, I love inviting industry friendos on to introduce to you, and, like, sorry, Nick, Star, I'm going to be saying nice things about you, but, like, I do feel really spoiled, especially at GDC, because I get to hang out with both of you. And, like,
Aww.
Aww.
like, Star, you have seen a breadth and depth of the industry that few ever will from so many perspectives. And Nick, you are a fucking badass in your field. Like, it's incredible to hang
Man.
out with both of you. Even sometimes just, like, ambiently feeling like, I'm hanging out with the cool kids, I know what's up.
See, now I'm sad that I didn't get to hang out with Nick.
Well, next time we will absolutely do it.
Sure.
I am just an F tier, F list developer, but I'm aspiring to be D list someday.
Whereas I'm the most likely to be delisted out of the three of us.
Ooh, I did set that up really well.
Thank you. I couldn't let it.
No,
I couldn't leave it.
Will, you've been excellent. You were like, I didn't say it because it's sappy, but you were also one of the big highlights of my GDC. So
Let me check your pockets.
I assume
mean,
because I'm a cautionary
There are a
tale
few people that I let stay in my guest room
to make 'em
because,
very...
then I have to see them every day.
that's true.
Thank you.
I'm very sad that we couldn't split the mead that I brought because
Oh, you're the one with the mead.
I do brew mead.
I heard about the mead.
So I tried to find a safe spot where we could all open it, but like the laws in San Francisco are crazy strict.
And you had been having a bout of just like dumb bad luck.
Yep.
And so it would have been the moment we opened it, like an officer of the law would have just materialized.
Yep. I had a transient try and steal my phone like while we were sitting at a restaurant. Aiden will back it up. He was there, and the dude got really pissed when I took the phone back. And started like taking shit from other people, throwing food at people off their own trays. Like, oh man, that was really
What's on the
distressing.
horizon
The whole
today?
situation with the homeless in San Francisco really upsets me.
Come back when you're buying the grog.
Oh, Real Hunter, we're bringing our adventures to a close here. I just wanted to putz about and do a bit of shopping before we closed it up. I want to check out the lighthouse because I haven't been up there yet.
But yeah, just since Will's saying nice things about us, we should say nice things about Will. Will is a very cool dude. I greatly enjoy every interaction.
I'm a magnitude of things, but cool. Cool is questionable.
Well, well, I very much enjoy your contributions.
You can't say
Hence
nice
why
things,
I allowed you in my guest room.
Yeah.
and I'm very grateful for that. But you can't come on my show and say nice things about me. That's illegal. As the captain of this vessel.
Oh man, we gotta do this more often.
No, I
For real.
would really like that.
We're gonna say all the nice things about Will constantly.
Or we could. I'm trying to think of a. Oh man, can't set the fire. Or we could. I don't have an end to that sentence.
Yes.
You win this round. God, this area is fucking pretty. So,
Oh man.
I do think this is a good place to bring our adventure to a close. So, Nick, Star, thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Anytime.
Yep, absolutely.
Thanks
Anytime.
for having us.
Hells yes. So, I now need to say thank yous to these lovely Mother Hubbards. Ragnar says that I'm always nice since I don't take up too much space. Right, and to all of you lot, I hope you've had a lovely evening. Like, the amount of stories unfurled and tales and deconstructions was a lot. And I don't think we've had a vault that's taken 5 hours in a while, or 4 hours. But we didn't sink. Fuck that fucking Megalodon. I'm coming back for its fucking face. And I'm wearing
Yeah,
a hat.
for real.
Technically, we did sink.
Oh, that doesn't count.
We did. Right at the top.
Right at the beginning.
We showed up and someone was like, you know what? I'm gonna sink that. Anyway, we set their ship on fire and at least made their life a little bit more difficult. Oh no, and Wraith, it's actually... the stories are very complex at the moment because I actually know 3 stars in the game.
Yes, there are 3 of us.
And while they are all drastically different people, they are all styling. And so the descriptions can blend. And yeah, Gear Graphic, you did come in on the end.
Sorry, Gear.
But on that note...
More stories next time.
Yes. On that note, I would like to thank the following people! Because... oh, actually, so Nick, Star, one of you does need to set the ship on fire, because it's currently not ablaze. And that's not how we do things here, so...
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
sorry.
if we have to...
I'm real sorry, but you do.
The credits are rolling while we're trying to do this.
But it's cool, we can see you run off there with a fire. On that subject, to Shackle Draconis, Vanderbeast, Caffeine, Fearless Sun, Jaralan, PVS, Lyris Dragon, Bacon Avenger, Punspector, Wolfcrad, Some Numbers, Immortal Len, Keldra, Sindrin, Legend of Morad, and Ragnar Steiner, all of you, fucking thank you. Like, you put money towards this evening, and that is how I feed my tiny family, so fucking thank you. Your moderator this evening was not just Caffeine and Rhymes and Moose, but also Lizzie Tipau. And MixG, the Dice Goddess, and Abby Side, thank you for following. I do hope we all get to chat and hang out some more. And Nick, good job. To Gwar Official, Jaralan, Kitish Lamesh, and the Legend of Morad. Thank you for subs, resubs, and house car hunts. And to both Jetman J and the Real Hunter, you raided in, and I am extremely grateful. Now, in true Longshipian fashion, you do not have to go home, but you cannot stay here. Yes, I know. Hello, puppies. Hello, damn puppies. All right. Let's see. What have we got? We've got Sekiro. We've got Tunes. Or A Spot of Destiny 2. What strikes your fancy, friends? Some tunes, some ninjas, or some space wizards. Wizards, as I like to call them. Oh, yes, Lost Flowers. Shit, where can people find you both whilst we're...
You can find me on Twitter and other social medias at thisisstar and also thisisstar.com.
For me, I am on Twitter, Occult Game Dev.
Yeah, the cool friends were coming from inside of the house. And it looks like people would like Space Wizards, so Wizards it is. Our friend Vexus does a thing called Classy Fridays, where he gets drunk and plays games until dawn. And it's very entertaining. So I will pass them over that way. So yeah, Star, Nick, and obviously Will, who's made a move. Like, thank you so much for joining me tonight. It's been fucking great.
Excellent.
At some point, we need to talk about the new Dracula movie with Nick Cage, because while I was initially skeptical, they've done a whole bunch of things that are like remakes of classic Dracula movies. And now I know that's a thing. I desperately need to see that film.
Yes, I'm there with you. I was initially concerned, but then I saw the recent advertisement move, and I was in love.
Right. Yeah, I think that's all the cool things.
Will, I will PM you. I want to grab you a game on your Steam, and I don't have your Steam info.
Well, thank you. I will send it on over. That's fucking cool of you. Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
Right, to the rest of you, have fun with Vexus. Have a lovely rest of your evening. There will be a stream tomorrow. What it is, I don't know yet, but... and Greyjoy, fucking thank you. I mean, Ragnar, Vampire Smile becoming actual vampire. Sorry, Vampire Kiss. Couldn't make that stuff up. Right. Have a lovely Friday.